flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The creaking door. The manufacturers of State Express 3.5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting the creaking door. Good evening, friends of the creaking door. The creaking door is open, so do come in. But I must ask you to tread warily. We have some strange characters to contend with. Be a little tolerant. After all, they are only inhuman. Get 3 5s. Get the taste. 3 5s by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3 5s. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3 5s. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3 5s the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3 5s. Get the taste. Chris and Jean are seated in the tower, and the only sound is the night song of the crickets. But let Chris himself take up the tale. Yes, we sit in the car all right. Yet there is another sound which cannot be heard, but it's felt. The silent, even tread of death as it stalks through the darkness surrounding us. Joan sits next to me, but we do not speak. Death has built a high wall which separates us forever. It began that evening when she came round for supper.
Hello, Chris.
Joan, I was beginning to worry.
I'm sorry. I'll never do it again.
Is that a promise?
Yes, Chris. This is our last date.
What?
I can't see you again. Not for a while.
But what is this?
Oh, please, let's not talk about it.
But I've got a right to talk about it. After all, we're
Oh,
engaged.
Chris, please, please, don't ask any more questions. Just believe it. It's got to be this way. It's just got to be.
We began supper. Joan sat across the table from me. Her face was drawn and bleached down. I had to make her talk. I had to find out what was wrong.
Believe me, Chris, nothing's wrong.
But there is, Joan. Something's happened to you.
I told you not to ask questions.
There's something you're afraid of.
Oh, why do you say that?
Because it's written all over you. Your eyes, the way you sit there, everything you say, everything you do.
No, you're wrong. Why should I be afraid? Why?
Oh, all right. Oh, I almost forgot. There was a phone call for you, Joan.
Phone call?
Yes, about half an hour before you came. A woman. She said she was phoning from Ludlow Park. Well, that's all she said, except that you'd understand the message. The cup Joan was holding fell out of her hand and crashed to the floor. For a moment, she sat there rigid and white. And then, suddenly, she bolted out of her chair and hurried to the door. Joan! Joan, wait! Where are you going?
An appointment. Let me go. I'm late.
I'll drive you there.
No, I have my car downstairs.
I'm not letting you drive out to Ludlow Park this time of the night by yourself.
Chris, you must stay out of this.
Why?
Because that's the way it has to be. Someday you'll understand. Someday you'll understand everything.
After she'd gone, I thought of the woman who'd called from Ludlow Park. There was something familiar about her voice. Pacing the room didn't help, so I sat down and switched on the radio. By accident, I tuned to a police message. You may call it coincidence, but I knew it was more than just chance.
Roberts, Patrol Car 31 calling headquarters. Roberts, Patrol Car 31 to headquarters. As ordered, proceeding to Ludlow Park to investigate murder.
Searchlights had attracted a crowd of morbid curiosity seekers.
All right, stand back, please. Stand back now. All right, let me through. May I get through, please? Hey, here, Roger, stand back there.
Yes, but I'd come up on the person who was murdered.
So did all the other sensation seekers. I said get back there.
You don't understand. I can identify the body.
Identify the body?
Yes, I know the one who was murdered.
There isn't much left to identify after that night. You come with me. I'll take you to the sergeant.
Fine. I tried to stop her coming out here. I told her.
Here, wait a minute. Who are you talking about?
Joan Vickers, my fiancée. The woman who got murdered.
Murdered woman? You've got it all mixed up. It wasn't a woman who got slashed. It was a man.
Yes? What is it?
Hello, Joan.
Chris, what are you doing here?
I've got to talk to you.
Oh, it's so late. Tomorrow, call me tomorrow.
No, Joan, now, tonight.
But
It's got to be now, right now.
All right. Come in. What is it, Chris? What do you want to talk about?
Ludlow Park.
Ludlow Park.
And the murder out there.
Murder?
Why do you act so surprised? You should know about it. You went out to Ludlow Park tonight
Why do you say I went there?
because you told me. The woman I spoke to on the phone, she was out there.
But I didn't go. I changed my mind. I came straight home after I left.
You're lying. What are you hiding? I spoke to the porter downstairs. He said he saw you come in barely 15 minutes ago.
15 minutes ago.
Where were you, Joan? Where did you go after you left my place?
I put my car in the garage, and then I walked. I suppose I walked longer than I realized.
Where did you walk to?
I don't remember. Oh, Chris, please don't ask me anymore.
Where did you walk to?
No, I don't remember. Chris, please, I'm very tired. Please go. I'll talk to you in the...
Joan,
What is it?
in this waste paper basket, there's a pair of gloves in here.
Gloves?
Yes, here. Look at them, gloves. They're covered in blood.
Those gloves? Oh, how did they get into my basket?
The blood stains are still moist. Look at the initials.
J.C.
Joan Vickers, your gloves, Joan.
But I didn't wear them tonight. But the blood, how did it... Chris, who are you calling?
I'm going to call the police.
Oh, Chris, wait, you mustn't. Don't call the police.
Why not?
Because they won't believe me. No one will believe me.
Joan, I believe you.
Put the phone down, for heaven's sake. Put it down.
Thank you, Chris. I wasn't really going to talk to the police. I just wanted to make you open up to me, to tell me everything. And now what is it? What is it no one will believe?
It's that woman. That horrible woman.
The one who called from Ludlow Park?
Yes. Oh, she's evil. Chris is evil and as black as the devil himself. She's the one who knifed that man to death tonight in the park.
And you say you weren't there?
I wasn't there.
Then how do you know it was a man who was murdered? I didn't say whether it was a man or a woman.
Didn't you?
No. was murdered. Yet you knew he was slashed to death. If you weren't there, then how did you know?
I'm mixed up, Chris, but I can't explain. He was here just before you came, but that woman, she told me what she did. She told me every horrible detail. She made me live.
You keep saying she. Who is this woman?
Believe me, Chris, I don't know.
Not even her name?
Not even that. The first time I saw her was about 2 weeks ago. That's when I started to break our date. You remember?
Yes, but...
Well, one night when I came home, she was here, in the apartment. I was standing right here, taking my hat off. And when I looked in the mirror, I saw her there, behind me, grinning at me a terrible, hateful grin. She said we were going to be like sisters. Blood sisters.
Why didn't you tell me about her before?
I was afraid of her. She has a strange power. I can always feel her near me. She said that if I told anyone, she'd kill me. Well, now I've told you. That means I'll be murdered. She'll find out and kill me.
No, she won't, Joan. You'll be all right. If you're telling the truth about this mad woman...
I am, Chris. Believe me, it's the truth.
Then I'll find her, Joan. I'll find her and stop her. I set out to find this strangely evil woman. No name, no address, not much to go on. Just Joan's description. A thin woman, about Joan's size, auburn hair like Joan's, and grey eyes, not much. But there was that phone call she made to my apartment from Ludlow Park.
Well, this is the switchboard, Mr. Ryan, about the phone call you got last night, the one you wanted me to check out for you.
Did you find anything?
Well, my boyfriend Albert got the information. Handy having a boyfriend who works for the telephone exchange.
You got the number, then, from where the call was made in Ludlow Park?
Oh, funny thing about that, Mr. Ryan, the call didn't come from there.
But it did.
Oh, no, Mr. Ryan. Albert got the exact information. The call came from 786-248. That number's in the center of town.
786-248 was Joan's phone number. The call came from Joan's flat. There was something deeply familiar about it. Now I knew what it was. It had the same quality as that of Joan's wife.
Hello, Mr. Ryan. Oh, there's something I can do.
Well, I'm in a hurry, Miss Keith. If any messages come in for me, just say I'm at Miss Vickers' flat.
Miss Vickers? Well, there's no use you're going there. She's not at home.
Not. But how do you know?
That's what I wanted to tell you. Miss Vickers called half an hour before you came in. She left a message. Said to tell you she'd gone to Ludlow Park again.
CID, Detective Sergeant Roberts speaking.
I'm calling to prevent another murder at Ludlow Park.
Well, you're calling about 15 minutes too late. The ambulance is on its way back from the park now. And there's a corpse inside with more knife holes than you can count.
Get 3 5s. Get the taste. 3 5s by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3 5s. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so light, so smooth, so satisfying. 3 5s. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3 5s the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3 5s. Get the taste. A kiss in the park. A stab in the dark. 2 murders so far.
was here again. Chris, you've got to save me from her before it's too late.
Joan, where have you been?
Here, Chris. I've been right here all the time.
Then why do you have your hat and coat on?
My hat and coat?
You've been out.
No, I haven't been out. I've been sitting right here.
There's fresh mud on your shoes.
But I couldn't be
Well, look at them. Look at them. Mud from that soft earth out at Ludlow Park.
I didn't go to Ludlow Park. I wouldn't go out, Chris.
Then why did you phone me and leave a message that you were going out?
Phone you? I didn't phone you.
Joan, I want the truth. Where were you tonight? You are out of this apartment. Where did you go?
I don't remember going out. Oh, please believe me, I don't remember anything. She does this to me. She comes to visit me and I forget everything except that she was here.
Joan, are you sure there is another woman?
What do you mean?
Just what I said. Is there really a woman or...
Oh, there is. She's real, alive. You've got to believe me.
I'm trying to, Joan. I'm trying with all my might. You know nothing about this new murder.
Yes, I know. She told me.
She told you about the second murder.
She told me.
The same kind of murder. A man, deep knife slashes, almost complete mutilation of the face.
Oh, she's a horrible thing, Chris. She laughed when she told me about it. She laughed this fiendish laugh. Oh, Chris, my time will come soon. Take me away from her, where she cannot find me.
No, Joan. No, you're staying here. And tomorrow afternoon, I'm taking you to a doctor.
A doctor?
Psychiatrist.
You don't believe what I've told you?
Yes, but
You think I'm mad?
Oh, just do as I ask, darling. Dr. Fisher may be able to help both of us.
I'm not sick. I'm all right. I'm just frightened.
You explain it all to Dr. Fisher.
I won't go to a doctor. If you don't believe me, then no one will. No matter what you say or do, I'm not going to a doctor.
I had that talk with Joan last night. This afternoon, I went to see Dr. Fisher alone. I told the doctor as much about Joan as I felt it safe to mention.
A clear case of schizophrenia, Mr. Ryan. Split personality.
But that can't surely be, Doctor. This young lady I told you about is aware of both personalities.
Mr. Jekyll was also aware of Mr. Hyde.
Yes, Doctor, but that was fiction.
Fiction is often no stranger than truth. These split personalities have no power to prevent the sudden changes in identity. And when the personality shift occurs, other changes often accompany it.
What do you mean?
Well, there are often slight physical changes, such as posture, gait, and frequently vocal quality.
A voice. I told you about that. The voice of the woman on the phone was different, yet there was a similar quality.
Exactly, Mr. Ryan. I strongly urge that your friend be given medical attention as soon as possible.
I wanted to bring her with me today, Doctor. She refused to come. If only there was some way of getting it.
Oh, pardon me. Come in.
Sorry to interrupt you, Doctor, but there's someone waiting outside. A very agitated case.
I'll be through in a moment. Have them wait.
Oh, she insists on seeing you immediately. Her name is Joan Vickers.
That was another surprise, but a happy one. Joan wanted to help herself, but she wanted to do it alone. I could understand it. I left the office and waited outside under a tree in spite of the rain. I stood there for about 10 minutes, and then... The scream came from the house. I rushed across the lawn, back into the building. I opened the door to the doctor's office. The nurse was standing in the center of the room, sobbing hysterically. On the floor at her feet was Dr. Fisher. His face was slashed to ribbons. No other woman, Joan. all the time. The other part of you. You killed Dr. Fisher. In your crazy mind, you thought you'd get to him before I did.
Please don't talk like that. You've got to believe me. There is another woman.
It was you who called me the other night. You called this apartment before you came to my place. You used the voice of your other personality. That's why I didn't recognize it.
I didn't phone you.
You don't realize it now. You don't realize all those terrible things you're capable of doing.
If you love me, don't say
I love you, a mad killer like you.
I wouldn't kill it. Couldn't. The other woman, she...
I told you, there is no other woman. You described her to me. And that fits you, too. Thin like you, your height, auburn hair like yours. You told me you first saw her standing behind you when you looked in a mirror. You were looking at yourself. Yourself.
Wrong, Chris, and I can prove it. She's here now, in this flat, in the other room. Oh, come with me, Chris. I'll prove it. I'll show you. Here, Chris. There. See if you...
The bedroom was empty. There was a mirror on the wall directly opposite the doorway where we stood. Draped across a chair was a woman's coat. I recognized it. It was Jones. It was still wet from the rain.
She's gone. She must have gone out the back way.
She was never here.
But that coat, you can see it's still wet.
Yes, and it's your coat.
It is mine, but she took it. She wore it. Oh, Chris, she must have been able to hear what I told you. She'll kill me tonight when I meet them at the park.
You can stop that
Oh,
now.
but don't you understand? She'll kill me. She said I'd come to the park to meet her tonight. She said that nothing could stop me from coming. She has this terrible power over me. If you don't stop me, I know I will go.
You're going to Ludlow Park tonight.
What?
I'm taking you there.
But she'll kill me.
No, there won't be any other murder tonight. Because there is no other woman to kill you. That is why I'm taking you, to prove that there is no other woman except you. We arrived in Ludlow Park 10 minutes ago, and now we sit here in the car. Jones sits next to me, but we do not speak. Death has built a high wall which will separate us forever. I've just taken the keys out of the ignition.
Chris, where are you going?
I'm leaving you here in the car alone. I'm going for a walk. I'll be nearby.
Chris, you can't leave. She'll come and kill me.
I told you I'm going to prove to you that there is no other woman. You'll be alone in the car for a while.
Oh, Chris, wait. Wait, come back. Hello, Jones. You came to the park just as I said you would. He didn't believe me. He didn't believe. I told you no one would believe you. And I warned you not to tell. Why? Why did you choose me? Because one day I saw you in the street. You were so much like me. I told you we were like blood sisters. You're good and I... evil. Yes, that's it. Evil. That is why I became so attached to you. Good and evil existing side by side in the same body. Only it wasn't the same body, was it? You know why I wanted you to come here, Joan. You're going to kill me? Yes, I'm going to kill you. But it isn't going to look like murder. Not at all. As you said, no one believes I exist. And after that, I won't exist. Because you'll be dead. A suicide. Suicide? No knife this time. A gun. The one I have here in my hand. It will look as though you shot yourself.
Are you afraid, Jones?
Yes.
Well, think how wonderful death will be. You won't be afraid anymore. The pain passes in a fleeting moment, and then there is nothing left to feel or fear. Now, a shot from this gun.
Joan, you're all right.
But that gun.
You fainted. It was my gun.
Oh.
I've been in the police force for 21 years. It's the first time I've ever shot a woman.
Before we left tonight, I telephoned Sergeant Robertson. Thank goodness I did.
She's dead?
Yes, in the back seat. But I wouldn't look if I were you.
international success. The taste that's uniquely 3-5. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so light, so smooth, so satisfying. 3-5 gets the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3-5 the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3-5. Get the taste.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door, of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3-5 Silver King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door.
I have flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door.
Good evening, friends of the creaking door. The creaking door is open, so do come in. We've got some rather interesting specimens on view here. Some old skeletons and a skull or two, which proved quite fascinating once I'd managed to remove the outer covering. Come to think of it, one of those skulls looks just like yours.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3/5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3/5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3/5s today.
A gray stone building stands at the end of the alleyway. There's a small brass plate on the door. It reads, Metropolitan Police Morgue.
You don't miss much, do you, Tom?
I mustn't miss anything, Willie, if I'm going to keep my job as a crime reporter. What is it, another hit-and-run case?
That's what they said when they brought him in. Oh, made a proper mess of him. Multiple fractures, Dr. Wilson said.
Anyone interesting? Is it worth a paragraph in my paper?
No. Just another tramp. Never had a bob on him.
Oh, that's a pity. Stuck for a story. Accidents aren't my department.
Yeah, you never know. It might be. Struck from behind he was. Like to have a look?
Yes, Willie, I won't. Although I'd been in that large, cold room many times, unlike Willie, I never felt completely at ease. I walked over to what Willie euphemistically described as his cold storage bins and watched him pull out Section 26.
Look at him. Fished out the things he was 2 days ago. Looked terrible when he first came in, but I cleaned him up like. We have lots of conversations without uttering a word. Yeah, I suppose you think I'm mad, Tom.
No, not you, Willie. Not on your life. How did you get into this job?
Oh, well, it's an old story, Tom. Hey, you see, I was gassed during the 14-18 war.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Shortly after I returned, the missus died. We never had any children and no relatives to speak of. It was difficult finding a job. For one thing, I couldn't stand heat of any sort. My lungs would start playing up. Oh, believe me, Tom, I walked hundreds of miles through the streets of London before I found a job that no one else wanted.
Uh-huh.
And a job, so to speak, which didn't require much effort and which most certainly was cool. Yeah, so here I am.
You are indeed. And I don't know what they do without you. Mind you, it isn't the sort of job that anyone can do.
Oh, no, of course it isn't, Tom. You often find some wise character at the pub who says, how can you work there? Well, my argument is, somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to look after him.
Yeah, that's a point of view.
You know, young Tom, Do you know what I'd like to be if I hadn't this job?
No, Willie, what?
I'd like to be a doctor. It must be a fine thing to be a doctor. To save life instead of handling death.
How'd you like to be a crime reporter, Willie?
Hey? Oh, no, thanks. I don't suppose they'd let me try to be a doctor now, not at my age. No, if I can't be a doctor, I'll stick to my own job. It's nice and quiet here. You know, Tom, can't help worrying, thinking about this bloke. Look at the back of his trouser leg. Green paint.
Yeah, so it is.
The car must have hit him there.
Did the police see that when they brought the body in?
Oh, yes.
Then whoever knocked him down must have been driving a car that had been freshly painted.
That's about the size of it, Tom. And what's more, that paint couldn't have been put on the car many minutes.
That's true, Willie, it's true. Are you sure you wouldn't have my desk at the evening echo?
No. Yeah, I've already told you I like it here. It's peaceful. No one argues with me. I like it that way. And my charges are always satisfied. I've never had a complaint yet about the accommodation.
Aren't you ever going to retire, Willie?
Yes, 5 months from now. Oh, not that I want to, mind. No, I'll be sorry leaving here. Oh, I'll be well taken care of. I'll put a tidy sum away, you know. Oh, would you like a cup of tea, Tom? I'm about to make myself up.
No, thanks, Willie. I think I'll nip over to the police station. If I don't get a story soon, yours truly will be putting in an application for your job when you retire. Oh, he was a character, all right. What a picturesque turn of phrase he had. To save life instead of handling death. I thought about his words as I walked the 200 yards to the West London police precinct.
Well. How's London's youngest and brightest crime reporter?
A little sad. Yours truly, you know, if there's no news, it's bad news. Me no write about crime, me no eat. Do you know anything about the stiff who was knocked down tonight by a green-painted car? I just come from the morgue.
Oh, so you've been talking to friend Willie, have you?
Yes. The incident happened in your manner, Detective Sergeant Wallace. You better prepare to make a statement to the press.
Oh, you must be hard up, Tom. A tramp gets knocked down and already a juicy murder's about to be written up.
Yes, you're right, Fred. I am hard up. I must get a story to look at.
Oh, just a minute, sure.
He's a reporter still with you, Sergeant. He's wanted on the telephone.
Yes, he is. It's for you, Tom.
Oh, thanks. Hello?
Speak up, caller.
Hello?
Sorry, Tom. It's Willie.
Oh,
You know, the municipal morgue.
Yes.
Tom.
Yes, Willie, what's the matter? You sound as if...
Tom, do me a favor, will you?
What's that?
Something funny's going on. I remembered you saying that you were going to the police station. Call in here on your way, will you?
Well, yes, of course. I'm on my way now. Anything wrong?
Wrong? Look, I may be old, Tom, but I'm not balmy, see?
You're the most sane man I know. What's the trouble?
It's about one of my charges.
You're what?
One of my customers.
Oh.
I know this sounds as though I'm going round the bend, but a few minutes ago I happened to be...
Yes, Willie? Hello, you still there? Hello? It's funny.
Oh, what's the matter?
I don't know. But I'm going to find out. It could have been anything. A telephone line going dead. 70-year-old Willie getting so absent-minded as to forget to finish the telephone conversation. As I say, it could have been anything. But I wasn't prepared for what it really was. I got to the front door, and I knocked. I waited. I knew that Willie kept the gate locked always. Said with that soft, kindly grin of his that he didn't want anyone to come messing around with his charges. No answer. I knocked again. Still no answering call from Willie. No croaking voice cheerfully saying, I'm coming. I tried the handle. And the gate opened. Willie! My voice echoed through the building. Still no answering shout. As I entered the morgue itself, with its long line of refrigerated cabinets all in a neat row as if awaiting my inspection, I had my first clutch of fear. And then I saw it. The swaying cord of the telephone receiver. Willie failed to replace it. But where was he? And then I had a crazy thought. He's in there. He's in one of those cabinets. Number 23. She's a peaceful-looking old lady. Death hasn't disturbed the serenity of her features. She isn't Willie. Number 24. A shrunken face gazed at me without recognition. Why should he recognize me? I've never seen the guy in my life before. Nor in his life either. Or death. I was going nuts. The old boy must have gone out for a packet of fags or something. And then why should he telephone me at the police station? Why the swinging pendulum of the telephone receiver? What the... Who's there? Willie! Willie, stop playing hide and seek! Willie! No answer. The morgue was as silent as the cadavers it accommodated. Silent, did I say? Willie, stop gagging, Willie. My nerves aren't so good. You sent for me. You said you wanted help. Come on, wherever you're hiding. My blood froze. That wasn't Willie laughing. Dear, shrunken, croaking-voiced Willie. That mad laugh came from no human agency. It's a joke, isn't it? Tough young crime reporter Tom Dixon going nuts in the Metropolitan Police morgue. Now it had become an obsession. Willie had to be in the place. Willie was in grave danger. Willie was... Well, where was he? I ran back to the cabinets. Not you, old chap. What is it that stirs you up? That's your Willie. Where are you, Willie? Where are you? I'm being accommodated in refrigerating cabinet number 28. No, of course, you don't recognize me as you're lying there. How could you? You're dead.
Smooth and world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3 5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3-5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3 5s today.
Well. What an extraordinary pastime for our crime reporting friend to indulge in. But back to our story. To the police morgue, where Tom Dixon gazes down at his friend, who has changed his status to that of guest.
Poor Willie. Dying in harness, eh? Somebody put you in that bed, someone or something. But the dead can't walk or move or kill. Where are you? Where are you hiding? I'll get you. I know you killed Willie. Why can't I get a dialing tone? Come on, come on.
West London CRD, Sergeant Wallace speaking.
Ted, I'm going to sit down. I'm speaking from the morgue.
Well, look, Tom, if you're following up the hit and run story, you'll get nothing at the morgue. We've taken a sample of the paint from the tramp's trousers.
No,
Could be a stolen car.
You don't understand. It's Willie.
Willie?
Yes.
Oh, you mean old man Dalton?
Yes.
Well, what about him? He's there, isn't he?
He's here, all right. He's no longer in charge. He's one of the charges.
Here, look. Are you drunk?
No.
What are you talking about?
I'm trying to tell you. I've just found him. Refrigerator cabinet number 28, reserved for corpses awaiting autopsy or identification. We won't need an autopsy to discover how Willie died. He was murdered. The back of his head bashed in.
Yeah, what are you saying? You mad? Lying in a...
Yes.
Now, look, Tom, if this is a joke or a newspaper...
Do I sound as if I'm joking? You better come over quickly. I'm not joking, Ted. I'm scared. I'm scared on my wits. Maybe I've lost him already. My wits, though. But maybe that's what he wants, whoever it is listening to me now. He wants my fear to drive me away from here.
Keep hold of yourself. I'll be right over.
All right. Did you hear that? Whoever or whatever you are, that was my friend, Sergeant Ted Wallace of the CID. In a couple of minutes, he'll be here. Taylor and a couple of constables. You can't escape that, can you, huh? No windows. Everything's air conditioned. There's only one way for you to get out of this morgue, and that's through that door. But that you have to pass me, eh? Well, go on. Why don't you laugh, eh? Go on, laugh. I know you're hiding behind one of those cabinets. Laugh, you rotten, filthy murderer. Go on, scare me. Maybe I shouldn't have challenged whoever it was. Scared. Every nerve in my body began to tremble. If I didn't pull myself together, I too would become a candidate for one of those cabinets for corpses. What was the matter with Ted Wallace? Why did it take so long? And then I saw it. In the fifth row of the cabinets was one that I pulled out and not replaced. It had contained the dead body of a man who must have been in his early 40s. Slowly it began to rise until it stood erect. It spoke.
Go, mortal. Go. Leave the dead to the dead.
You can't fool me.
Let us rest in peace. The old man was sent to his final rest because it was decreed that he would want to end his mortal days.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Go, lest we claim you.
It was all crazy. I'm sure it was. But I became crazy, too. I could take it no more. Who was I to be the avenger of Willie's death? The sentinel guarding the gates of death. I ran. And I'm a coward. I don't care. Let the police do their own death.
Where are you going, Tommy? Hey, take it easy, old man.
Thank heavens you're here. I'm sorry, Ted. I can't get hold of myself. Have you brought anyone with you?
Yes, of course. 2 constables.
Keep them here by the gate. There's something or someone in there.
Have you been drinking?
Drinking?
I've come over here because you told me that...
Willie, dear old Willie, is lying in one of those cabinets.
Yeah, that's what you said, cabinet 28. Well, come on, show me.
Tell them that those 2 cops. Tell them not to move from the gate.
Yes, all right. Anything for a quiet death. Oh, sorry, Tom.
Yeah.
I know that wasn't funny. Yeah. Is he really dead? Willie, I mean. Oh, all right. Let's go in.
As we walked towards the cabinets, my feet felt like tons of lead. I could see Ted looking at me out of the corner of his eye, wondering if I'd brought him out on a hoax, but I was drunk, or worse.
Cabinet 28.
Yeah.
You said he was murdered. His head bashed in. What were you running away from?
I knew a ghost and a killer scaring the wits out of me. Well, killer, ghost, you've got company. I've got the law with me. Why don't you laugh now, you rotten swine?
Yeah, listen, Tom. I'm telephoning an ambulance. You're going to hospital.
Oh, maybe we'll both go to the hospital before we leave here tonight. Maybe we'd better book our accommodation here. Well, why don't you laugh at that, ghost?
Yeah, leave the ghost for a moment. Where's Willie?
You don't understand. Somebody walked out of that cabinet.
Oh, one of the corpses?
Yes. Laugh as much as you like. There he is. 5 months to go before he was to say goodbye to his dead, and now death has claimed him permanently.
Yeah. Stop searching the place with your eyes like that, will you? You make me nervous.
I'm making you nervous. You haven't had anything. Wait till our friend starts making with his laugh. All right. You satisfied that Willie's dead, eh?
Yeah, I am.
Just look at that scar. You see?
Yeah.
Do you think a ghost did that?
I think we'd better all go back to the station. I'll keep these...
Are you crazy? You can't do that. What about the killer or whatever it is? He's here, hiding somewhere.
Yes, I know. It was a corpse that stood out.
Yes, Ted. You've hit the nail on the head. It was a corpse that wasn't a corpse, no? Someone who was supposed to be dead. Someone who had to get out of here because... Yes, they had to get out of here before they commenced an autopsy on his live body. Yes. Is that right? Is that why you killed Willie?
Come on, Chester. What now? The fifth row. Come on, quick. This is it. That's what? No identification tag. This cabinet was supposed to be empty. And yet I saw a corpse stand up and frighten. Quick, back to the other one. All right. Now, look. There's supposed to be a corpse in this cabinet, but not the corpse of Willie Dawson. It says Arthur Hudson awaiting burial. Yeah. Well, now. Yes, now, just a minute. Let me open this.
Yeah.
And that's poor Willie, huh?
Yeah.
His shirt's off, one shoe, and that's when I must have interrupted the killer. And I thought it was a ghost. But don't you see, Ted? The undertakers would have arrived, and poor Willie would have been buried as Arthur Hudson.
Yes, and that means...
That means the corpse that frightened me out of my wits was Mr. Hudson, who isn't a corpse.
Yeah. Now, look here, Tom. This sounds crazy.
Now, look, sir. Even before I started getting scared, I couldn't search the mold properly because I daren't go too far from the entrance or the exit, if you like. But now that our two friends are at the gate, we're going to search this place until we find friend Hudson. There's nothing here, Tom. He must have changed his hiding place when I ran like a scared rabbit. He must be in... Yes, he must be in one of those refrigerating cabinets.
What do you mean? Playing at being a corpse for the second time?
That's it. We're going to get you. You'll swing for this.
Oh.
Nothing there. Try the next one. Not there. What about this one? Yeah. Well, I'll be... Quite a bloom on your cheeks for the dead man. Get up, corpse. Get up, Schiller. Have you got him? Yes, here he is. He looks pretty, doesn't he, with his eyes closed?
Yeah, careful, Tommy, maybe.
Yeah, we'll soon see. All I've got to do is press his nostrils together like this. If he's dead, he won't mind. Like that. Stand up, ghost. Poor corpse. It's very cold, isn't it, without your clothes on? I'll bet you 100 to 1 this swine didn't bother about his fingerprints. Willie would be missing, not dead. He was killed 10 minutes before the morgue was due to shut for the night. Stop him! Hold on, Constable.
They got him. Well, is your name Arthur Hudson? I'm arresting you for the murder.
Cold. I'm shivering. Oh, cold, are you? I thought ghosts didn't feel the cold.
Please, blanket or something that should rise in the darkest doorway. Please, I catch my death of cold.
Oh, you'll catch his death of cold. Morning, sir.
Oh, come in, Tom, come in. Yeah, I read your piece this morning. You said there were questions that need to be answered. You said that there were likely to be sensational developments.
That's right.
Yeah, well, it's all in the bag. Arthur Hudson, an out-of-work actor, meets Dr. Herbert Williams. Williams had been struck off the medical register after being sentenced for a drug offense. Well, now, he knew about Willie Dalton and the government morgue, since he was at one time connected with the municipal pathological department.
That was the tie-up.
Yeah, that was the scheme. Hudson pretends to be very sick, see? Gets his landlady to phone Dr. Williams. Dr. Williams injects him with a drug that gives him an appearance of death, signs the death certificate, manages to get him put into the police morgue, and you know what?
What?
All for a 50,000 quid life insurance.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Well, if poor Willie hadn't suspected something and hadn't telephoned me, they might have got away with it, too.
Yeah, that's it. The idea was for Hudson to put on Dalton's clothes and switch identities until Hudson was safely out of the building. He tried to frighten you. You see, he couldn't leave until you did.
He frightened me.
Yeah.
If you hadn't arrived in time...
Yeah, well, never mind that now. They're both behind bars. Although friend Hudson is suffering from a severe chill.
Really? You don't think that you're...
Oh, excuse me, yeah. Hello? West London CID, Sam Wallace speaking. Who? What? Yes, all right. I'll look into it. Yeah, we'll send the man round right away. No, not at all. I've got another story for you, Tom.
That's good. What is it?
Yeah, that was Morgan and Sons, wholesale butchers. Their refrigeration room has been burgled.
A carcass of beef has been stolen. You interested?
You can go and fry yourself.
What a chilling experience for our young crime reporter. And as for that man Hudson, fancy giving poor old Willie Dalton such a cold reception. Actually, I don't think Mr. Hudson planned things very well, do you? The plan didn't have a ghost of a chance.
In world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door, of course.
The manufacturers of King Cigarette invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door.
Flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3.5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door.
world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5 today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5 today.
Down thing, do you know that?
Well, hurry, darling. Take it easy. Pull off the road till it ease it up a bit if you like.
It's been like this for the last hour, hasn't it? I can't see it easing up. What's the time?
Yes. Watch has stopped. 10 o'clock it says, but it was that at least half an hour ago.
Well, we can forget about getting home early tonight.
Well, the farmers will be pleased.
Hey, look. Someone's decided to wait till the storm has passed over a bit.
That car at the side of the road, you mean?
Yes.
There's someone standing there, isn't there?
Looks like it. He's flagging us down. What shall I do?
Trouble by the looks of things. Yes, look, he's been trying to fix a puncture.
It could be a trick, couldn't it?
You mean a hold-up? I don't think so, darling.
You always were a trusting so. Anyway, we'll see what he wants.
Ah, here he comes. He's in uniform.
Yes, it's a railway uniform.
I'm so pleased to stop. I'm having a bit of trouble.
Puncher?
Yes, the spare's flat. I've been stuck here for half an hour. You're the first car that's come along.
Oh, you better get in. Oh, my name's Michael Wright. This is my wife, Pamela.
How do you do?
I'm pleased to meet you, and that's no error. Bill Evans is my name.
Well, now, where do you want to be, Bill?
Well, I'm on the railway. I suppose you can see that. Should have been at the station half an hour ago.
Which station is that?
Rossiter Station. It's about 10 miles from here.
Okay, you just show me how to get there. We'll give you a lift.
That's very kind of you. You turn off to the right about a mile ahead. Just ahead there. That's the station.
Oh, I see. It's miles from anywhere, isn't it?
There's the local farmers, mainly. Look, why don't you shelter here a while, Mr. Wright? I mean, the storm's not worth it anything. It's warm and dry in the waiting room, and I could offer you a cup of tea.
That's very kind of you,
Oh,
Bill.
yes, let's do that, Michael. You're tired of driving. I'd love a cup of tea.
All right, then.
Better run for it. Follow me.
Right.
Through there.
Come on, darling. Ooh. Hey, I'm soaked. Oh, so are you, Pam.
Oh, never mind. Better than driving through that horrible storm all the while.
Make yourself comfortable. I'll make the tea. Let's hope there's some milk left.
Okay. What's the matter, darling? You're shivering. Oh, have you caught a cold, do you think?
Well, I'm all right, just relief, I think. I hate driving in weather like this. Rain, thunder. I imagine all sorts of terrible accidents.
Why didn't you say? You know I'd have stopped.
But I know you'd prefer to keep going. I'm glad we've stopped, really.
You look a bit feverish to me. Here, let me feel your forehead. Oh, quite hot, you know. I think you've got a temperature.
Oh, it's nothing. Nothing a cup of tea won't fix.
Funny little station, this, isn't it? Rossiter. I never heard of it, have you?
Never. But I don't know this area well, in any case.
You know, I think our friend Bill is the only one here. He must be booking clerk, porter, and station master rolled into one.
Yeah. Sorry I took so long. I'm afraid the milk was finished, but, well, I thought seeing as it's so cold, you might like to have a drop of something stronger.
Oh, that's marvelous, Bill. That'll buck you up, then.
Not feeling well, Mrs. Wright?
Oh, it's nothing.
No, the glasses aren't very dainty, but they're clean. Here we are, then. Cheers.
Ah, thanks. Here's to one.
I've been at Rossiter ever since. I do everything here. And I like it. Another drop, Michael?
Just a little bit. I've got to drive, remember? Yeah, you can't be far off midnight, can it? Whoever thought we'd spend the night in the railway station, eh, darling?
What time is it, Bill?
I'll have a look in a minute. The clock's through there. Can't be 12 yet, though. The express goes through at 12. We'll hear the bells. There's a warning bells at about 10:02. And I have to nip down to the signal box at the end of the platform and clear the line for it. Another drink, Mrs. Wright.
Well, not for me. I'm feeling much better, though, Michael.
Good. Must have just been the rain. Rossiter. You know, I thought I didn't know the place, but the name rings a bell now.
Big smash here 5 years ago. In all the papers. Maybe that's where you know the name from.
I remember. Rossiter. I do remember.
Everybody for another drink? That's the last of the bottle we've just had, I'm afraid.
I'd like another, Bill. Have you got any more?
Yeah, there's another bottle where this one came from. I'll go and get it.
Well, getting into the spirit of the party, eh, darling?
Listen, Michael. I got him out of the room deliberately.
Whatever for? Ah, you want to tell me how much you love me?
I remember this accident here 5 years ago. Do you?
Vaguely. A lot of people killed, I remember.
That's right, but do you remember what caused the accident?
No. Who cares anyway?
I remember the accident very well. And the station master was drunk, darling. He was drunk. He didn't work the signals properly or something, but he was to blame for the smash, don't you see?
See what?
This chap's the station master, too, and it's the same time of the year. And he's been drinking.
Oh, well, don't worry, ma'am. I'll see that history doesn't repeat itself.
It's not that. I mean, it's not history. I'm so confused. But why don't we know what time it is? I mean, why did my watch stop?
You forgot to wind it, I suppose. What are you getting at, Pam?
This man's name is Evans, isn't it? Bill Evans.
That's right. I thought I do. I'm having a ball.
The more I think about this smash 5 years ago, the more I remember. The station master who was to blame never came to trial for his part in it.
Well, they must have decided it wasn't his fault.
No, it wasn't that. He committed suicide.
So?
Don't you see what I'm trying to tell you? His name was Evans. The same as this man. Evans, darling. Evans.
Another bottle left.
Oh, good, Bill, good.
How long did you say you've been working here at Rossiter, Bill?
Too long. Here you are, Mrs. Wright.
Thanks.
Are you the only one who works here, Bill?
That's right. I told you. I'm Jack of all trades.
And supposing you're sick or out of action or something?
Mustn't get sick, must I? And for you, Mr. Wright?
Thanks, Bill. No more for me.
Come on. Just a drop.
Fine. Not too much. How about yourself?
In a minute. One or two things I have to go and check before the express comes through. I won't be long. Just got to phone through. Won't be long.
Darling, what's happening?
There's nothing happening. He's not a ghost, if that's what you're worried about. Ghosts don't drink and get drunk and talk as rationally as he does.
Oh, how do you know? How many ghosts have you spoken to?
Come off it, Pam. Look, you caught a bit of a chill in the rain and you're imagining things.
What am I imagining? His name is Bill Evans. He told us that himself, so I'm not imagining that. And it's July, the middle of July, just the same as it was 5 years ago. That's not imagination, is it? And he's been drinking. It's just the same as it was.
It's coincidence.
And how do we
know how ghosts behave. All right, so you don't believe in ghosts. Neither do I. You say it's coincidence. Well, it's too much of a coincidence. And he seems strange to me. He seems odd.
He's perfectly normal, darling, really.
Oh, right. Well, it was an express train due at midnight.
Well, that's the same. We know that. What caused the smash?
I don't remember it. Yes. Yes, I do. Oh, my God.
Yes, I remember now. Yes, of course. It had been raining heavily, hadn't it?
Yes, that's right. And there'd been a washaway on the line about 5 miles from here.
Yes.
This station was the last point, the last signal point at which could have stopped the train. Oh, darling, I'm scared.
Now, wait a minute. Now, that could be a coincidence, too. Rain isn't uncommon at this time of the year, you know. Now, the station master was drunk, wasn't he?
It's the same. It's all the same.
Pull yourself together, Pam. There must be something different. Wait a minute. They must phone through from the point further up the line, mustn't they? Yes, they do. That's it. Now, that's something that's different. I remember on the night of the smash, the storm had been very heavy, just like tonight.
Just like tonight.
Yes, but there's one big difference, my darling. On that night 5 years ago, the storm damaged the phone line. Telephone lines were down. That's why it was all left up to the station master, who was drunk.
Yes, that's right. I remember.
Well, the phone lines aren't down tonight, are they? You heard Bill say the warning bell. It'll go any minute.
But that isn't the phone line, is it?
Well, same thing. Now, do you feel better?
Michael, I feel... You're right, I suppose. It is just coincidence. Well, the phone must be all right, mustn't it?
I'll lay odds that's just what Bill's going to do now. Phone through to the other station further up the line. You'll see. Just a string of coincidences.
And the name?
Evans isn't an uncommon name, is it, my dear? Bill Evans, there must be thousands of them.
Yes, I think.
Any alarm down here? What? Any bell? Did the bell ring? No, not yet. Anything wrong? Anything storm? The phone lines are down.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
Well, who would have guessed it? The phone lines are down. I always say there's nothing like a good storm and a disrupting of communications for making things easier for the ghosts to walk. Don't you agree?
Phone lines? You mean the station's cut off?
That's right. I can't get through.
Oh, it's just the same. It's the same.
So what are you going to do now, Bill? No, it's not all that serious, really. Only if something's wrong on the line. No reason to suppose there should be, but, well, we always play it safe. I'll better go to the signal box. Play it safe? You mean you're going to stop the train? There's a direct line through the signal box from the station up the line. It's 10 to 1, that'll be all right. I'll check from there.
Oh, there's going to be an accident. It's just like 5 years ago. I know it.
I won't be long. Just keep your fingers crossed that the line to the signal box is still okay. Otherwise, we'll have to disrupt the railway services and stop the express.
See, Michael, he is a ghost. He must be. I wonder what's happened to the rail station master. He's going to cause an accident this one.
For heaven's sake, relax, darling. Even if he is a ghost, which he isn't, What could he do? He can't go out and dig the track up and cause a smash that way. There can't be an accident unless there's something wrong on the line.
How do we know there isn't? The storm, the rain. 5 years ago there was a wash away. How do you know it's not the same tonight?
Because things don't happen that way. 5 years ago, there was a weakness somewhere. The rain caused the earthwork to give way. Now, don't you think the authorities will have made quite sure that that can't happen again, however severe the storm?
I don't know. I don't know what to think.
What do you want me to do?
I think you should go after him. I think you should be with him.
Good heavens, what on earth for?
But he might be able to prevent something terrible happening.
Nothing can happen, Pam. I've told you.
Please, Michael, for my sake.
All right, if it'll make you feel better. Now, will you be all right here?
I don't know who that man is or what he is, but there's strange going on tonight.
I'll open it up. That's my signal box. Poor Pam. He's got a vivid imagination, all right. Ghosts don't behave like he's behaving, I'm sure of that. What? What's that? Hello?
Over here.
Bill?
Over here. I've hurt my leg.
Bill, what happened?
It's my leg. The rain platform was slippery. Maybe the drink, I don't know. I slipped. I've hurt my leg. What's funny?
Bill, I'm sorry. I shouldn't laugh. It's relief, I suppose.
Oh.
Look, I'll get you back to the waiting room. One thing's certain now. I haven't had much to do with ghosts, but I'm sure they don't fall and break their legs. Oh, yeah, Bill, it's not much of a splint, but it'll ease things until Pam can get you to the hospital. How far is it?
Not far.
You all right, darling?
I'm fine. No, don't worry about me. I'll get into the hospital all right.
You know what has to be done, Michael?
I think so. Now, check the line is clear and make the signal go.
That's right. There's nothing to it.
No, don't you worry, Bill. Come on, Pam. Just give me a hand. We'll get in the car. All right.
Is that you, Bill? You sound different.
No, Bill's sick. I'm filling in.
How? Dirty night, isn't it?
It certainly is. Ah, very good. Now, the first from the right, Bill. Well, on earth?
The express through yet?
Not yet.
Ah, thank goodness I got here in time. I'm worried about your husband.
Don't worry about Michael. He's resourceful. He'll manage.
Well, it's not far now. See that turning to the left?
I see it.
Yeah, turn there. It's about a quarter of a mile down. Doesn't matter who I am. I work on the railways. You can see that, can't you?
The uniform. Yes, of course.
Then do as I tell you.
Watch your way, you
3 miles down the line, the whole cutting's caved in. If the express isn't stopped at Rossiter, there'll be a terrible accident. Stand over there. Right. There she comes now.
Can you stop it in time?
Thank heavens, yes. Now then. All signals red. Stop the train. That's it. All signals red.
He's closer.
She'll stop. She'll stop in the station. It'll be all right this time. It'll be all right.
Ethel?
Well, I'm sorry you hurt your leg, but it's such a relief.
A relief?
I don't know what it was. My watch stopped. I'm feeling a bit feverish, perhaps. I don't know, but everything seemed the same.
Same?
The smash 5 years ago. Well, that was at this time of the year, wasn't it? And the names are the same.
The name?
Well, the station master then was called Evans, wasn't he?
Oh, I see. Yes, he was, as a matter of fact. No relation. Evans is a common name, I suppose. Oh, don't tell me you thought that...
I really feel silly about it now, but relieved, too. Well, it was the storm, you see, and everything was the same.
Well, I'm no ghost, Mrs. Wright. And I think I've got a broken leg to prove it.
There's been a washaway. The line's blocked.
Washaway? Who's this? This is the express, you know. Here, you're not a railway man.
No, I'm not.
Well, then?
It's a long story, but there would have been a smash-up if I hadn't stopped you. Look, ask the old man. That's right, isn't it? What happened? That's the old man. He's disappeared.
Oh, here's his bed.
Oh, he's fine.
Hello. Well, the hero himself. Oh, nice to see you.
How's the leg?
Oh, coming on fine, thank you. It'll be a bit before I'm up again, though. Well, I read all about it in the papers, but tell me what happened.
Oh, Bill, there's nothing to tell, really. It wasn't me. It was the old fellow, the railway worker.
Go on.
Well, I checked that the line was clear like you told me to. I got the go-ahead, and I was going to signal the train through when the door burst open and this chap came in. He told me there'd been a washaway. He actually threw the signal. He stopped the train. He's the one who should have got all the congratulations, not me.
I didn't hear about this railway man.
No, they didn't mention it in the papers.
What did he look like?
Well, now, about 50, I'd say. Going grey.
And a beard? Did he have a little beard?
Yes, that's right. Now you mention it. Yes, of course he did. You must know him, I suppose.
I never met him.
Well, then, who is he?
Well, like I told you, I'm the only one working on the railways around here. It's a lonely spot.
But I don't understand.
I think I do. I've just remembered something. It was raining cats and dogs outside that signal box. And he'd obviously come through the rain. His uniform was quite dry. Dusty, in fact.
I don't believe in ghosts either, Mrs. Wright. But I'll bet if you ask him his name, he would have told you he was Evans.
You don't mean...
Evans. The man who was responsible for the smash 5 years ago. He was making amends, you see. I hope he rests peacefully now.
So who was it that stopped the train? You see, the thing that has me confused is that we've got old Bill Evans with us. Here, behind the creaking door. And he swears he knows nothing about it.
In world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3/5 today. It's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3-5 smoke.
Flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The creaking door. Manufacturers of State Express 3-5s Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting the creaking door.
Good evening, friends of the creaking door. The creaking door is opening, so do come in. No. Then if your telephone rings in the dark, dim stillness of the night, don't answer it. It might be me.
World class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3-5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3-5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3-5s today.
Through the agonizing throes of a nightmare, of trying to hold on to some semblance of sanity. Such a man is Bill Sampson, as he lies in his dingy bedroom near the docks.
It never stops. Now it's coming from the room upstairs. Coming down, as if the ceilings are safe. Let the water drip. Let it drive me mad. I can't stop it. I can't stop it. I can't.
You can. It is from the room upstairs. You can stop the drip.
Now I'm hearing voices. This is how it starts when the mind begins to snap. You hear voices.
You're hearing my voice.
I've got to see. Something's happened to the lights.
Why lights? We can only come close like this in the dark, Bill.
Bill? We really know each other?
I know you. Go upstairs. See what's there.
Go upstairs. Wait.
Don't go away. No one's here. I'm going mad.
But you're wrong, Bill. Listen to the door close behind me.
I went upstairs to the room above immediately. There was a man with a knife wound still fresh. He was dead. Hello, police. Hello, police. The telephone. It's dead, too. Into the fog. Police. Must find a policeman. Police!
Bill.
You?
Fancy calling the police.
There's been a murder.
Didn't you know?
Didn't I? Well, why? How could I know?
Because you murdered him.
What?
I saw you do it.
Why would I want to kill a stranger?
Why? Unless
I was...
mad.
Who are you? I can't see you.
Does it matter? Here in the darkness and in the fog.
What when the fog lifts?
It will never lift for us. Are you still going to call the police?
I don't know.
They'll never understand what drives you to kill. As I do.
As you do?
Yes. As I know you, Bill. Now go back to your room.
My room.
And then back to the room upstairs. Change to a suit of clothes and carry him down to the street.
And then?
I've a car. I'll help you hide him from the world.
But I...
Go on, Samson. Let me think for you. You prefer me to, don't you?
I don't know. All I know is I'm afraid. Afraid to think for myself. Afraid. She drove, and I couldn't see her face. I could only imagine it behind her black veil. But I could feel her thinking for both of us. And I could sense her presence, too, as if there was an aching nerve connecting us.
We're there, Bill.
Where?
Where the dead sleep.
A cemetery?
Yes. Carry him in your arms behind me as I show the way.
I carried him into the fog, along a path that ran between rows of graves. He was light in my arms.
Here, Bill.
It's a mausoleum.
Yes. Can you see?
The buried.
I'll strike a match.
3 open caskets.
There, first, closest to you, is his.
There's a nameplate on it. Richard. Just one name.
Just Richard. Put him to rest.
Oh, wait. It's a date scratched on the plate. The date is today. Tonight.
Of course, Richard did die tonight.
Yes, but how?
Put him to rest. Drop the lid. He's hidden from the world.
But not from me. I shall always see it. Always.
Bill?
Yes?
I I can feel you trying to think for yourself. Don't.
3 coffins. 2 more empty.
The nameplates are Henry and Robert.
And their dates?
Tomorrow night and the next.
How will they die?
You will kill them.
Why?
Because it is in your nature to kill.
But why? 2 more strangers I've never seen.
You'll do it for me. In gratitude.
Gratitude? For tonight?
Aren't you grateful?
You say you saw me in the room upstairs, but... But if I don't believe you?
Does it matter? After what's being done? We're getting out here. Goodbye. Until tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Where's it to be?
Outside the Beacon Club at midnight.
How will I know you?
I'll know you. Good night, Bill.
The pale lights were the red eyes of the morning, closing with the rising mists, disappearing from sight. The red eyes of morning. I've been having a nightmare. None of it had happened. It was a game that the imagination plays when the mind begins to go. It was hours before I found my way home. Found my way back to the room upstairs. Closed. The door was closed with dust curling from the action of the doorknob, as if the room had been sealed up for years.
You're at the wrong door, Mr.
Joe.
Downstairs, you live number 3.
I know, but I...
Yes?
Who lives in this room?
Nobody.
You sure of that?
Nobody lives in there. Empty a year already.
Could I have a look inside?
Sure. It's only an empty room, you'll see.
Well, I heard some noises coming from it. I couldn't sleep.
Oh, nice it was. Hang on. There's the room.
It's empty.
It smells empty.
Oh, the furnishings are gone. The couch was here, and over here a lamp.
Are you furnishing the place?
I'm remembering it, as it was furnished. There was a straw rug on the floor, stained red and seeping through down through the floorboard. And a picture hung here. A wolf howling at the moon. Picture by Sargent. These things... where are they? What have you done with the furnishings? Let me go.
Joking me like that. I'm going to call the police.
No, Joe, please. No, policeman. I'm not well. Something woke me and frightened me.
Oh, mice, I told you. They're in the walls and in the floor.
Yes, it's mice. I know that's what it was. No, I'm sorry. I lost my head. Forget it, please.
All right.
Thank you. Thanks. Downstairs, in the room below, in my room, it all became vivid again. As vivid and real as the bloodstains on the bedclothes, the dried patches of red rust on my pajamas and dressing gown. I went to her the following night. I tried not to, but the streets were one road leading to her.
You can't.
I couldn't help myself.
I know.
I came to see your face, if you have a face.
You think not?
I think sometimes you're a shadow thrown by my imagination. A shadow thrown by a sick mind.
Look at me with your own eyes.
I am looking.
And what do you see?
No veil. This time there's a mask, the smiling mask of a goddess.
The goddess of June. And a costume to match. See?
Yes. Why this masquerade?
It's carnival night inside the cafe. We're going in. Wear this mask. And put this in your pocket, close to your fingers.
Thank you.
Yes. Henry prizes it most in his collection.
Henry is the nameplate on that second casket.
Yes. He's an expert. You'll return the dagger before he misses it.
Henry's inside?
An honored guest. You know him by his laughter. The loudest laughter you hear inside.
I'm to do a murder for you?
For you, too. You're forgetting I know you, Bill. I know what drives you.
Yes, I hear it.
Like murder. That's Henry laughing. Bill?
What?
When you return his prize, do it only when he's laughing.
I did it like that. Exactly like that. In the mausoleum, we put Henry beside the first. We put him to rest with his cheeks and eyes still wrinkled in laughter.
Close the lid.
He looks happy, as if he's laughing at me.
Laughter was a scheme with Henry. A scheme to warm you to him. A way to disarm you. Close the lid.
And then what would he do?
Make you the fool and the victim.
As he made you?
Perhaps.
Are you making me?
You're daring to think for yourself.
No, but how did you know I could do what I did?
I know you.
Tell me about myself.
You sleep through the day.
Yes. I hide until night.
You were grown as a man, with no memory of boyhood.
No memory. No.
You're afraid of your hands.
What you said, you've described me. It's as if it's me talking. It's me telling you about myself. It's as if the agony inside me found its own voice.
I told you I understand you, Samson. I told you I understand what drives you. Come now, back to the center of the fog. I'll leave you there again to find your way home.
Well, when is it to be for the third casket?
Tomorrow. Robert's good.
Where will we meet?
I'll find you. Come. It's almost morning.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today.
Well. Poor Bill. When a body meets a body coming through the fog. Let's get back to the mystery of the mausoleum, shall we? The fog stayed another day, another night. As heavy as it was and oppressive, the mind groped towards a light that wavered in the mists, a light that wouldn't hold still for even a moment's sanity. And questions that ran together as my mind fell to pieces. Things assembled by the imagination. Things fitted together from broken pieces of sanity.
The third coffin is for Robert. Only Robert now. and they're filled.
And your revenge is complete.
You're trying to think for yourself again. You'll meet Robert in his home. Come, I'll show you where.
How will I know him?
He'll know you.
Know me?
He expects you. I told him to prepare for death.
Why did you?
To wring every suffering from him.
Not far away, at a townhouse with a stucco face melting in the fog. An unbolted front door. And music. Music like a dirge for the dead. That man. A short, stumpy little man with eyes watching my approach. Go away. Go home. I was told you'd expect me like this. Go home. I was told that you were prepared to die. No. Prepared to live. See. A pistol. Your hands won't be quick enough. Go home. But I must. She's put a spell over you. That's Rita's way, and her madness. Rita, you've given her a name. Forget her. Forget the murders. Run away and hide. Can I hide? If you go far. But you'll find me if she does. No more, I promise you. No more. You're free to walk the streets unmolested. Free to board a train. Go away and forget. You want to escape and forget everything. Don't you? I don't know if I do. I don't know. I walked the streets, unmolested. Hours and hours with no one beside me. No voice. It was as if she, Rita, had evaporated into the mist. The sound of cars. I could see as if my sight was suddenly back, as if I'd wakened from a walking sleep. As if I'd snapped back to the night I ran from the room upstairs, screaming, "Police! Police! Police!" Please. Come on now, wake up, wake up. Wake? Yeah, you talked yourself out and then you fell asleep. Asleep? Yeah. Sergeant Flanders brought you here. Oh, what time is it? Well, it's early morning. I talked myself out, you said, and then... Yes. And you know about the last 3 nights? Oh, yes, it's all here on paper. What a story, what an imagination. Imagination. The goddess in the night and the room upstairs. The tomb with 3 coffins. Oh, we didn't fill the last coffin. She told him to prepare. Yeah, I know. He was ready with a pistol to shoo you away. Well, he ordered me to escape, to forget. Yeah, but you didn't listen to him. No, I had to talk about it. I had to tell the world to stop me from murder. Yes, you did. You talked about it. You've got it all written down here. Now, let's go into the main room. There's someone I want you to meet. No, stop it! Keep him away from me! All right, Doctor, we got him under control. All right, now. Take another look, Bill. See who it is? Yeah, it's... Oh, my head, it's... You told me to go away to escape. This is Dr. Harvey. He's the owner of this sanatorium. You're William Sansom. We haven't met before. I've been meaning to visit you, as I do all our patients. Patients? Yeah, you mean I... Take it easy, Bill. You were charged with a homicidal attempt on your girlfriend. Uh-huh. As a result of a psychiatrist's report, you were given a suspended sentence so long as you went into a sanatorium.
It's for your own good, Bill. You've got an instinct to kill.
Yes, that's what I've done. Heaven help me. Rita, she made me kill.
Now, it's all in your mind, son. You haven't killed anyone. You've been in this sanatorium. Hey, wait a minute. When you escaped, did you...
She's there! I've got her on the lawn. She's not in my mind. It's not. She says she stands like marble. The cold sun on her, looking like I'd imagined she'd look. A painted smile on her face. Her lips are too thin for laughter.
You're identifying one of our patients. That's Rita.
Quick! It's her! Rita! Tell me what you made me do! The things you said out there in the lawn!
All right, and watch him. You better watch that young lady, too.
You know, Sergeant, Rita is my first cousin. We were all left a considerable amount of money by our Uncle Justin. The money to be divided equally in the case of one of us dying. Rita knew of Sampson's homicidal impulses. She played upon his imagination. Poor Bill.
What will they do to him? I thought it was all in his mind. The man's committed 2 murders.
They're both mad. They'll be put away for the rest of their lives. All they will have left is their imagination.
Fancy walking about in all that fog and mist, not knowing who he was, or where he was going, or whom he was going to kill next. It's enough to make a man go out of his mind.
World class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door? Of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3.5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door.
have flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The creaking door. The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door.
Good evening, friends of the creaking door. The creaking door is open, so do come in. Be careful of my friend over there. He thinks he's a ventriloquist dummy, but he isn't. Or at least I don't think he is. Perhaps we'd better find out before the curtain goes up.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3/5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3/5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3/5s today.
Yes, that Turpin's a fabulous ventriloquist. Oh, just listen to that applause. Yes, but he's not the best we ever had, not by a long way. Yes, I've been manager here for over 20 years, you know. I've seen them come and go. But the best ventriloquist, the greatest act I ever saw in my life, that was Bertini. He was an Italian, spoke broken English, but what an act. Funny the way I first met him. He came into my office on, yes, it was Wednesday morning. Came bursting in here, he did, with the dummy on his arm. First I thought he was joking. Then I realized he was deadly serious.
This man here, I refuse to share a dressing with him any longer. I insist that you arrange. We have 2 dressing rooms.
Who are you talking about? What man?
This man here on my arm. He's no good. Can't even walk for himself. I got to carry him everywhere. This is the one I can't stand any more, the nonsense.
Look, what are you talking about? Here, you don't mean that dummy, do you?
Of course I mean the dummy. That's what he is, a dummy. Gino here, my partner in the act. I can't stand it any longer. The arguments. Every night he comes into the dressing room, he fights with me. He argues with me. I want to separate the dressing room. I refuse to dress in the same room as these little pipsqueaks.
Now, listen, Bertini. Look, you expect me to believe... Now, listen, that's just a dummy. Look, he can't argue with you. He can't speak unless you speak for him. Now, listen, old boy. I think perhaps you're hitting the bottle a bit too hard, eh? Isn't that it? Oh, I've got no complaints. I mean, far from it. Your act's certainly bringing him in, but, well, that's just a dummy. He's made of wood and papier-mâché. Now, look, Bertini, you just take things easy, eh?
So, you think I'm drunk? You think I'm mad? I tell you, this swine here, this dummy, you say, he makes my life a misery. Are you going to give me the other dressing room?
Oh, of course you can have another dressing room. You can have 10 if you want.
Thank you. Now then, you know good Gino. Are you satisfied? So you won't answer. You also want the manager to think that I'm too much with the drink. You little troublemaker. One day I will kill you. I tell you that for sure. Dummy or no dummy. One day I kill you.
Well, I ask you, have you ever heard anything like that? You see, well, as you no doubt know, but just in case you don't, a ventriloquist has his dummy, usually with a carved wooden face and hinged jaw. The ventriloquist himself operates this jaw and the turning of the dummy's head and so on by controls in the back of the dummy. And as for the voice, well, it's the ventriloquist himself, of course. He pitches his own voice a little higher. He speaks without moving his mouth or throat, and he throws his voice. He projects it so that it sounds as if it's coming from somewhere else and not from him. But it's him all the time. And that's what made me think that Bettini was hitting the bottle too hard. I mean, when it comes to imagining things like that, well, I ask you. Anyway, I gave him another dressing room for the doll, and the next day he was very much happier. Or he seemed to be much happier.
Good morning, Senior Manager. Benvenuta. How are you this morning?
Me? Oh, I'm fine, Bettini. And you? Well, you look a lot happier today.
Me? But of course I'm happy. Now at least I can get away from that doll. You think I'm mad, eh? But I tell you, I'm not mad. Maybe one day I will be with that doll. He drives me crazy.
Yeah? Well...
But now everything fine. Now I put him in the dressing room and he stays there till the show. That's fine. Now I'm happy.
But his happiness didn't last for long. That night after the show, I went backstage to see if everything was all right, and I heard voices coming from Bettini's dressing room. Not the one where he kept his dummy, the second one I'd given him, but his own dressing room. Yes, voices. Loud and angry voices. At first I thought he was fighting with one of the stagehands. Then I realized he was talking to himself, pretending to talk with the dummy, Gino, you understand? But really talking to himself. So I stood outside the open dressing room door and I listened. Well, I've never heard anything like that in the whole of my life.
Yeah. Who asked you to come here, hey? Who asked you?
If you don't like me in here, why don't you throw me out, eh?
Don't provoke me, you little monster. I will do that one of these days.
Talk is cheap. You stick me in that other dressing room and you leave me there all day, all night. You take me back in this dressing room with you. Otherwise the show does not go on next time. You understand?
Oh, shut up, you twisted little monster. You make me sick. You think you can blackmail me like that? I'm not frightened of you. You hear that? I'm not frightened of you.
You better take care, my friend Bettini. If anyone were to pass and hear this conversation, they would think you were crazy.
Shut up. That's enough from you. I'm telling you for the last time, Gino. If you don't shut up, I kill you.
Up till then, I've been sort of humoring Bettini. That night, I watched the act. Well, there was no doubt about it. He was very good. And more than that, he was great. Then halfway through the act, I got a surprise. A girl walks on. Yeah, that's right. A girl. Well, I knew nothing about that girl, and of course, as theatre manager, I was supposed to. But she comes trotting on, and she starts in taking part in the act. Well, she was nothing to look at, this girl, I can tell you. But then I saw just how brilliant Bettini was. he starts making the dummy Gino flirt with the girl, you know, winking, peering at her over Bettina's shoulder, the whole works. And while Bettina's pretending to get more and more mad, or at least I thought he was pretending, anyway, that night, the act went bigger than ever. And after the show, I sent for Bettina to come and see me in my office. So he comes along with the dummy in his arm, and I could see at a glance that something was very wrong.
You want to see me?
Yes. Sit down, Bettini.
Thank you.
Now then, I caught your act tonight.
Oh, so that's it. Huh? You saw the girl, I suppose.
Yes, that's right. I saw the girl. Now, listen, I'm not complaining.
Well, I am.
I beg your pardon?
Me, I'm a complaining. If that girl goes on tomorrow night, then I don't.
Now, wait a minute.
You think that I would change the act without telling you about it?
You mean you didn't know? But how on earth...
Him, this little evil one, Gino, he did it.
Gino? Now, hang on a second.
Go on, tell him. Tell him, you little follower of the black one. Tell him. Oh, I see. You see how clever this one is, Mr. Manager. When you are here, he refused to talk. He wants you to think I'm mad. Because that is what he's trying to do. He's trying to drive me out of my mind. Very well, I will tell you. I will tell you what happened. This hunchbacked, watery-legged swine, he come to my dressing room last night.
Now, look, wait a minute. Now, how could he come to your dressing room? He can't walk.
He comes to my dressing room. To my dressing room. He walks inside. It's not the first time he's done such a thing. He tells me that tonight, in the show tonight, this woman must appear. I refuse. I tell him it's impossible. Never. I work only with a doll. No assistants and no women.
And she goes on, Betty. She goes on. Otherwise, I don't.
What you mean you don't? What you talk? Of course you go on. That at least I can make sure of. I carry you on myself, so I know that you will go on.
Yes, you carry me. But you wouldn't like it if I walked off, would you? Walked off in front of all these people. You wouldn't like that. And I will do it. Unless Maria comes on stage in the act tonight.
You're bluffing. You wouldn't dare.
Yes, I would. I would do it. I would get off your knee and walk on these horrible little legs made of old clothes stuffed with newspaper. I will walk off. So you see, Bertie, my friend, you'd better do as I say.
Now, wait a minute. Now, hang on, Bertie. Are you trying to tell me that doll, that dummy, could have walked off the stage?
Yes, I know. You think I'm going crazy, but I tell you, it happened before. It happened in Milano before. He threatened to walk off. He did. That's why I never work in Italy anymore these days.
Now, look here, Bertie. Look, you're a nice guy, and I hate to see you getting into this state. Now, what you're saying is quite impossible, you know.
You don't believe me. You say I'm lying.
No, not at all. I believe that you think you're telling the truth. But what you've been saying is quite impossible. I mean, look at that dummy. Look at it. I mean, it isn't alive. It can't talk to you unless you do the talking, and it can't walk. What you say is impossible.
Of course. That is what I should have known you would say. You think I work too hard, and maybe drink too hard, and I imagine things. This is all your fault, you twisted little man. Why you no speak to the manager? Why you not tell him I speak the truth, eh?
Drop dead, you stupid man.
In world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3 5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3-5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3/5s today.
That isn't very nice, is it? I mean, would you stand for a dummy speaking to you like that? No wonder poor old Bertie thinks he's losing his marbles. Perhaps he's right. After all, we know that it's impossible for a ventriloquist dummy to speak on its own, don't we?
Well, I want to tell you that for a moment, when that dummy spoke, I thought that in some horrible, incredible way Bertie was telling the truth, because I swear that although by this time Bertie was on his feet, the dummy was still sprawled in the chair where Bertini had put him. They were a couple of yards apart. Bertie never touched him, that I'm sure of. But when the dummy spoke, I swear by everything that's holy that I saw the dummy's jaw move. Bertie picked up the dummy and he stormed out of the office. But not before I noticed that there were tears in his eyes. Yeah, tears. And not the Latin tears of rage that one might have expected. He was crying. The silent, sort of lost tears of complete hopelessness. Oh, I felt bad, I can tell you. I didn't know what to think. It was impossible that somehow Gino, the dummy, could have a mind of its own. It was impossible that the dummy could walk and talk. It was impossible. But it seemed to be true. So the next night I watched the act again. And again, the girl was in it. And again it went like a bomb. I went round backstage after the show and I knocked on Bertie's dressing room. I knocked, and Gino answered.
Come in. Come in, Mr. Manager.
Now, listen, Bertie. Yeah. What's this? What goes on?
Close the door. Bertie won't be long.
Yeah, where's Bertie? Bertie, where are you?
It's you, Mr. Manager. I won't be long. I'm washing my hands. Wait a moment, please. Yes. There is something I can do for you, maybe.
Now, Bertini, you were in there? Oh, I see. I thought I was going round the bend.
He spoke to you. Gino spoke to you. Now, perhaps you'll believe me.
Believe you? Now, look, Bertie, look, don't try and get me believing the impossible. Any good ventriloquist like yourself to throw his voice from the washroom to me here, that doesn't mean a thing.
But don't you see?
What?
He's so cunning, this one. You'll see what he does. You'll see. He talks to you when he knows that you will think it is me doing the talking. You little... I will kill you. Take that!
Now, wait a second.
I hate you again, you monster.
Look, will you stop that? You're making me think I'm going mad. It was brilliant ventriloquist work. He was hitting the dummy and making the cry of pain himself, of course. But it made me feel sick somehow. At least, that's what I thought was happening at the time. But today, I don't know anymore. The show that night was the last one that Bertini ever did. And it was nothing short of brilliant. I watched from the wings, and once or twice I could have sworn that Bertie and Gino spoke at the same time. Impossible, of course. But once or twice... Anyway, they had a real set to on the stage over this girl. Oh, it brought their house down. And once again, after the show, I went round to his dressing room. This time, the door was open. And before I went inside, I stood for a while listening. In a way, I wish I hadn't. But I stood there and listened.
what I said. I quit. I'm finished to the act. I'm through.
That's all right with me. Monster, go. See if you can get somebody else to put up with your nonsense like I do.
You don't think I'll have any difficulty getting another job, do you? It's you that's going to have trouble. Ventriloquists are too a penny. But where are you going to find another dummy like me? A dummy that does all the work for you. You going to be sorry, Bertie.
I can't go on like this. You're driving me mad. That's what you're doing. You're driving me mad. Why can't you be like the other dolls? Why can't you?
I can't help the way I am. None of us can help that.
Anyway, enough is enough. There's only one boss here. That boss is me. You heard me. I am the boss. Either you do as I say, or the act is finished. I don't care, Gino. I'm warning you. I don't care. I've made enough money. I'll retire.
And what will you do with me?
You. I'll lock you up inside your suitcase. I'll leave you in the cloakroom at the station. That's what I do.
You wouldn't dare.
Oh, yes. Yes, I would. You're frightened now, aren't you? That's good. For too many years, I've been the one who has been frightened. Now it's your turn. Yes, you are frightened.
So, you would lock me in a suitcase and put me in the station. Well, listen to me, Bertie. That wouldn't do you any good, you see. Sooner or later, even in 5 years' time, someone would open that gate and I would still be there. You can't starve me to death or suffocate me, you know. Even after 10 years, I would still be there. And once they opened that gate again, I would find you. I would find you.
You couldn't. You're a dummy. A doll.
Yes, that's what we want people to think, isn't it?
But you are a doll. I made you myself. I carved your face and I stuffed your legs and arms with newspaper. I know it's impossible. What you are saying is impossible. You are a doll. A dummy. I'm not frightened of a dummy.
Then if you're not frightened, why are you shouting like that?
I refuse to talk with you any longer. Shut up. The matter is closed. I've made up my mind. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up!
I'd heard enough. I wanted to walk away and leave him to it. Something prompted me to push the door open and walk in. The dummy was propped to the chair in front of the dressing room mirror, and by some chance, the way he'd been put there, it looked as if he was leaning on his elbows. Bertini was striding up and down the room like a man possessed. I don't know what I was going to say to him. I suppose in the back of my mind somewhere was the thought that I'd just better start to calm him down. I stood just inside the doorway, my glance going from Bertini to the dummy. Bertini never noticed me. But to this day, I swear that dummy looked me straight in the eye through that dressing room mirror and laughed.
That's right. Go on. Laugh. Make the most of your laugh. Because, my friend, I tell you, this is the last time you laugh. I made you myself. I know what you are. You are a nothing. So, that's right. That's what you are. I made you myself. And because I made you, I've got the right to finish you. I'm going to finish you. You hear me? I'm going to finish you.
Until he took 3 strides and knocked the dummy sprawling from the chair. I watched, horror-stricken, as Bertie lifted his leg and with the heel of his right boot pounded again and again into that dummy's wooden face.
You don't believe me, monster. You didn't believe me. No, maybe you'll believe me when it's too late. I kill you. I kill you. I kill you. Bettini has made you. Bettini gave you life. And Bettini takes it away.
Oh, come on, Bertie. Now, come on, old man. Look, I think you've done the right thing. It was only a dummy. So come along with me. Come on. You need a rest. course. As a matter of fact, he's still there. Yes, he's still in the sanatorium. I went to see him about 5 years back, but never again. I shall remember that to my dying day. I went inside that little private room, and he was propped up in bed. He lay there quite motionless, his eyes staring fixedly at the ceiling, and when I spoke to him, it took a second for him to answer. And then, only his bottom jaw moved as he said,
"It was good of you to come and see me, Senior Manager. But don't worry about me. I'm fine."
A sad story, don't you think? Poor Bertie doesn't know if he's Arthur or Martha. And we have a problem, too. We're not quite sure who this dummy is that we have here behind the creaking door.
Moved in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders, and the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door? Of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3.5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock, when they will again present The Creaking Door. I have flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3.5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door.
Good evening, friends of the creaking door. The creaking door is open. So do come in. You'll meet some interesting people. including our creaking door attorneys, Messrs. Shaken, white-lipped, and trembling. And it's no secret how they got that way.
Smooth and world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3 5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3-5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3 5s today.
It is early morning at the big prison on the misty river. From the great gate comes a warder, beating his arms against the cold. He opens the side gate to admit a small, stocky man who smokes a cigar and glances nervously around.
There you are, Mr. Charteris, sir.
Thanks. You all ready?
All ready, sir. This way, the governor's waiting for you.
I know my way.
And you ought to know, sir, seeing as how you've been here so often. You may like to know he ate a good breakfast.
Oh, the prisoner?
That's right. Resigned, he seems.
You don't have to come with me.
Sorry, sir, it's regulations. A warder must accompany the hangman at all times. It's really so that you don't get attacked, sir. You see, some of the prisoners are getting a bit angry. Very popular, Harry Morse is, Mr. Charteris. Very popular among the villains. Well, here you are, the governor's office. Come in.
Good morning, Major Wilson.
Morning, Charteris. You're late.
It was fog in town.
Don't tell me that kept you.
No, perhaps not.
Or are you like the rest of us? Scared?
I've never been too scared to do my duty.
The men think he's innocent.
Major Wills, they aren't men. You aren't in the army now. They're prisoners. He's a murderer. He was found guilty by a jury of his peers, very properly sentenced to death.
The trouble is, I think Morse is innocent. Don't you?
With respect, isn't our province, sir. You're the prison governor, and I'm the hangman. My respective parts are very simple. Got to play them properly. Now, if you excuse me, sir, I see that all's well in the execution chamber. I'll see you there, Governor. You have to sign the warrant before I can act, remember?
Yes, I'll be there. Much as I hate the idea of hanging an innocent man, our duty is plain. Yes, I shall be there.
Morning, Morse.
Good morning. Is it time?
No, not yet. Morse, we know what it's like for you, and I'm sorry.
No. Nobody knows what it's like. It's lonely, my friend. Lonelier than outer space.
Only one way to look at it. We all got to go sometime. You might have been spared worse than that. Hanging.
Spared worse?
Would it make you feel any better to confess? Usually does, they say, and it's customary.
Confess? Confess to a murder I didn't do. I didn't kill Judge Peters. I wasn't near the house. I was called out by the man I told them about, the tall man. He kept me busy while they did what had to be done. I was framed, I tell you.
Well, it's your business.
But the gun was yours and it had your prints on it. You're known as a criminal. The judge had given you 5 years at hard labour, and you thought he'd no right to do it. You escaped from jail, man. How could you be innocent?
It doesn't matter. It's too late now.
Yes, it is too late.
How long have I got?
10 minutes. Brace up, Morse. You're a popular man, and since the days of the old highwaymen, popular villains always made a good end. Yes, we'll all remember you, Morse. Don't worry about that. We'll all remember you.
Major Wills.
Charteris, what's wrong, man?
What's wrong? I can't go through with it, that's all. I can't.
Pull yourself together.
I've seen the sign. Sign, I tell you. There in the execution shed. No, I can't go through with it. The chap's innocent.
You speak of a sign. What sign?
When I opened the door of the execution shed, he was there. Morse. Standing on a trap of the gallows. A rope round his neck.
It couldn't have been Morse. Morse is in the condemned cell, and you know it. And he's alive, so it could hardly have been his ghost.
I tell you, I see.
Pull yourself together. You're suffering from nerves, that's all.
Me? Me suffering from nerves? Not in your life.
Remember what happened to your father?
Yeah. My father was the best hangman this country ever had. Well, he killed himself. I know very well. Lots of us go that way. You see, a man's sort of different when he's alone. That's when they come. When they stand round with their heads bent. The ones you turned off. When the daylight comes, it's different. They just vanish away. Whoever heard of a haunted execution shed? Why, the idea's nonsense.
That's exactly what I've been telling you, man. Hang it all, Charters. You can't expect me to ring up the Home Secretary and get him to postpone an execution because you started seeing things.
He was standing on the trap with the rope round his neck. The hood was over his head. He raised a hand to me. Stop. It's like a cop on point duty.
Excuse me, sir, is the execution postponed?
No, of course not.
Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, it is.
Because, beg your pardon, sir, that poor fellow waiting in the death cell. The convicts are starting to get out of hand. You know what it's like when there's an execution? They're all on edge. Morse is a very popular man.
Yeah, I'll talk to Morse, then to the men. And Charteris, you stay here and try to screw up enough courage to do your job. Water Bates, examine the execution shed and tell me what you discover. We'll meet here in 10 minutes. Morse?
Yes?
There's been what I might describe as a technical hitch. I'm very sorry that your ordeal should be dragged out. The matter's beyond my control.
I understand.
But I can hold out no hope of any kind. You're aware of that. As soon as arrangements can be made...
I know. I understand. What's that noise?
The convicts are demonstrating.
They know I'm innocent.
They're greatly affected by any execution. When one is delayed, well, they tend to break down.
They know I'm innocent. So do you.
I've not studied your case, Morse. It's none of my business. You were properly found guilty by a jury of your peers. That's all that concerns me. You were sentenced to death, and jail delivery was effected at my prison.
I didn't kill Judge Peters. A tall man lured me away from home that night. But there's no use talking to you. It's not your fault, I know that.
There was a single fact you could remember about this man. Or if you could explain away one bit of the evidence. Now listen.
No, that's it, you see. I've been cleverly framed. Nothing's been left to chance. The tall chap got me out of my house and away from home. Then I had no alibi. That was when they killed the judge.
Morse, what can you remember about this man? Think hard.
Nothing. I remember nothing.
What did he say?
He said my brother was in trouble, that he'd been arrested. He said his name was Lippy, that's all, just Lippy. He said I had to sign for my brother's bail.
Every thief caught with the goods on him always says a tall man handed them over, or a short man, or a fat man, never a man who can be identified. Try, Morse. You're standing in the very shadow of death. I don't know if you can help it, but somehow I've always believed your story.
There's nothing that can be done.
Try, man, try. What kind of a voice had this tall man?
Voice? Like a crook. Like an old lad. Talk from one corner of his mouth without moving his lips, you know.
It's hopeless, isn't it?
Yes, I know that. Nothing short of supernatural aid could save me now. But there's no hope of that.
Isn't there, I wonder?
I've examined the execution shed, sir. There's nothing there. Nothing at all.
I don't believe it. You're lying, Bates.
I'm not used to being called a liar, even by a hangman who's lost his nerve.
I'll tell you, I've seen it.
That's enough.
I've
That's
seen it.
enough, both of you. I'm going to report a small technical hitch in the execution. Bates, take Charteris here to the execution shed and demonstrate there are no spooks or bogies in it. Then test the gallows with a bag of sand the same weight as the prisoner. The execution will take place immediately afterwards. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Right, go to it.
There. Perfect. Want me to try it again?
No. It worked. They know he's not guilty.
Straighten your spine, you snivelling rat.
All right, I see.
I'm going to get this over with before the men have breakfast, and if you won't pull the lever, I'll do it myself.
All there, boss.
Have you anything to say, Morse?
Nothing.
You've received spiritual aid.
Yes.
The sentence of death must now be carried out as per the sentence of the court.
The trap won't work. It won't work. We can't hang him now. We can't.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3 5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3-5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3 5s today.
How very amusing. One might call it the case of the haunted hangman who was in there swinging but got caught in his own trap. I've heard that if a man resists hanging the first time, he can't be hanged again. But I'm not at all sure this is the case. Let's find out, shall we?
Morse back in his cell.
Yes, sir. Convicts are kicking up a row still.
They keep the doors closed.
You ask me, we'll have a full-size riot on our hands if we try and hang Morse again.
The sentence of the court is clear. As for the fiction that an execution cannot be attempted twice, that's utter rubbish. We must simply persevere, that's all.
Well, do it yourself. I can't.
Very well, Charteris. I shall. But first, be so good as to help us with that bag of sand. We'll go and test the trap again. There. Now, pull the lever. Now, there's nothing wrong with the mechanism. There's a great deal the matter outside. Come to me, Bates. Open the door.
Quiet, you men! There's no cause for alarm, men. I want silence here. Any prisoner continuing in this fashion will be severely punished.
Shall I sound the alarm and arm my men, sir?
Not yet, Bates. Poor devils, I can't blame them. The hangman's got the jitters, and none of us believe Morse is guilty. I'm going to telephone the Home Secretary and ask for a stay of execution. Until the morning, Bates. We have a stay of execution until the morning. I'm ordered to have the gallows working or resign. The scandal will shake the entire country.
He should be reprieved. He's been through enough.
Yes, Bates, but the law is the law. There's nothing we can do. Unless we can show clearly that Morse was not guilty of the judge's murder.
Not much chance of that, sir.
No. And yet, I wonder... You remember the circumstances of the case, don't you?
Not very clearly, sir. I followed it at the time, but so far as I can remember, the evidence was clear.
Morse claimed he'd been wrongly convicted of a robbery. Found guilty and sentenced to 5 years hard labor.
Peters was an hanging judge. He was a man who liked Parsons sentenced to death. Yes, he kept Charteris busy, Judge Peters did.
Morse escaped from prison. And the judge was found shot. And Morse, when he was arrested, could only produce a weak story about a tall man who lured him away from the house. And the rest of the evidence was conclusive.
I must say it seemed so to me, sir.
Bates, if we could find that man...
Plenty of people had it in for Judge Peters. He sent Manor into the gallows and young Eddie Chance. Eddie never deserved to die. It was manslaughter, pure and simple.
Bates, that's your opinion. You didn't hear the case.
Like animals, just like animals behind bars.
I must act soon if they don't stop it. The refused general threw the food about. By the way, where's Charteris?
He's in the duty room, sir.
I want to talk to him.
He's still raving about this ghost or apparition or whatever it was he saw.
Very well, I'll see him there. In the meantime, try to get some sense into the prisoners. This isn't helping anybody. So, men, is it direct mob action or do they seem to have a leader?
Cockney Harry, a lifer. He leads most of the trouble around here. Pelham Morses, sir. Escaped with him.
Bring him to my office under guard.
Yes, sir. Shall I charge him with a breach of regulations?
I want to talk to him first. If he knows Morse, well, he might be able to help. Now, I'd better go and see Charteris. Charteris?
I'll tell you our story. I was standing there in the execution shed, the ghost of a ghost. You have a drink?
Take it easy, man.
Why didn't the trap work? Tell me that, then.
How do I know? Perhaps the wood had warped or something.
I've inspected it. There's no warp. Put a sack on the trap. Crash, it works. Put Morse on it. It don't work. Why? Forces. Supernatural forces, Major Wills. An apparition. Hello, apparition.
The execution will take place tomorrow morning at 8. There must be no slip.
You just get a new hangman. You haven't seen him the way I did. You haven't seen him standing round you in the dark. Just a glimmer on from the lamps outside the house. Looking just as they looked. Just as they looked.
Hold yourself together, Charteris.
Just as they looked.
Now, pull yourself together. You'll drive yourself out of your mind.
I'll get away my day, Ben. He tied a rope himself. He never did a better job. He calculated the drop exactly to the inch. He just stepped off. It's painless, Major. I ought to know.
Stop drinking and stop that gibbering, or I'll have you locked in a cell.
Excuse me, sir. Garrett's in your office.
Garrett? Oh, yes. Cockney Harry. I'm coming in a moment.
He's a tall man, Garrett, yeah. He's a very tall man, isn't he?
What do you mean?
I just said he was tall.
The one thing you can do to help the situation, Charteris, sober up. Well, Garrett?
Oh, I feel fine, Governor.
You know the penalty for acting against authority?
Yeah. I've got to stand in the corner and get kept in after me sewing class.
Morse is a pal of yours, isn't he?
What if he is?
You don't like what happened this morning, do you?
Makes a change, Governor. This is going to leak out, you know. You can't stop it. God, what a jail. The hangman's drunk and the gallows won't work, and you're going to try it on the poor devil again tomorrow.
The law will take its course and justice will prevail.
Chase my Aunt Fanny round the exercise yard. You smug, bloated, frog-faced son of a...
Keep a civil tongue in your...
Leave him, Bates. Leave him. Let him blow off steam.
You're a fair man. Well, everybody says so. Until now, I reckoned you were decent. For a screw. But you've got no hope, have you? You can't hang Morse. Go on, try. Get creepy Charteris sober and let him have another go. You'll go down in history as the man who couldn't hang Morse. You'll see.
What were you doing in the execution shed today?
Just a morbid interest in such things. I had an old uncle once.
You admit being in the shed. It was you whom Charteris saw.
I don't admit nothing.
Why did you shoot the judge?
Me shoot him?
Yes, you. You escaped and took Morse with you, not the other way about. Why did you escape, Garrett?
Claustrophobia. I had a girlfriend once who couldn't even stay in a room with the door shut. And not with me, she couldn't.
You killed Judge Peters. Why, man?
Me kill him? Oh, don't make me laugh. I'm the only bloke with a perfect alibi. And my alibi is Morse, that's who. Morse himself.
And you were the tall man he met that night. An unfortunate slip of the tongue, wasn't it, Harry? Bates, bring Morse here. We'll save that man whether he likes it or not. Morse, I want the truth.
Yes, Morse. Tell him or you're going to get into trouble.
Shut up, Harry. Morse, was this the tall man who lured you away from the house that night?
Yeah, I've admitted it, boy. It's okay, you can tell him.
Yes. Harry asked me to meet him to discuss getting out of the country. He said there was a ship.
Yeah, so there was. There you are. I was outside the house with Morse at the time. Now do you believe I didn't kill Judge Peters?
We'll see Charteris in the execution room, all of us, now.
Let me inform you, I'm a man in a respectable and important government position. I'm not to be trifled with. And let me tell you this. If I can't hang Morse, nobody can hang him. Morse, I'll see you at 8 sharp tomorrow with that. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Stay where you are, Charteris. Have you ever heard of a case before in which a convicted prisoner couldn't be hanged?
Lots of them. My colleagues usually won out, you know. Crime doesn't pay, eh, boss?
It seems incredible to me, Charteris, that a man in your profession hasn't heard of the most famous case of all. The original case of the man they couldn't hang.
What are you getting at, Major?
Did you plan the escape, Charteris?
What?
Did you get Morse out of jail in order to give you a perfect setup for murder? Did you frame Morse and betray him?
What an idea.
And in the end, you found you couldn't go through with it, didn't you, Charteris?
Don't say anything you can't prove.
You found you couldn't hang Morse in the end, and so you told us the tall story about the ghost in the execution shed and the trap that wouldn't work.
You saw it work with a sack of sand.
But you weren't standing in place, were you, Charteris?
Huh?
You see, I read that story, too. The man they couldn't hang. And I guarantee that when you stand in place, there's a plank that slides out under the trap and stops it working.
I had to kill the judge. I had to.
But why? That's what I can't understand. Why?
Because he killed my father. Drove him off his head. My dad reckoned was innocent. They had to go. It was the same with me. I've been off my head with it. The hanging judge, they called him. But he didn't have to do the hanging. I did. I did not. Major. When it comes to be my turn, please let my assistant turn me on. Young Sammy. He's got a touch, Sam has. He's an artist. Couldn't be succeeded by a better man.
Interesting lives some people lead, don't you think? And as for poor Charteris, the executioner, he keeps us in fits of laughter with his merry jests. Here, behind the creaking door.
in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door, of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3.5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door.
About this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. Manufacturers of State Express 3.5's Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door. Good evening, friends of The Creaking Door. The creaking doors. So do come in. It's no good holding back. But don't look too closely. Otherwise you'll see the dim outline of that horrible specter that appeared in your nightmares. Ready to go? Of course you are. The spirits moved you. Get 3.5s. Get the taste. 3.5s by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3.5s. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3.5s. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3.5s the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3.5s. Get the taste. White Oaks is a gloomy estate somewhere along the jagged coastline. White Oaks has long past its heyday. On the floor in a corner of the library, staring blindly at the ceiling, is an old man, his cheek and neck riddled with bullets. Across the room is a young man mortally wounded. 10 feet away from him is a safe. Against the safe door is a homemade chemical bomb with its fuse sizzling, like a giant firecracker about to explode. The door of the safe is thrown open. The contents scatter around the young man lying nearby. Smoke circles around him, and cash and securities drop at his feet. He tries to get up, but he can't. His hand creeps to a bundle of cash and drops helplessly over it.
Miller. Yes, go on, son. Don't die yet.
Who are you?
Police.
How do you know my name?
Went through your baggage. You've been masquerading as Tom Reed.
Yes. Fool that I was.
Didn't get far. How'd you feel?
Like death. Well, where am I?
In hospital. You take a lot of killing.
Did I? You wouldn't be bursting with curiosity about me.
Ready to talk, son?
I am. If you'll listen.
That's what I'm here for.
Jim Miller's my name. As a kid, I went right out of reformatory into jail. Number 106317 was my name for 10 years. 106317. Every night before turning in, I swore that 106317 was how many it would cost society to square accounts with me.
Society answering to the name of Tom Reed?
It just happened to be Tom Reed. It could have been Dick Nobody or Harry Anybody.
How did it begin?
I was a day out of jail, hanging around the docks, wondering where I could catch the price of a drink. A big liner had just come in out of the fog, one of those pleasure liners. I watched the passengers come off, without a care in the world. Among them was Tom Reed, dressed to kill. My eyes kept wandering over to him. The thought kept jabbing at me that there was a man I could be if I played my cards right. We were about the same age and build, except that Reed was a little paler up the hill. All Reed had on me was a bankroll. A car rolled up, and Reed went to him. I went after him. What scheme I had in my mind, I'm not clear on anymore. It might have been the ring on his middle finger, or the pounds he flashed when he tipped the kid and brought the car. Or maybe I was just going to catch him either. Anyhow, there I was over at the car, staring at him, tongue-tied.
Yes? Is there something you want?
Yeah. Driving north?
Hitchhiking?
Yeah.
Oh, hop in.
I'm Reed. My name's Jim Miller.
How far are you going?
As far as I can.
But no destination.
No. How far are you going?
About 200 miles. White Oaks. Ever heard of White Oaks?
No.
It's the show place of the Cornish coast.
And what's it now?
A mausoleum. I'm the last of the Reeds of White Oaks.
You're bragging?
I suppose there is something indecent about too much money.
Have you got too much money?
100,000 in 3 days' time.
Why in 3 days?
My inheritance comes to you then.
Well, how do you collect? Does a cashier pile the money up in front of you?
No, a blind uncle you haven't seen for years taps his cane along the floor towards a safe that's been in the family for generations and opens it.
And hands you 100,000? Just like that?
Just like that. My father never trusted banks.
I turned the figure over in my mind. 100,000. 106317. It was 6,317 shy of my number, but close enough to write off the debt owed me. I saw Reed looking queerly at me out of the corner of his eye.
Tempted, Miller.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Pose as me for 3 days, then go off with all that money. Blind Uncle Walter will never detect the masquerade. That's what you're telling yourself, aren't you?
And, where are you all the time I'm posing?
Easy. You've murdered me.
You're putting ideas into my head?
I'm reading your thoughts.
You're a cool-head duck.
And you're an open book, Miller.
If I'd had any idea like that, Reed's openness put the kibosh on it. You can't lay hands on someone who talks on your level. I even got to like him. A little. We chewed up about 100 miles, and I caught that funny look crossing Reed's face again. I watched the hand clasp over his heart. Reed seemed to sag, and the car began to circle wildly. I grabbed the wheel in the nick of time. We almost dropped off an incline. I pulled to the side and shut the motor. What's hit you, Reed? It's my heart. How bad is it?
The doctor gave it a year. I've been shortchanged by 2 weeks. Get me to a doctor.
He sounded like he only had minutes.
Get me to a doctor, Miller.
I stalled. There was a little man counting off 100,000 in my mind, slowly, by ones. Reed's eyes were on me. They were dying eyes. But I caught a twinkle, as if he were amused over something.
Here's your chance, Miller. Just sit it out under the stars. Forget the doctor.
What I like about you is your sense of humor. I'm taking you to a doctor.
Thanks, fool. But don't bother. It's too late.
Reed.
Bury me somewhere. As Jim Miller. You'll be Tom Reed for those 3 days.
You're inviting me to?
It's destiny, perhaps. Perhaps you didn't just happen to come along.
It was too late to play Boy Scout and race for the doctor. Reed was dead. I sat around a while thinking over what to do. But there was nothing to think over. My mind had been made up for me a long time before Reed happened along. I told myself that Reed's dying remark practically made me his heir. But I didn't have to tell myself anything. The little blind man he talked about was already counting 100,000 in my head. 100,000-pound notes. I found a lake about 5 miles up the side road. Not a house or a human anywhere. I swapped clothes with Reed, weighed his pockets with stones, then said goodbye and let him slip. I ran from the car and headed for White Oaks. Reed's wallet pushing against me as I drove. It was a down payment on the 100,000. I got to White Oaks. The storm raged. The house was high on a hill. It looked forbidding. Everything about it seemed to say, keep out. Making an entry was easy. Easy, did I say? Every ghost story I'd heard as a kid played with my spine. If the outside had given me the willies, the interior put the icy frosting on it. There were shadows from kerosene lamps doing a jig on the walls. Not a soul in sight. Where was the blind uncle? Anybody home? I could hear an echo hanging in the air, and then I heard a tapping coming at me out of the shadows. Uncle Walter came towards me, feeling his way with the cane. An old guy with more wrinkles than face. His hand reached for me. I could feel my flesh crawling.
Tom?
Hello, Uncle Walter.
Give me your hand, nephew.
Of course.
It's been so long since I felt the warmth of a reed hand. Your cablegram from the bird was a surprise.
Was it?
I thought you would not leave Honolulu. Wouldn't risk the trip.
Why not? My heart.
Oh, my poor Tom.
Perhaps I'll outlive the doctors.
Your voice, it's changed.
For the better?
It's deeper.
I'll blame it on the Honolulu climate.
Even your speech.
What about that?
It lacks the reed refinement.
I'll blame that on Honolulu English.
They make a professor talk like a costermonger in 6 months. Well, it's been a long time, Uncle.
Yes, it's been a long time.
I'd like to retire. Oh, I'm tired.
Oh, of course, you'll want to be rested tomorrow for your cousin Margaret's arrival.
Margaret? She's coming tomorrow?
Yes.
How is Margaret?
Oh, she's grown into a fine woman. She'll make you a good wife, Tom.
When do the wedding bells ring out?
The day you take your inheritance, as your father wished it. You're displeased, Tom?
No, it's just that I never understood why my father made marrying a condition. The way I am. One jump ahead of the undertaker.
Margaret's the daughter of an old school friend your father knew out east. You and Margaret were playmates as children, and your father wanted someone close to have his money after you. This letter here is from Margaret. It came the other day. If you'd care to read it.
Thank you. I'll read it in bed.
Good night, nephew.
Good night, Uncle Walter.
Get 3 fives. Get the taste. 3 fives by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3 fives. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3 fives. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3 fives the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3 fives. Get the taste.
Well. Jim Miller didn't bargain on a bride. But then he could run into 100,000 unexpected things at Whiteoaks. Let us see what the mysterious Margaret has to say, shall we?
I wonder how the meeting come again.
We were practically infants the last time together. The questions that keep crowding my mind. What does he look like? What does he think about? Will he like me enough? And how will it feel marrying a man who played with as a child 15 years ago? And will you like me too, dear Uncle Walter?
So Margaret didn't know Tom Reed from Adam. All I had to do was to keep the act going for 3 days, grab the money, and leave. The next morning, I drove into the village. I wanted to buy a paper and some odds and ends. I'd left the village store when a fat little man in a seaman's outfit, who'd been hanging about inside, followed me out. I started up a car, and he drifted over.
Right, Whiteoaks, friend?
How did you guess?
The car. It's the cab Reed hired yesterday. Can I catch a lift with you?
You're going to Whiteoaks?
Yes. Tom Reed's guest. Name's Brand. All right?
Hop in. Are you a friend of Tom's?
Well, I was purser on the ship he came over on. We hit it off. I got invited to his wedding. Friendly chap, Reed. Rich, but genuine.
My mind worked at trip hammer speed. With every mile, the car brought me closer to reunion with someone who no longer existed. I had a choice of 2 things. Make a clean breast of everything, or stop Bran before he got to Whiteoaks. I didn't have to choose. Bran made my mind up for me. He threw a sudden bombshell.
What did you do with Tom Reed?
Well, I don't understand.
You're wearing Reed's clothing, you're driving his car, you paid for some junk at the store, you showed Reed's wallet. You needn't sweat. You can do business.
For how much?
Half if you're just masquerading. All if you killed him.
I didn't kill him. A heart attack did. I just stitched the body. Is it half?
I'll let you know.
Start for the woods.
This how you want it?
That's the way it's got to be. All or nothing. No deals with a blackmailer.
Then it's all yours. Put your gun away. You're not going to shoot me in cold blood.
I've got to. The way it is, I've got to. He fell over on his side into the weeds. I'd done it. I'd added murder to masquerade. You didn't just stick your hand out for 100,000, I suppose. It came a lot harder than that. I dragged Bran through the woods, looking for a place to hide him until I could get some tools and bury him later. And suddenly, some motorist unable to get past my parked car on the narrow road. I left Bran as he was and ran to the car. For it was a girl, easy on the eyes, with a rainbow-colored scarf flying in the breeze.
Move your car. I can't get by.
Sorry.
Were you hunting?
Hunting?
I heard shooting.
I took a pot shot at some rabbits.
Any luck?
No, I'm a bad shot.
Too bad. Am I on the right road to White Oaks?
You wouldn't be Margaret?
Yes. I'm Margaret.
No, I'm Tom Reed.
You're Tom.
Disappointed?
Don't mind my staring. I always stare.
She wasn't just staring. She was accusing me with her eyes. Perhaps she knew I wasn't Tom Reed. She hadn't seen Reed since childhood, but maybe there'd been an exchange of photographs. I couldn't let her run blabbing to White Oaks. After Bran, I was up to my neck in it. There was no turning back anymore.
Aren't you going to show me the way, Tom?
The way you keep staring. Why?
Just bad manners.
But you're still staring.
I'm sorry.
She couldn't control her eyes. I followed the direction of her stare, and then suddenly it hit me. Murder was written all over me. There was blood on my clothes. It was as if Bran's corpse was standing beside me, telling the world. You came at a bad time.
You killed somebody. In there. That's what those shots were. You killed Uncle Walter.
Uncle Walter?
And you're not Tom Reed.
You've got a picture of him?
Yes.
Nice and frank. Well, why don't you scream?
I'd rather do this. Stay exactly where you are.
Do you know how to use it, that gun?
Try me and see.
Yes. Yes, I've got to try you. Whether I like it or not, I've got to now. Nice shooting for a girl. My turn now. She bit my elbow. I drilled her clean through the temple. Her shooting first made it easy for me. In a way, it was like self-defense. I was still kidding myself. Funny, I met a girl and killed her, all in less than 5 minutes. The 100,000 was coming a lot harder than I thought. I drove her car and all as far into the woods as I could get, and shot back to White Oaks. Playing air for a couple of days without now. I was running out of time. The plan now was to grab what was in the safe, one way or another, and get as far from the two corpses and the blind uncle as I could get. I got to the safe and began to work at the dials. And then I heard Uncle Walter tapping his way towards me.
John? John?
Uncle.
Give me your hand, nephew. Where is it?
Here. What do you do? Read palms with your fingers?
Yes, nephew. There are flakes of dirt on your palm. As if you've had your hands on the ground.
Not bad. You ought to be a detective.
And there's an odor. The smell of blood.
Let go of my hand.
What's wrong, Tom?
Listen. I've got a gun in my hand, pointing right at you. You're going to tap your way to that floor safe and open it. With no stalling and no questions. No questions.
Yes, I don't know the combination from memory.
You don't?
If you listen. The combination is on a memorandum pad in the library desk.
Get it. He tapped his way along the floor to the desk, stopped over the drawer, then stayed there in a crouch, like a guy in a trench. There was a gun pointing in front of him. You crazy old fool. What good's the gun? You're blind.
You'll not get a penny, imposter.
Get over to that safe and open it up.
Never.
I'm counting 3. 1, 2, better be. He'd shot me with perfect marksmanship. He'd aimed in the direction of my voice. I thought. I moved to side quickly, emptied my gun. Uncle Walter was propped over the desk. I did him in his cheek and neck. He was still alive. The gun pointing in front of him. I crept along the wall to the other side of the room, quietly. I didn't want him aiming in the direction of the sounds again. He aimed the gun. I watched the nozzle of the gun follow me, inching as I moved. The old man was looking at me, watching me, as if he could see it, as if he had perfect vision.
Got me again.
That's the owl of it, Sergeant.
You fixed the glycerine charge in a can and blew the wall safe?
That was a trick I picked up in prison. There were some chemicals in the storeroom at White Oaks. I thought I was going
to collect your fortune.
Yeah. The old man, Uncle?
Dead. He died of those bullet wounds you made.
How did you... What brought you?
To White Oaks. The young lady. She came in and told us that you were trying to rob the safe. That you were likely to commit mayhem.
Young lady?
Sure. Wait a minute. How did you describe this, Margaret? A rainbow-colored scarf. What color hair did she have?
Auburn. Auburn grey eyes. Auburn hair.
That's impossible. Don't die. You can't die. This girl.
Ghost, told you. A ghost.
Hey. What's this? Who's that laughing? Doctor, did you hear that?
I know him.
Did you hear that, Doctor? Well, he's dead. This young man is dead. But the girl, she spoke. Well, I didn't hear anything. You must be imagining things.
Get 3 fives. Get the taste. 3 fives by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3 fives. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3 fives. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3 fives the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3 fives. Get the taste.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door, of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3 5s Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door.
I have flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3 5s Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door. Good evening, friends of the Creaking Door. The Creaking Door is open, so do come in. It's no good holding back, but don't look too closely. Otherwise you'll see the dim outline of that horrible specter that appeared in your nightmares. Ready to go? Of course you are. The spirits moved you.
Get 3 fives. Get
White Oaks is a gloomy estate somewhere along the jagged coastline. White Oaks has long past its heyday. On the floor in the corner of the library, staring blindly at the ceiling, is an old man, his cheek and neck riddled with bullets. Across the room is a young man, mortally wounded. 10 feet away from him is a safe. Against the safe door is a homemade chemical bomb with its fuse sizzling, like a giant firecracker about to explode. The door of the safe is thrown open. The contents scatter around the young man lying nearby. Smoke circles around him, and cash and securities drop at his feet. He tries to get up, but he can't. His hand creeps to a bundle of cash and drops helplessly over it. Miller? Yes, go on, son. Don't die yet. Who are you? Police. How do you know my name? Went through your baggage. You've been masquerading as Tom Reed. Yes. Fool that I was. Didn't get far. How'd you feel? Like death? Well, where am I? In hospital. You take a lot of killing. Did I? You bursting with curiosity about me.
Ready to talk, son?
I am. If you'll listen.
That's what I'm here for.
Jim Miller's my name. As a kid, I went right out of reformatory into jail. Number 106317 was my name for 10 years. 106317. Every night before turning in, I swore that 106317 was how many it would cost society to square accounts with me.
Society? Answering to the name of Tom Reed?
It just happened to be Tom Reed. It could have been Dick Nobody or Harry Anybody.
How did it begin?
I was a day out of jail, hanging around the docks, wondering where I could catch the price of a drink. A big liner had just come in out of the fog, one of those pleasure liners. I watched the passengers come off, without a care in the world. Among them was Tom Reed, dressed to kill. My eyes kept wandering over to him. The thought kept jabbing at me that there was a man I could be if I played my cards right. We were about the same age and build, except that Reed was a little pale around the gills. All Reed had on me was a bankroll. The car rolled up, and Reed went for it. I went after him. What scheme I had in my mind, I'm not clear on anymore. It might have been the ring on his middle finger, or the pounds he thrashed when he tipped the kid and brought me home. Or maybe I was just going to catch him easy. Anyhow, there I was over the car, staring at him, tongue-tied.
Yes? Is there something you want?
Yes. Driving north?
Hitchhiking?
Yeah.
Oh, hop in.
Jim Miller.
How far are you going?
Well, as far as I can.
But no destination?
No. How far are you going?
About 200 miles. White Oaks. Ever heard of White Oaks?
No.
It's the show place of the Cornish coast.
And what's it now?
A mausoleum. I'm the last of the Reeds of White Oaks.
You're bragging?
I suppose there is something indecent about too much money.
Have you got too much money?
100,000 in 3 days' time.
Why in 3 days?
My inheritance comes to you then.
Well, how do you collect? Does a cashier pile the money up in front of you?
No, a blind aunt who you haven't seen for years taps his cane along the floor towards a safe that's been in the family for generations and opens it.
And hands you 100,000? Just like that?
Just like that. My father never trusted banks.
I turned the figure over in my mind. 106317. It was 6,317 shy of my number, but close enough to write off the debt owed me. I saw Reed looking queerly at me out of the corner of his eye.
Tempted, Miller?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Pose as me for 3 days, then go off with all that money. Blind Uncle Walter will never detect the masquerade. That's what you're telling yourself, aren't you?
And, where are you all the time I'm posing?
Easy. You've murdered me.
You're putting ideas into my head?
I'm reading your thoughts.
You're a cool duck.
And you're an open book, Miller.
If I'd had any idea like that, Reed's openness put the kibosh on him. You can't lay hands on someone who talks on your level. I even got to like him. A little. We chewed up about 100 miles, and I caught that funny look crossing Reed's face again. I watched the hand clasp over his heart. Reed seemed to sag, and the car began to circle wildly. I grabbed the wheel in the nick of time. I almost dropped off an incline. I pulled to the side and shut the motor. What's hit you, Reed? It's my heart. How bad is it?
He only had minutes.
Get me to a doctor, Miller.
I stalled. There was a little man counting off 100,000 in my mind, slowly, by ones. Reed's eyes were on me. They were dying eyes. But I caught a twinkle, as if he were amused over something.
There's no chance, Miller. Just sit it out under the stars. Forget the doctor.
What I like about you is your sense of humor. I'm taking you to a doctor.
Thanks, fool. But don't bother. It's too late.
Reed.
Bury me somewhere. As Jim Miller. You'll be Tom Reed for those 3 days.
You're inviting me to?
It's destiny, perhaps. Perhaps you didn't just happen to come along.
It was too late to play Boy Scout and race for the doctor. Reed was dead. I sat around a while thinking over what to do. But there was nothing to think over. My mind had been made up for me a long time before Reed happened along. I told myself that Reed's dying remark practically made me his heir. But I didn't have to tell myself anything. The little blind man he talked about was already counting 100,000 in my head. 100,000-pound notes. I found a lake about 5 miles up the side road. Not a house or a human anywhere. I swapped clothes with Reed, weighed his pockets with stones, then said goodbye and let him slip. I ran for the car and headed for White Oaks. Reed's wallet pushing against me as I drove. It was a down payment on the 100,000. I got to White Oaks. The storm raged. The house was high on a hill. It looked forbidding. Everything about it seemed to say, keep out. Making an entry was easy. Easy, did I say? Every ghost story I'd heard as a kid played with my spine. If the outside had given me the willies, the interior put the icy frosting on it. There were shadows from kerosene lamps doing a jig on the walls. Not a soul in sight. Where was the blind uncle? Anybody home? I could hear an echo hanging in the air. And then I heard a tapping coming at me out of the shadows. Uncle Walter came towards me, feeling his way with a cane. An old guy with more wrinkles than face. His hand reached for me. I could feel my flesh crawling.
Tom?
Hello, Uncle Walter.
Give me your hand, nephew.
Of course.
It's been so long since I felt the warmth of a reed hand. Your cablegram from the boat was a surprise.
Was it?
I thought you would not leave Honolulu. Wouldn't risk the trip.
Why not? My heart.
Oh, my poor Tom.
Perhaps I'll outlive the doctors.
Your voice, it's changed.
For the better?
It's deeper.
I'll blame it on the Honolulu climate.
Even your speech.
What about that?
It lacks the real refinement.
Oh, blame that on Honolulu English. They make a professor talk like a costermonger in 6 months. Well, it's been a long time, Uncle.
Yes, it's been a long time.
I'd like to retire. I'm tired.
Of course, you'll want to be rested tomorrow for your cousin Margaret's arrival.
Margaret? She's coming tomorrow?
Yes.
How is Margaret?
Oh, she's grown into a fine woman. She'll make you a good wife, Doc.
When do the wedding bells ring out?
The day you take your inheritance, as your father wished it. You're displeased, Tom?
No, it's just that I never understood why my father made marrying a condition. The way I am. One jump ahead of the undertaker.
Margaret's the daughter of an old school friend your father knew out east. You and Margaret were playmates as children, and your father wanted someone close to have his money after you. This letter here is from Margaret. It came the other day. You'd care to read it?
Thank you. I'll read it in bed.
Good night, nephew.
Good night, Uncle Walter.
Mysterious Margaret has to say, shall we?
I wonder how the meeting with Tom again.
We were practically infants the last time together. The questions that keep crowding my mind. What does he look like? What does he think about? Will he like me enough? And how will it feel marrying a man played with as a child 15 years ago? And will you like me too, dear Uncle Walter?
So Margaret didn't know Tom Reed from Adam. All I had to do was to keep the act going for 3 days, grab the money, and leave. The next morning, I drove into the village. I wanted to buy a paper and some odds and ends. I'd left the village store when a fat little man in a seaman's outfit who'd been hanging about inside followed me out. I started up the car, and he drifted over.
Going to White Oaks, friend?
How did you guess?
The car. It's the cab Reed hired yesterday. Can I catch a lift with you?
You're going to White Oaks?
Yes. Tom Reed's guest. Name's Brand. Right?
I'll hop in. Are you a friend of Tom's?
Well, I was purser on the ship he came over on. We hit it off. I got invited to his wedding. Friendly chap, Reed. Rich, but genuine.
My mind worked at trip hammer speed. With every mile, the car brought me closer to reunion with someone who no longer existed. I had a choice of 2 things. Make a clean breast of everything, or stop Brand before he got to White Oaks. I didn't have to choose. Brand made my mind up for me. He threw a sudden bombshell.
What did you do with Tom Reed?
Well, I don't understand.
You're wearing Reed's clothing, you're driving his car, you paid for some junk at the store, you showed Reed's wallet. You needn't sweat. You can do business.
For how much?
Half if you're just masquerading. All if you killed him.
I didn't kill him. A heart attack did. I just stitched the body. Is it half?
I'll let you know. Start for the woods. Is this how you want it?
That's the way it's got to be. All or nothing. No deals with a blackmailer.
Then it's all yours. Put your gun away. You're not going to shoot me in cold blood.
I've got to. The way it is, I've got to. his side, into the weeds. I'd done it. I'd added murder to masquerade. You didn't just stick your hand out for 100,000, I suppose. It came a lot harder than that. I dragged Bran through the woods, looking for a place to hide him, until I could get some tools and bury him later. And suddenly, some motorist, unable to get past my parked car on the narrow road, I left Ben as he was and ran to the car. It was a girl, easy on the eyes, with a rainbow-colored scarf flying in the breeze.
Move your car. I can't get by.
Sorry.
Were you hunting?
Hunting?
I heard shooting.
I took a pot shot at some rabbits.
Any luck?
No, I'm a bad shot.
Too bad. Am I on the right road to White Oaks?
You wouldn't be Margaret?
Yes. I'm Margaret.
Well, I'm Tom Reed.
You're Tom.
Disappointed?
Don't mind my staring. I always stare.
She wasn't just staring. She was accusing me with her eyes. Perhaps she knew I wasn't Tom Reed. She hadn't seen Reed since childhood, but maybe there'd been an exchange of photographs. I couldn't let her run blabbing to White Oaks. After Brand, I was up to my neck in it. There was no turning back anymore.
Aren't you going to show me the way, Tom?
The way you keep staring? Why?
Just bad manners.
But you're still staring.
I'm sorry.
She couldn't control her eyes. I followed the direction of her stare, and then suddenly it hit me. Murder was written all over me. There was blood on my clothes. It was as if Brand's corpse was standing beside me, telling the world. You came at a bad time.
You killed somebody. In there. That's what those shots were. You killed Uncle Walter.
Uncle Walter?
And you're not Tom Reed.
You've got a picture of him?
Yes.
Nice and frank. Well, why don't you scream?
I'd rather do this. Stay exactly where you are.
Do you know how to use it, that gun?
Try me and see.
Yes. Yes, I've got to try. Whether I like it or not, I've got to now. Now I'm shooting for a girl. My turn now. She picked my elbow. I drilled her clean through the temple. Her shooting first made it easy for me. In a way, it was like self-defense. I was still killing myself. Funny, I met a girl and killed her, all in less than 5 minutes. The 100,000 was coming a lot harder than I thought. I drove her car and all as far into the woods as I could get, and shot back to White Oaks. Playing air for a couple of days without now. I was running out of time. The plan now was to grab what was in the safe, one way or another, and get as far from the two corpses and the blind uncle as I could get. I got to the safe and began to work at the dials. And then I heard Uncle Walter tapping his way towards me.
John? John?
Yes, Uncle.
Give me your hand, nephew. Where is it?
Here. What do you do, read palms with your fingers?
Yes, nephew. There are flakes of dirt on your palm. As if you've had your hands on the ground.
Not bad. You ought to be a detective.
And there's an odor. The smell of blood.
Let go of my hand.
What's wrong, John?
Listen. I've got a gun in my hand, pointing right at you. You're going to tap your way to that floor safe and open it. With no stalling and no questions. No questions.
But I don't know the combination from memory.
You don't?
You should listen. The combination is on a memorandum pad in the library desk.
Get it. tapped his way along the floor to the desk, stopped over the drawer, then stayed there in a crouch like a guy in a trench. There was a gun pointing in front of him. You crazy old fool? What good's the gun? You're blind.
You're not dissipating, imposter.
Get over to that safe and open it up.
Never.
I'm counting 3. 1, 2, better be. Oh. He'd shot me with perfect marksmanship. He'd aimed in the direction of my voice. I thought. I moved to side quickly, emptied my gun. Uncle Walter was propped over the desk. I did him in his cheek and neck. He was still alive. The gun pointing in front of him. I crept along the wall to the other side of the room, quietly. I didn't want him aiming in the direction of the sounds again. He aimed the gun. I watched the nozzle of the gun follow me, inching as I moved. The old man was looking at me, watching me, as if he could see it, as if he had perfect vision. Got me again. That's the end of it, Sergeant.
You fixed the glycerine charge in a can and blew the wall safe?
That was a trick I picked up in prison. There were some chemicals in the storeroom at White Oaks. I thought I was going
to collect your fortune.
Yeah. The old man, Uncle?
Dead. He died of those bullet wounds you made.
How did you... What brought you...
To White Oaks? The young lady. She came in and told us that you were trying to rob the safe. That you were likely to commit mayhem.
Young lady?
Sure. Wait a minute. How did you describe this, Margaret? A rainbow-colored scarf. What color hair did she have?
Auburn. Gray eyes. Auburn hair.
That's impossible. Don't die. You can't die. This girl.
Ghost, told you. A ghost.
Hey, what's this you said laughing? Doctor, did you hear that?
I know him.
Did you hear that, Doctor? Well, he's dead. This young man is dead. But the girl, she spoke. Well, I didn't hear anything. You must be imagining things.
Manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door.
have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The creaking door. The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door.
Good evening, friends of the creaking door. The creaking door is open, so do come in. You know, some ghosts are awful liars. One of our people here tells the most fantastic stories of his life on Earth. And then he wonders why everyone sees through him.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3/5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders, and the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3/5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3/5s today.
A man sits on a bench near the river. His suit is crumpled and ancient, his shoes broken. Now and then he sips from a bottle of cheap wine that has become his only friend. But he doesn't sip with good cheer and happiness. He drinks in horror.
Move on there. Move on. Oh, officer, I feel pretty weak. Drinking in the afternoon won't make you any stronger. I've been ill. No, sure. I've heard every sob story a hobo ever dreamed up. You know what's wrong with you? They used to call it lack of moral fiber back there in the war. You're just a spineless lump of humanity, not able to get the courage to jump in the river. Now get going or I'll run you in.
Oh, very well. No hard feelings. I know you're just doing the job the city pays you for.
You got the price of a meal.
No, I'm a vagrant. Arrest me if you like. It doesn't matter. Another few days in jail. What's that to a guy like me?
If I stake you to a
You
meal...
know the answer? Booze.
I know some people who help guys like you. Most of them are ex-drunks, and they understand. You sound like an educated man. They might be able to do something for you.
No, thanks. I've got the greatest respect for people like that. They'd sober me up, and the one thing I couldn't stand to be sober. No, officer, the nightmares don't come to me through drink. It's the opposite. They come when I'm sober.
Oh, man, we all have our problems.
Not problems like mine. Officer, did you ever hear a dead woman talk?
Huh?
Did you ever have a dead woman tell you that she loved you after you'd murdered her?
Now, what's this talk about murder?
You can't arrest me for it. Sure, I killed her. Sandra helped. Maybe it was Sandra's idea. But you can't arrest me for killing Jeanette because Jeanette isn't dead. You see, I was married to Jeanette when I fell for Sandra. Sandra was beautiful. Jeanette was insipid beside Sandy. I loved Sandy.
Yes, Sam.
I love you.
Me too.
How can it happen to a man like me, 35 years old, married, not really living, and then one day...
Oh, it happens, darling. It happens all the time. One of the big things of life. The biggest. And it happens to you and me. Why do you love me?
I don't know. Yes, I do. Your hair, your lips, the way you walk, the swing of your skirt, the touch of your fingers in the dark.
Did you love your wife that way?
No. Jeanette was the girl next door. Everybody expected us to get married. Well, we did. It was like most marriages. Oh, we didn't even fight. Just petty bickerings, deadly dull. It was never like the thing I feel for you.
Wouldn't it be wonderful
If I were free, I often think that.
Oh, it's wicked to think like that. After all, Jeanette deserves her happiness, too.
She isn't happy with me. How could she be?
And she might divorce you.
Yeah. I'll tell you what I'll do, Sammy. I'll wait until we have one of our usual rows and ask her. You never know.
That's how it started, officer. Just a few words said casually.
Tell me the rest of it.
Sure. But remember, there's no arrest you can make because she's still alive. How? Search me, but she's alive and kicking, I know that. You see, officer, I don't know exactly when I decided to kill her. Perhaps it was when she refused to divorce me. Yeah, I think that was it.
I wish you'd remember to wipe your feet when you come into the house, Sam, dragging mud all over the carpet.
Sorry, Jeanette.
Oh, sorry, nothing. I have to clean up after you, don't I?
Yeah, you have to clean up.
And try and take a little care. And we need new drapes for the living room.
Okay, just pick them out, honey.
You don't care, do you? You're tired of me and the house, tired of everything. Who is she, Sam?
Who's who, Jeanette?
Do you think a wife doesn't know? You must be crazy if you do. I know. I knew immediately. Some cheap little floozy.
Well, why should you care? What does it mean to you? There's no love lost between us, and you know it. Suppose there is another girl, and she can give me what you can.
I expect you want a divorce. That's the next step.
Well, I don't see any point in going on like this, do you? Did you ever see any point in it?
You can forget it. Because you may not be the husband of my dreams, Sam, but you happen to be my husband, and I'm not making a free gift of you to some
You
cheap
better
little...
be careful what you say. You don't know her.
I don't want to know her, thank you. Now, that ends the entire sordid conversation, and I refuse to discuss it again.
Make yourself at home, Sam. I'll fix us a drink. Here, take your jacket off.
Oh, this is really like home.
Why, Sam. Sam, you're wearing a gun.
Yeah, I just bought it.
Oh, I hate guns.
This city just isn't safe at night anymore.
No, that's true.
I've never fired a gun in my life.
Well, you'll have to get some practice.
Yeah. Maybe we can go somewhere this weekend, huh?
Sam, if I were you, I wouldn't wear that gun. I wouldn't let anybody know you've got it. Leave it here until you need it.
Until I need it, yeah.
Boy, I'm with you all the way.
Thanks, Sandy.
Well, here's to us.
Yep, here's to us. Shut away from the world, a little hideaway. That's how I want it, Sandy. I don't like people a lot, you know. I want us to be together for always.
That's how it started, officer. I bought a gun. expect I'd made up my mind to kill her then. But I fooled myself that I didn't have to. She might see things my way.
And she never did?
No, she never did. Women are funny creatures.
You can say that again. A woman, some anyway, like being married. They like having the status, if you can call it that, even when they hate the man. Crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
But no excuse for murder.
I don't think I'd have done it. You don't ever know another person, do you? You sit across from them at meals, you share the night with them and talk all the things one talks about. You don't know them at all. I never really knew what was in her mind. Never.
You were late home tonight.
Yeah, that's right.
Seeing your little sweetheart?
Oh, lay off me, will you, Jeanette?
I hoped we could go to a movie, that's all.
You hate me. You show it every day. Why should I take you to a movie?
Because we have to live normal lives, that's why. Does she look like me?
No. You must know she doesn't.
I'll bet she does.
No, she doesn't.
Younger, I expect, and prettier.
I don't want to talk to you about it.
I wonder how she feels. Guilty, I expect. Or is she without feelings of any kind?
What good is all this doing you? You know I want you to divorce me. You know I want to marry Sandy.
Oh, so that's her name, Sandy. How sweet. Or perhaps it's a nickname. Of course, you could leave me and simply live with her. Or is she insistent on the wedding ring? You'll lose a lot, Sam. The house, the car, it's in my name. The alimony won't be cheap. Can you keep your job?
None of it matters. Can't you understand that?
Oh, you have got it badly, my dear, haven't you?
Yes, I have, Jeanette. Our marriage was a mistake, and we both know it. One day the right man for you will come along, and you'll be happy. Now you're just bitter and unhappy.
Sam, a marriage is a marriage. It's for life, and as far as I'm concerned, that's that. If we're unhappy, we deserve to be. I just don't believe in divorce.
Don't be depressed, Sam. Don't be sad about anything.
If she was gone.
Yeah. If it were only an accident, say, or a burglar. You said the city was dangerous. You were right, you know. It is. People get killed. You hear of bad things happening every day of the year. Don't you, Sam?
In world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3/5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders, and the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3/5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3/5s today.
Many a man has felt just as Sam feels. Only a few use the gun, pull the trigger. Interesting people, murderers. I meet quite a few behind the creaking door.
Well, what did you do? The Sandy girl was asking you to murder your wife, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was, I suppose, officer. I wonder if she knew it then. Oh, I didn't need much telling. I was ready for it. But the way it happened was something else again. Something I didn't expect.
I'm happy. Cat that ate the cream.
It's great being here with you, closed away from the world.
Every girl has a man in her mind. Man she wants and needs more than anything else. Do I look like Jeanette?
No, nothing like her.
She's a blonde, isn't she?
That's right. She's a pretty girl, nice girl. Just not for me, that's all. Some other guy, he'd make her happy. Some other guy, but not me.
Sam, I've still got your gun here.
I know.
I'm scared having it here. You better take it tonight.
Okay, Sandy, if you want me to.
You know this thing has to end, don't you?
What do you mean, Sandy?
What I say. It has to end because people can't act this way. Not forever. I'm not your wife. I'm nothing. You better make up your mind to stay with her and love her. There's no other way.
No, please, no.
A girl can't live like this. Sam, you make up your mind once and for all. And here's your gun.
I took the gun and I walked home. She was there, Jeanette, with that martyred look on her face, dinner waiting. Poor Jeanette. None of it was her fault.
I've made dumplings the way you like them.
Thanks.
Can she cook? Sandy?
Just leave me alone, Jeanette.
Whatever you do is your own business, Sam. Here, eat your supper.
I don't feel hungry.
Oh, she can cook, is that it? Take your jacket off.
If you like.
What's that? A gun?
Yes, Jeanette, it's a gun.
Oh, let's see it. I used to be rather a good shot.
Be careful, it's loaded.
Oh, thanks. You poor simp. Did you buy it to shoot me, Sam?
Oh, don't be foolish.
I can read you like a book, Sam. You bought it to kill me, but you didn't have the nerve. You never would have managed it. You haven't the courage to shoot a sick cat.
I wouldn't shoot you, Jeanette. You've done me no harm. If we hurt one another, that's how things are.
But now I have the gun. You pull back the slide, like this. Now it's cocked. Push the safety catch forward. Now it's ready to fire.
Well, careful, it has a hair trigger, Jeanette. Don't point it at me.
Goodbye, husband.
No, it's...
In my hand.
Let go of that gun. Let go. Now, you fool. Jeanette. Jeanette. I swear I didn't mean it.
Hello, Sam. Sam, did she let you come here?
She's dead.
What do you mean?
I shot her.
Sam, tell me quickly.
She was gonna kill me, and we fought over the gun, that's all. I didn't mean to, but nobody will believe me now.
Of course not. Did you leave her just lying there? Oh, Sam, tell me everything.
Yeah, I just left her where she fell.
Give me your door key.
What for? I must go to the police, that's
Give
all.
me the key, you fool. I'm in the stool, you know. Accessory after the fact. I can hang, too. The key. Come on, quickly.
Please, Jeanette.
I'm Sandy. I'm not Jeanette.
Oh, my mind's going.
The key, quickly.
There. What are you going to do?
Never mind. Now, just stay here and don't leave.
Whatever you say, Sandy. Anything you say. That's how it happened, officer. It was an accident.
Well, it sounds like something else to me. Where's your wife now?
I don't know. How could I know?
Well, this Sandy, what did she do with the body?
I don't know. I was scared to ask. She came back that night, and she'd been away for an hour. The terrible thing is, she was looking exactly like Jeanette.
I was scared you'd go to the police, Sam.
Did you Did you go round to my place?
Yeah. There's nothing to worry about.
What did you do?
Don't ask. Just don't go there again, that's all.
But what have you done?
I told you, don't ask me. Some things are better not talked about. Is there any brandy left?
Yeah, almost a bottle.
Pour us 2 drinks. Stiff ones. We need it now.
All right.
We're going to drink it all and sleep.
Anything you say. Here. Yeah.
To us.
I'm too weak to live. Nothing I do.
I love you. That's all you have to remember.
Why are you doing your hair like Jeanette?
Drink your drink, Sam. You're coming apart.
I drank everything she gave me and I slept. It was late in the morning when I woke up. The sun was high. There was a woman standing, looking down at me.
Sam, you're in a bad way.
Jeanette, what are you doing here? Jeanette!
You foolish boy. I'm Sandy.
Jeanette!
Did you call Sam?
Jeanette, she was here just now.
You've been having a nightmare.
No, I saw her. She went into the kitchen.
But I just come from there. She isn't there, Sam. Jeanette is dead.
Well, I saw her. I tell you, I saw her. After that, I saw Jeanette everywhere. In the street outside my office, even sitting in my car. And Sandy changed her hairstyle and her clothes. She looked more like Jeanette every day. And she began to nag me, just like Jeanette.
Pick your legs up, Sam. I can't clean the place if you sprawl there all day.
Sorry.
You must try to control these silly visions of yours.
I know, but she's there. She's everywhere. I saw her just now, Sandy, as I came in. She was standing in the hallway just looking at me.
Hello. Yeah, he's here.
But he knows I'm here, Sandy.
Well, obviously somebody does. Answer it.
All right. Hello?
Hello, Sam.
No. You're dead. You're dead.
Oh, give it to me, you fool. No spine at all. Hello? Hello? Oh, I rang off.
It was her. I know it was her. Sandy, it was her.
Clear off out of here. I can't stand having you around. Man who schemes to shoot his wife and lacks the courage and gets himself into a state of nerves like a child. Oh, go on. There's the door. Beat it.
Oh, please, Sandy, give me another chance.
There's just one thing I'll give you. The gun. Here. Go on, take it with you. You may need it.
I kept the gun. One of these days it's going to come in handy, officer.
Have you got it with you now?
Sure, I've always got it with me.
Oh, you better hand it to me, then.
No, I've got a permit.
You've just confessed to a murder, laddie buck. You're a vagrant on your own admission. Now I'm taking you to the police station, but first I want a few details. I don't want the sergeant to get all the credit. Your name?
Samuel Wallace. Listen to
And
me.
your address?
31 Hansel Crescent. But it isn't fair. She isn't dead. She can't be.
Oh, we'll soon find out after we've dug up the back garden. Now, the gun. And it's over.
But it's my last hope.
Don't talk foolish. You haven't got the guts to shoot yourself, and you know it. And it's over.
Oh, I guess you're right. Here.
That's better. Come along with me, son. Your troubles are over.
My troubles are with me for eternity.
Jeanette?
Yes, dear?
Can I borrow that hairdryer?
Of course, Sandy.
I wonder if he's done it yet.
He won't have the courage until he's quite mad.
It's worth waiting for, though, isn't it?
50,000. Of course, Sandy. And the lovely thing about it is that nobody can ever find out. Nobody anywhere can ever find out how we did it.
Yeah. Well, he deserved it. After all, he was going to shoot you.
Well, of course he deserved it. I acted my own death rather well, of course, but apart from that, how can the man be such a cowardly fool?
Yeah. Say, have you thought what might happen if he went to the police?
Sam, he won't. He hasn't got that much courage.
De Quincey once pointed out that many a man has owed his social downfall to a little murder he thought nothing of at the time. Poor Sam. Perhaps he would have been well advised to shoot both of them. One simply can't tell, can one?
In world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3/5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders, and the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3/5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3/5s today.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door? Of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door.
Flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. Manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door.
Good evening, friends of the creaking door. The creaking door is open, so do come. No, not that way. Follow me into the dark tunnel. Careful, it's very dark. You must be very careful that you don't tread on any corpse. It might be yours.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
Heavy fog has rolled in from the ocean, covering the coastal city with a gray, moist gauze. On the roads along the sandy shoreline, police patrol cars move slowly through the thick mist in their search for an unknown killer. A mysterious man wearing a white scarf who has already strangled 3 women.
Getting thicker.
Yes, Janice. The way I like it. I always come down here to the beach on nights like this.
Wallace, couldn't we turn back?
Oh, but it's such a wonderful evening.
If you don't mind, I'd rather go home.
Right. Janice, darling, you're actually afraid.
No, why should I be afraid, Wallace? You're with me.
Of course, my dear. I'm with you.
But those stories about those poor women who were murdered on the beach.
So that's what's bothering you.
It's only natural, isn't it? How do we know who may be near us in this fog? How do we know what may lie ahead?
Right. Janice, my darling, that's what makes life interesting. Not knowing what lies ahead. The next step, the next minute.
Wallace, please, I'm getting chilly.
Well, why didn't you say so, darling? Here, I'll wrap my scarf around you.
I'd rather go back to the house.
Really, Janice, you're acting like a stupid child. Now, come on. Let me put this around your neck.
All right.
There. Now, I'll wrap it good and tight so it'll be warm.
Wallace, please.
What's wrong, Janice? Did you think I was going to hurt you?
No.
Well?
I just noticed my bag.
Your bag? What about it?
It's gone.
Are you sure you had it with you, my darling?
Yes, positive.
I must have dropped it somewhere along the beach.
We'll look for it in the morning.
It may be gone by then. I had a pin in it, the diamond pin my mother left me.
Why do you lie to me, Janice?
Lie? I didn't lie.
That pin you're talking about. It's there on your dress now.
Oh, don't tell me. I'd forgotten. I don't know what's wrong with me tonight. It's my nerves.
Well, perhaps we should look for your bag after all.
If you don't mind, Wallace, I'll wait here till you come back.
But I wouldn't want to leave you alone, my dear. Here in the dark and the fog. Your nerves, my dear.
Oh, I feel much easier now. I'm not afraid.
Very well. I'll be back in a moment. Now be sure to stay right here.
All right, Wallace. Wallace? Is that you? I thought you went the other way. Wallace? Why don't you answer me? Please. Please, Wallace. Wallace.
Hello? Editorial?
Miss Winston?
Yes?
You're the one who wrote those articles about the Strangler.
Yes, that's me.
Well, if you want some more information for your stories, drive out to Ronson Point immediately.
Who's speaking?
The man in the white scarf has just claimed his fourth victim.
What? What did you say? Alec, get on the other phone quickly.
All right.
Call the police. Ask them to trace the call.
All right.
Now, would you please tell me again what it was you said? Are you saying that another murder has taken place? Hello? Hello? Oh, don't bother about the call, Alec. He hung up.
What's it all about, Dottie?
The strangler in the white scarf.
What?
The man on the phone gave me a tip on the fourth victim. It may be a crank, but I'm going to make sure. Ronson Point, he said.
Dottie, you can't go out there, but don't you realize that it might have been the Strangler himself who telephoned you? Wanted to get even with you for the stories you wrote?
Yes, Alec. It has occurred to me. And that's the reason we're going out to Ronson Point right away. After all, it must have been the Strangler.
Look, Dottie, a white scarf tied around her neck, strangled the same way as the others. We'd better call the police.
Yes, Alec, we better. The same pattern. Perhaps Dr. Hirschman was right after all.
Who's Dr. Hirschman?
A psychiatrist. He has a theory that the Strangler either visited or read a great deal about northern India.
India? Well, what's that got to do with murders?
Many years ago, there was a caste who killed their enemies by strangling them with strips of white cloth. The cloth was knotted and pulled in the same manner as that white scarf around the woman's throat.
Just a moment. Over there.
Where?
Behind that row of trees. I thought I saw something move. Something white.
Oh, Alec.
I'm not sure, but we're not taking any chances. Come on.
Alec, this isn't the way to the car.
I know.
Then where are you taking me?
That light over there, through the bushes.
Into the house?
Yes, perhaps. Let's run for it. That strange sound. I wonder what it is.
I don't know. It seems to be an animal of some kind.
Never heard anything like it before. That's my pet tiger. You live here? Yes, with my brother.
We're looking for a telephone now. I'm Dorothy Winston, a reporter from the Tribune.
I don't care where you're from. You're trespassing on private grounds. You'll please leave immediately. But someone's been murdered.
We found her body on the beach.
You'll do as I told you. Get off these grounds. My brother is ill. Much too ill to be.
Wallace! Wallace!
Go back to the house, Ralph.
Oh, Wallace, I've been looking for you.
Where have you been?
You know very well I've been out here feeding the tiger.
I thought perhaps you went back to the place where it...
You shouldn't be out here. You know what the doctor said about the night here. Now go back to the house.
But who are these people, Wallace?
The young lady is a reporter, Ralph. A reporter from the Tribune.
I'd like to use your phone, but your brother won't let me.
I didn't want to disturb you, Ralph.
I won't be disturbed.
Then I suppose it's all right to make the call now, Mr.
Grimsdale. Very well. We'll take you to it. Come along.
If you're a reporter, I suppose you want to phone your paper about... Wallace, my arm, you're hurting.
Forgive me, Ralph, if I held you too tightly. You know how unsteady you've been lately. I didn't want you to fall.
You squeezed my arm because you didn't want me to talk.
Now, really, Ralph, you have these people believing I'm some sort of monster. You're free to say anything you please. You know that. Say anything you wish. You see, you've nothing to say.
Oh, Wallace, please forgive me. I'm just upset because you left me alone so much tonight.
But I haven't left you alone, Ralph. I don't know why you say such things. I've been in the house with you all evening. Don't you remember?
Oh, yes. Now I remember. You've been with me all evening in the house.
All right, Ralph. I think you're strong enough now to take these people to the phone. I'm going to go outside a while and finish feeding my pets.
Yes, Wallace. This way, please.
You go with this gentleman, Alec.
But Dottie...
Please, Alec, telephone for me.
All right, but hurry.
What do you find to be so amusing, Mr. Grimsdale?
I find the obvious very amusing, Miss Winston. You stayed behind to watch me. Isn't that correct?
Yes, in a way.
Don't you think you're acting a bit rash?
Perhaps, but that pet tiger of yours out there fascinates me.
Oh?
It's quite a rare species of tiger, isn't it?
I didn't realize you're an expert.
I have reason to know about that particular breed of tiger.
Reason?
You have been to India, haven't you?
No.
You're lying.
I'd be a bit more careful of what I said if I were you, Miss Winston.
I'm not fooling you, Mr. Grimsdale, with that alibi of yours.
Now, look here.
You were on the beach earlier this evening.
Ridiculous.
You changed your suit. You've changed it because the other one had a piece torn out of it. I found that piece on the beach, next to that woman's body.
Now, you're lying.
Am I? For your information, Mr. Grimsdale, I have that torn piece right here in my hand.
Give it to me.
Oh, I can't. Let go of my throat.
Open your hand.
Oh, don't.
Open it.
Wait. All right, I'll open it.
I knew you were lying. There's nothing in your hand.
Of course not. But I found out what I wanted to know.
No? What are you talking about?
The way you knotted my scarf, Mr. Grimsdale, and the way you tightened it around my throat. That's all I wanted to know.
World class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
friends weren't very clever, were they? As they say in the classics, a torn suit on the beach is worth two in a tiger's cage. But let us proceed with our tale.
Grimsdale, what are you doing here? Looking for you. I suppose it's your turn to keep tabs on me now, is it? Dottie told me you tried to choke her with the scarf. Why did you run away? You knew I called the police. Run away? Really? You're talking nonsense. I have nothing to fear from the police. Where do you think you're going? I'm going back to the house to tell more news. What news are you talking about, Grimsdale? The fact that you and Miss Winston are outrageous liars. What? I looked all along this section of the beach. I found no trace of a woman's body. You're just saying that. It's a trick you're trying to pull. The body's over there by those rocks, and you know it. Lying, am I? Then go and see for yourself. I will. Believe me, Lancey, you're just wasting your time. It's gone. What did you do with the body, Grimsdale? What? Where did he go to? Where did he... Miss Winston, how nice of you to visit me here in my prison cell.
You seem very much at ease, Mr. Grimsdale, for a man who had so little time to live.
Oh, I don't know, Miss Winston. I've an idea I'll live longer than you will.
Don't you think it's a little late for you to threaten me?
Miss Winston, you're meddling in something that shouldn't concern you.
Alec Lancey was my fiancé.
You'd do better to let the police capture his murderer.
They already have.
They won't keep me here another 24 hours. And when I'm free, Miss Winston...
Oh, you can't frighten me. Janice Craig's body was found this morning in a clump of bushes.
Very interesting.
All right, Grimsdale. You can go now.
But you can't let this man go.
Now, look, miss. I got my instructions. This way, Grimsdale.
Just a moment.
Oh, you have something else to say, Miss Winston?
I haven't given up, Mr. Grimsdale. I'll prove that you murdered Alec and the others. It's the last thing I ever do.
I see. Well, Miss Winston, who knows? It might very well be the last thing you will ever do.
Ralph!
Oh, Miss Winston. Thank heavens you're here. I was afraid you wouldn't come.
You said it was a matter of life and death.
Oh, it is, believe me. My brother Wallace lied to the police, and he made me lie for him, too.
What do you mean?
He told you and the police he was in the house with me all evening, but he wasn't. I was the one who telephoned you that night.
I thought it was your voice, but I wasn't sure. Go on.
Wallace was out with Janice that night. I saw them walk toward the beach.
Why did you call me instead of the police?
I was afraid to call the police. Afraid of what Wallace might do to me. He'd kill me if he thought I was talking to you like this. But I just had to tell someone. I just had to.
Your brother said why he wanted you to lie for him?
Yes, but I didn't believe him.
What reason did he give you?
He said he had nothing to do with Janice's murder. But there was no way of proving his innocence. He was afraid he would be found guilty if I didn't do as he told me.
Tell me, Ralph. Your brother's been to India, hasn't he?
Why do you ask me that?
Please answer my question.
Yes. We lived in the Punjab for 5 years.
I thought so. When I saw the tiger in that cage,
What's the matter?
The tiger. It isn't there now.
The cage is empty.
Your brother must have taken it away.
Yes, Miss Winston. I did.
Oh, Wallace!
I took it away because unfortunately it's dead. It was shot.
Wallace,
What do you say, Ralph?
I
didn't say anything. Not anything.
Go into the house immediately.
Now, wait a minute.
Are you meddling again, Miss Winston?
I'm going to protect the Crown's key business in the case against you, Mr. Grimsdale.
So, Ralph, you told her.
Yes. Yes, I told her. I told her everything. I don't care what you do to me. I don't care because
Stop that. Stop that. Stop that.
I'm through getting orders to anyone, Mr. Grimsdale.
Put that gun away, you fool.
Don't you dare move. I promise if you do, I'll fire. Ralph, hurry. Call the police. I'll keep him here until the police arrive.
Ralph, don't do it.
Call the police, I say. He'll kill you too if you don't.
Yes. Yes, he will. I'll call him right away.
Ralph. Ralph, come back.
He'll be back, Mr. Grimsdale. Wait, the police.
You're making a mistake.
There's no mistake about you now. Not after what your brother told.
For all you know, I may just have been trying to protect Ralph. It's obvious how strange he is.
It's too late to blame it on him.
But I'm innocent. And I can prove it if you'd only give me half a chance.
Like the chance you gave my Alex?
I wasn't anywhere near Lansing when he was killed. I ran away and left him alone on the beach.
And I suppose the same thing happened with Janice Craig.
I was in love with Janice. I was going to marry her. Ralph was always afraid that she'd be left alone.
You can't make me believe that, Mr. Grimsdale.
Just give me some kind of a chance, Miss Winston. Before it's too late for both of us. I admit I was with Janice that night. But I didn't do it. I couldn't have done it.
What do you mean you couldn't?
I'll show you why if you go with me to the place it happened.
You think I'm that foolish?
I know, Miss Winston. You want to find your fiancé's murderer. But you'll never find the killer if they conflict to me. Please, give me a chance to prove to you who the real killer is. Before it's too late.
All right, Mr. Grimsdale. I'll give you just this one chance.
Janice and I were standing just about here on the beach.
Go on.
Janice was frightened.
She had good reason to be.
Please. You said you'd give me a chance to explain.
I did. But remember, I'll file this gun on the slightest provocation.
Janice had just made mention of the mysterious strangler. She felt a sudden chill. So I placed my scarf over her shoulders.
A white scarf?
Yes, I've always had a preference for white scarves.
Like the one you're wearing now?
Huh? I didn't realize I'd put it on this evening.
Perhaps, Mr. Grimsdale, you do many things you don't realize.
You think I'm insane?
You don't have much time left, Mr. Grimsdale. Go on with your explanation.
But as I said, I took off my scarf and placed it over Janice's shoulders like this.
No, you don't.
But Miss Winston...
Get your hands away from me.
But
Put that scarf back where it is.
Very well. But I only wanted to show you what happened.
I knew that there's something like this, Mr. Grimsdale. I knew you wanted to get me down here on the beach so you could kill me like you did the other 5 people.
No, Miss Winston, that isn't the reason. Out of those 5 people, Janice was the only one I knew. I couldn't possibly have a motive for killing the others. They were total strangers to me.
Psychopathic murderers very often kill without motive.
Yes, I know. That's why I wanted to tell you about Ralph. A person like him might kill only for the thrill it gives him.
Do you have anything more to say?
Yes, just one more thing. Janice told me that she'd lost her bag. I started back along the beach to look for it.
Yes?
It was difficult finding anything. House and flower. I went about 100 yards.
Yes?
Then I gave up the search. I returned here and found Janice strangled to death with my scarf. I returned to the house immediately because I knew I'd be blamed for this.
Wait.
What is it?
Over there. Beside the rock.
It looks like a woman's handbag.
Come on. It is a bag.
It's Janice's missing bag. You'd better pick it up, Miss Winston.
No. You pick it up.
You still don't believe me?
Pick it up, I said.
All right. I will. I don't know why you don't trust me now. You have the gun and nothing but... I knew you couldn't resist another victim, Miss Winston. I knew.
That's where you're wrong, Mr. Grimsdale. Entirely wrong. There are other ways of committing murder. I just wanted to feel the scarf tighten around your neck just for a moment. Get up.
And I knew it was you. I just had to prove it.
How did you know?
That night I ran from the beach. I saw a woman at the edge of the woods. A woman wearing a white scarf like you're wearing now, Miss Winston. I followed you back to town to your office. That's where the police were wrong. They were looking for a man, and all the time it was a woman.
But they'll never know. After I kill you with a gun with which I killed the tiger, it'll be all over. There'll be no more strangling.
No, Miss Winston. You couldn't stop killing any more than you can stop breathing.
I know exactly what I'm doing. I'll tell the police you tried to murder me like you did the others, and I had to shoot you in self-defense. After the gunshot, it'll all be over. Finished.
I had to wait, Wallace, until you'd moved out of the line of fire. She's dead.
Yes, well, just as she said. After the gunshot, it will be all over. Completely finished. Let's go back to the house.
Sad. Enough to bring a lump to one's throat, huh?
Moved in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door? Of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3.5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present
The Creaking Door.
I have flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3.5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting
The Creaking Door.
Good evening, friends of the Creaking Door. The Creaking Door is open, so do come in. Have you ever wished for anything? I'm sure you must have done. But supposing your wish were to come true, would you really like it? Or would there be certain little strings attached? Ask Bella, and she knows. She thought she had 3 wishes, but now she wishes that she hadn't wished.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3 5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3-5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3 5s today.
You see, darling, it's a sort of pendant. I don't know what the stone is. It might be jade. But it's more translucent than jade, isn't it? Anyway, the price I paid for it couldn't possibly be jade. I wonder what it is.
Let's have a look. It's certainly an odd-looking thing. This must be some sort of inscription, I suppose.
I suppose so. The man I bought it from didn't know anything about it.
Where did you buy it?
Off one of those barrows down by the docks. You know, in Michaelhouse Street. Just took my fancy, and it was so cheap.
I'm pretty sure it is Greek, you know. Looks like Greek characters. I'll ask Ferguson to translate it.
Is he a Greek scholar?
Of sorts. Archaeology is his hobby, so maybe he'll know what it says.
Well, it's difficult to access its age, Harold. Might be almost anything. I suppose they could do it with radioactive tests or something, but I'm not equipped for that sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's pretty worn in places.
Can you make out what the inscription says?
Oh, yes, I can, but I can't make any sense out of it. Well, for better or worse, this is what it says. Pandora's box is opened and evil blows abroad, but I am good and evil. Beware, I will grant thee 3 wishes, but the price must be paid, and I am the one who chooses the coinage.
Now, what on earth is that supposed to mean?
I told you, I don't know. More than likely it's some sort of ancient talisman, you know. Good luck symbol. Although it does say that it'll grant you 3 wishes.
So what earthly harm can it do?
I'm just telling you what Ferguson told me, that's all.
But you don't believe in that sort of nonsense, do you?
I don't know. All I know is that one never gets something for nothing in this life.
But you don't really believe that it would grant a wish. Oh, come now, Harold. You're going back to your nursery days. Aladdin and his lamp and all that nonsense.
In bygone times, magic was more of an everyday thing than it is today, you know.
Do you really believe that?
Well, I don't disbelieve it. Odd things have happened throughout history, you know. Things that nobody has ever satisfactorily explained. Take witches, for instance. Now, there's definite proof that they really did exist once upon a time.
Oh, you're ridiculous.
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamed of in your philosophy. Remember that, Bella. Oh, wear it by all means if you want to, but don't start wishing for anything, because you might be sorry if your wish is granted.
If only I'd listened to him. Harold would be alive today if I'd listened to him. But I didn't, you see. That's why I had to kill him again. Even after he was dead. I had to kill him. You see, one day, Harold and I were talking. Things hadn't been going so well for us for a couple of months or so. We were starting to get into debt. I wasn't fully aware of it at the time, but I know now that that thing had brought its own personal aura of evil with it. It was all around us, like a spiritual swamp. There was just bad luck and disaster. vaguely in the air. It's all very well, you telling me to economize, but how?
I don't know how. That's your job. You run the house, or you're supposed to.
Oh, for heaven's sake, we live like beggars as it is. I just can't cut down any more.
Well, you've got to, and that's all there is to it. I'm going to have a drink. Do you want one?
No, thanks. We can't afford them.
No, stop being childish with me now.
Well, what do you expect me to do? Wave my little magic wand, and all of a sudden there's plenty for everyone.
Look, I'm worried about things. Can't you understand that? All of a sudden, somehow, we just haven't got enough money. I wish I had £1,000. I wish you could wave your magic wand.
Let's try the pendant.
The what?
The pendant. This thing round my neck. Remember? It grants wishes, but beware of the consequences. Who cares about the consequences?
Either I don't believe in it at all, in which case wishing would be a waste of time, or else I believe in it completely, and I believe that we wouldn't get our wish without some sort of tragic follow-up. We don't know enough about these sort of things.
All right, you're the boss. You'll have to get your £1,000 from somewhere else. Sleep. Why don't you come to bed?
I couldn't sleep either. I'm not tired.
Oh, what on earth are you sitting up like this for? It's so cold down here. Fire's nearly dead.
Yes, it is cold.
Come on, darling, cheer up. Things can't be that bad.
They are that bad, Bella. I've embezzled money from work, Bella.
Done what?
Not a great deal. £730 to be precise. I've taken it in small amounts over the last 2 months. That's how we've managed to keep out of trouble.
Oh, no.
Yes, I'm afraid so. The auditors are going through the books. They're bound to find out in the next day or two.
But is there nothing you can do? Can't you borrow the money somewhere and pay it back?
No, I'm afraid not. We don't know anyone who could lend us that kind of money, do we?
The talisman? That stone? What about that?
You mean wish for the money and expect it to drop down the chimney or something?
Well, it's probably nonsense, I know. It can't do any harm, can it?
It can. That's just the point, isn't it?
Oh, for goodness sake, are we just going to sit here and mope and let them arrest you tomorrow, or whatever they do?
If you put it that way, it does sound pretty spineless, doesn't it?
Well, I'm going to make a wish. I'm going to go and get that thing from my jewelry box upstairs. And we'll both hold it and make a wish. I went upstairs and I got that thing from my jewelry box. I went back down into the lounge, and the two of us sat on either side of the dying fire. At first, we felt a bit self-conscious and silly about it. But as we both held the peculiar green-colored stone, and as our fingertips touched, I was aware of a presence. An evil presence, I know that now. We sat there by the fire, and we wished for enough money to get Harold out of the jam that he was in.
Well, nothing seems to be happening, does it?
Well, I suppose you've got to give it time. As you said, we can't expect the money to drop down the chimney, can we?
I feel a bit silly now, don't you?
I don't know.
Empty, too. I feel sort of empty.
Yes.
Well, nothing's happening, is it? I suppose we'd better go to bed.
Yes, all right. You'll feel better in the morning.
I wonder.
The next morning I got Harold off to work the same as usual. That was the last time I saw him alive. Until he came back from the grave, I mean. Then about 3 o'clock in the afternoon there was a knocking at the front door. Somehow, don't ask me how, but somehow I knew this was it. I knew that the pendant had done its work and granted our wish. Yes?
Mrs. Joseph.
That's right. Come through here, Mr.
Ashley. I'm afraid you must prepare yourself for a shock, Mrs. Joseph.
What I have to tell you is rather bad news.
About Harold, isn't it?
He's had rather a bad accident at work, I'm afraid. One of the machines...
He's dead, isn't he?
His jacket was unbuttoned. Somehow the coat got caught up. Death must have been pretty instantaneous, although the body was pretty badly battered, I'm afraid.
Oh, no. Oh, no. What am I going to do? Poor Harold.
Because of the nature of the accident, he'll be covered by workman's compensation, of course. I've been on to them, as a matter of fact.
Money? Oh, yes, of course. There would have to be money, wouldn't there?
Not a great deal, I'm afraid, but, well, enough to help tide you over this bad patch.
Just a minute. How much?
Plus minus £730, Mrs. Charters.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3 5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3-5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3 5s today.
You see what happens when one starts to get greedy. Poor Harold. But our story isn't over, is it? There are still 2 wishes to go, aren't there?
For weeks, I was just numb, Doctor. I couldn't do anything. Then I began to be obsessed with the idea that somehow this locket was responsible for the whole business. I should have thrown it away. I know that now. But I didn't. I went to see Harold's friend, Mr. Ferguson.
I was terribly distressed to hear about Harold Bella. Somehow one doesn't expect these sort of accidents in this day and age.
It wasn't an accident.
I beg your pardon?
It wasn't an accident. It was this thing.
I don't understand you, I'm afraid.
Do you remember this?
Just a minute. Yes, of course I do. Harold brought this to me to read the inscription some time ago.
And the inscription says something to the effect that it will grant a wish, but beware of the consequences. That's right, isn't it?
Something like that, yes, Bella. But surely you don't mean to tell me that you believe in that sort of thing?
I didn't. Not for a second did I believe it until Harold and I tried it out one night, and look what's happened.
But you surely aren't connecting the accident which led to his death with any silly wish you might have made. Things like good fairies and wishing wells just don't exist these days.
But you believe that they did exist once, don't you?
Oh, I don't know, Bella. Lots of unexplained things in antiquity, you know.
But this pendant. This is very old, isn't it? This is a remnant of antiquity, isn't it?
Yes, I know, but really, believe me, these sort of things don't happen anymore.
Well, Harold and I wished for £730. The next day he was killed. And the workman's compensation paid out £730. How do you explain that?
Well, there's only one explanation, isn't there? Absolutely 1,000,000 to 1 coincidence.
If you really believe that, and I don't think you do, then there's nothing more to say. But if you don't believe it, perhaps you'll give me your advice.
When one reaches my age, one is always giving advice. People seldom take it, but we still enjoy giving it. Go ahead, what's on your mind?
What could go wrong if I were to wish for things to be exactly as they were before we got the talisman?
Well, now, that poses a bit of a problem. In order to answer it, we'll have to assume that this thing does work, that it does grant wishes.
All right, let's assume that. I know it does anyway.
Yes, well, the point is that anything which has power only has power within terms of its nature. Do you understand what I mean?
Not really.
Take a motor car. It's within its nature to travel along the road. Therefore, it has power within terms of this nature. But it can't, fly, for instance. It can't use its power to build houses. Do you follow me now?
Yes, I think I do. Go on.
Therefore, this stone would not be able to take you back to the time before it was in your possession. That would be out of its province, so to speak.
Yes, I see. But supposing that I wished that things were as they were before we actually wished, what then? The pendant was in our possession, but we hadn't used it.
Well, again, the same thing would apply, my dear. You see, this is a magic stone, let us assume. Magic as it was understood when this stone was fashioned. Well, philosophies and viewpoints were much simpler things then, and I'm pretty certain that time travel had never been envisaged.
Putting it simply, you mean that the stone wouldn't know what I was talking about.
That's putting it very simply, but you've grasped my meaning.
But can it do any harm to try?
And again, we come back to the nature of the stone. If time travel is in its power, then it might very well be capable of transporting you back. But you must be careful, you know.
Beware of the attendant dangers and the wishes granted, you mean?
That's right. The warning is quite explicit. If you believe in this stone's magic power, then you must also believe that only evil can come when the wish is granted.
I went back home and I thought about what Ferguson had said. It was quite late at night before I finally made up my mind. But at last I did. I sat in the lounge. A fierce storm was raging outside, and I held the pendant between my finger and thumb. Again, I started to feel the evil, almost a physical manifestation of evil. I ignored it, and I wished. I wish that things were as they were before Harold and I made that wish.
I wish we had £730. There, I've done it.
Harold, you're back. You're back from the dead.
Back from the dead? What are you talking about?
And the storm. The storm has stopped.
What storm? What are you talking about? There hasn't been a trace of rain all evening.
Oh, no.
Well, nothing seems to be happening, does it?
Happening?
What's the matter with you? We decided to make the wish, remember? We wished for £730.
Yes, of course. That's right.
I feel a bit silly now. Empty, too. I feel sort of empty. Well, nothing's happening, is it? I suppose we'd better go to bed.
Yes, all right. You'll feel better in the morning.
I wonder. Bella, did you ever have the feeling that something had happened before?
And that's what happened. The stone took us back in time, all right. But nothing changed. I had to live through it all over again. I tried to stop Harold from going to work, but I couldn't. It was inevitable, you see. He went to work, and at 3 o'clock the next afternoon, the same man came around and told me that my husband had been killed in an accident. And they were paying out £730. After that, I was hardly a person at all. I sat at home, stared into the fire, and stared at the pendant, the stone that had brought me so much sorrow. I was lonely, Doctor. Terribly lonely. And it came to a head last week. Tuesday night. It would have been our wedding anniversary. We would have been married 11 years. I sat in the lounge, as usual, and looked at the fire. Oh, Harold. My Harold. What did I do to you? Oh. Who can that be? People don't come visiting at 9 o'clock at night. In any case, who'd want to visit me? Oh, Mr. Ferguson. Come in.
I must tell you, Bella, I don't know what possessed me to come over tonight.
Well, come in anyway.
I was feeling in the absolute depths of loneliness and despair.
I've been thinking about Harold all day, and I suddenly remembered that last year I helped him choose an anniversary present for you. It is your anniversary, isn't it?
It would have been.
I've brought us a drink. Come on, you've got to cheer up, you know. Life goes on.
Yes, all right. Yes. Yes, I'd like to have a drink with you. Oh, it was good of you to come. Yes, let's have a drink. Let's have several. And we did have several. Too many, in fact. At least I did. By the time it got to nearly midnight, we were both of us very talkative. I suppose Ferguson's visit had cheered me up to a degree. At least that's what I thought. But when the superficial sort of chatter wore off, I realized that it hadn't really. I was still terribly lonely for Harold. He was very good to me.
A fine man. Let's drink to him. Have you still got that pendant?
Yes, I have. Somehow I can't get rid of it. I would hate anyone else to get their hands on it, you know. I feel somehow that while I have it, it can't harm anyone else.
Where is it?
I wear it all the time. Oh, not outside my dress. Here. Want to look at it?
No, I just wondered where it was. Even from here, one can see how beautiful it is, can't one?
Beautiful and evil. Do you know, even as I hold it now, I can feel the evil again.
I don't know what to make of it.
There's a sort of warmth, you know.
I beg your pardon?
It seems to somehow sort of burn my fingers. Not burn.
I
really.
shouldn't have mentioned the wretched thing. Put it away, Bella.
Oh, Harold. My dear, dear Harold. How I loved you. I love you still wherever you are. I'll always love you. Oh, Harold, how I wish you were back again. Oh, heavens, what have I said? Ferguson, what have I done? I didn't mean to do it, but I wish Harold was back again. And that was the last wish. It's him. It's Harold.
It can't be.
It can be, and it is. You know that.
For heaven's sake, you can't let him in.
Do you think I'm afraid of my own husband?
But he's been dead for 4 months.
I don't care. I love him. I'm coming.
Bella, don't do it.
Coming.
Just think what he must look like.
Harold.
I've come back, Bella. You brought me back. Why did you bring me back?
I can't start to describe to you what I saw there. But it wasn't my Harold. Not the Harold that I've loved. Somehow I managed to grab a paper knife off the table in the hall. I stabbed it. Again and again I stabbed it. You wouldn't believe, Doctor, how difficult it is to kill something that's already dead. But I did. At last I managed to kill the thing that had been Harold. The story. That was the last of my wishes. That's the end of the story.
Well, there you are, you see. So if you possess an old pendant with funny writing on it, whatever you do, don't make a wish while you're holding it in your hand. Think what happened to poor Bella.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3/5s today.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door, of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door. I have flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the top in Pine Killers. I have flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the top in Spine Chillers. The Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door.
Good evening, friends of the creaking door. The creaking door is open. So do come in. Look at that character over there. He hit his girlfriend over the head with a chopper. Put her in his wardrobe. It wasn't long before he had a skeleton in his cupboard.
Get 3/5. Get the taste. 3/5 by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3/5. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3/5. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3/5 the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3/5. Get the taste.
The situation poses an odd question. Can a perfect alibi save a murderer from the gallows? A murderer, mind you, who died yesterday. Provoking? A corpse matching wits with the public hangman. But let the architect of the nightmare, Steve Barrett, speak for himself.
number's been up before. I'm still standing. I take a lot of killing. That other time I was ready to go, a pair of murderers got their wires crossed. I was in the Black Arrow Cafe, working up the courage to telephone. To call Stella, my wife. My wife. I never knew a word mean less. An engaged signal. Nothing new. I always got a busy signal when I looked for a little cheer from Stella. It was then a pair of murderers got their wires crossed.
Stella, listen to me. I'm sick. A mental invalid, capable of any violence against you. He'll never free you. He'll never let go easily. My way is your only escape. The honest is, he's murdering you every minute, every day. Yes. Yes, I die. Every day I die. Then save yourself. You must, Stella. Stella, are you there? Yes. Meet me in the Cafe Creole in 1 hour. We'll talk. You must.
Crossed wires. And a lady named Stella. Dial home and hear your wife sentenced you to death. Was it my wife? Or some other Stella? My stomach knew the answer. A ton of live coal, blowing heat to my brain. Barman, give me the same double. Later, at home, I waited for Stella. Midnight, I could hear the key in the cell door. An executioner in an evening gown, a symphony in black, right to her soul.
Please.
I'm first one home. This time.
I waited to give you supper. You didn't come.
I was delayed somewhere, talking to myself.
The evening dragged so. I went to visit a friend.
Good. You've got a friend.
Mary Ford. Please, I'm tired. I'm going to bed.
My sick mind. The pot calling the kettle black. I watched her sleep that night. The make-believe face she wore, especially for me, slip away. Now a dark dream was painting her cheeks and her mouth. Her death wish for me. Stella, I am dream of murder. Stella, dream of mine. Before morning, I found the price for my life and pride. A writ of execution lying carelessly in her stocking box. My insurance premium paid in full and duly receipted. £40,000. New York, Paris, with clothes to wear. Wasn't just dreamy talk for Stella. It just needed my corpse
coffee?
Stella,
Yes?
how are the finances?
Fair existing.
Who's the good fairy?
Say what you want to say, Steve.
The last job I left was 3 months ago.
Oh.
But we're eating. The landlord's not threatening. And you wore a new dress last night. I'll have that coffee now. Thanks. Oh, and my insurance is all paid up. Surprise. No arrears. Coffee's ice cold. Well, what's the answer, Stella?
I've borrowed.
From whom?
Carl Stanley.
Why does Carl care?
He's your friend.
Making secret loans of money to my wife?
I wanted the loans.
Why?
To save your pride. You resent people you're obligated to. Even friends.
Now try again, Stella. Why was it secret?
To avoid this inquisition. Your brooding mistrust of a simple act of kindness. The search for hidden motives where there aren't any. To avoid this insulting third degree.
My friend Carl and Stella's lover. I knew the other man now. I went to thank Carl for favors received. Dr. Carl. Little dwarf with greedy eyes and a cat.
Nice surprise, Steve. You dropping in like this.
I had a dream about you.
A dream?
That you were a cat and that you'd swallowed me. You're not laughing?
No. I never laugh at symptoms.
Oh, but you are laughing behind that cat smile. There's a laugh going.
Steve, you're in a bad way.
I didn't come here for a consultation, Doctor.
You came to attack me? Why?
Being careless about money.
So you know about the loans?
I found out about them. You've been keeping me alive for months.
You're my friend.
So, you own me and Stella. We're in pawn to you.
You've always put things badly, Steve.
And what's the analysis for that?
Since you ask, insecurity. You can't accept kindnesses for what they are. Your anxieties interfere.
Now, I also owe you a fee.
I'm not your physician, Steve. Nor could I be. I'm your friend.
My wife's friend.
Your friend. We were together once and it was good. Steve, let's go back to those days.
Where were we before, Carl?
Mountain climbing. A log fire and a pipe full of talk before we turned in.
Remember Devil Peak?
Oh, what a climb. Let's go back to it, Steve.
You still own that mountain cabin?
Just as we left it. And the season is officially open. Let's go back to it, Steve.
All right. Let's go back to it, Carl. We went back to it. It was open season, officially, for hunting deer. And unofficially, for murder. An accidental fall with a push from behind to help, then 4,000 feet to smash against the boulder. Or an accidental rifle bullet intended for a deer.
Hello, Steve! Hello! Steve! Where are you? Over here!
Steve, did I shoot anything?
My hat.
Your hat?
But I'm bareheaded. I didn't wear my hat. I hung it up over there on the branch of that tree, a bullseye, Carl. It would have torn my head off.
How did you come to hang your hat on the branch?
How did you come to shoot?
There was a movement in the bush, and then a shadow crossing the sun. A deer, I thought of. Steve, what is this? Come out in the open.
If I had, I'd be dead.
Steve, you dead! You dead!
I'm spoke to for a rifle, Carl.
Steve, believe me.
Murder me and Tom it off with an accident at 500 yards in the bush. It could be a tragic mistake. The coroner wouldn't even look at you cross-eyed. I hung my hat on that branch to bait you, to catch you red-handed and as naked as sin.
You actually believe I coaxed you up here to murder you?
I know it.
If you thought that, why did you come?
To watch my murder, to enjoy it. To see you make the kill and lose it. To see that cat smile freeze on your mouth. The way it's freezing now.
You're mad.
Goodbye, Carl. Let's try it again some other time. Some other time, Carl. But the next try was mine. 2 deaths, Stella and Carl. And a perfect alibi for the engineer. A perfect alibi, so that I would live and tend their graves.
Get 3 5s. Get the taste. 3 5s by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3 5. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3 5s. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3 5s the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3 5s. Get the taste.
And now, let's return to tonight's terrible tale. You wouldn't think a pair of crossed wires could produce such a double cross. Foolish Steve, to think that there is such a thing as a perfect alibi. He's so intent on telephoning.
Hello, United Airlines. I want to reserve a flight ticket to Glasgow. Tonight's train. It's got to be 7 tonight. I've got urgent business. Good. Steve Barrett, 27 Sands Street, Kensington. Flight 11. Thank you. Wait a minute. How long to Glasgow? The plane lands at 10 p.m. Good. Thanks again. Stop number 2 was an airport ticket office. Another airport, a competing airline, the Bristow Airline. But I wasn't Steve Barrett at this airport ticket office. A prop moustache, face puffed out with wads of cotton stuck between my gums and cheeks, waxed pencil lines to age the face and changes. The amateur theatricals paying off. Yes, sir? A ticket for Glasgow, please, for the 8 p.m. flight tonight. When will it, please? Yes, it's available. Flight 76. Your name is this? Sam Talbot. I live at Guildford in Surrey. What time do we land? The plane lands at 11 p.m. on pit. Stop at number 3 was the Black Arrow Cafe to talk a man into hiring out for a job.
All right. I'll do it. Give me that scheme again.
You'll get on a United Airlines plane for Glasgow tonight, promptly at 7. You're me, Steve Barrett. On the plane, you mind your own business, attract no more attention than necessary. Go to sleep with a newspaper on your face.
What do I do?
On landing at 10 p.m., you telephone this telegram to my wife.
Tell us just arrived Glasgow concerning newspaper job.
Yes, and so on and so on. Phone it in promptly as close to 10 p.m. as you can.
And then?
Lose yourself, take a train somewhere.
And then?
And then?
murdered your wife and you're in the clear with a perfect alibi, what's my cut of the insurance? Oh, quit rolling your eyes, Governor. Your scheme isn't hard to work out, Jenna.
I'd forgotten that Stella, too, was in...
Oh, yes, I'm sure you forgot.
I'd forgotten that Stella, too.
But what's the matter? You and a day?
You know your instructions.
Oh, yeah, I know something else, too.
Something else?
This perfect murder's been a long time etching with you. That's why you made inquiries about me.
Well, of course.
You've been weeks trying to find a stiff bloke like me. All right, Governor. I'm your boy now. But you're my boy, too. So long, Governor. I'll be reading about you in the newspapers.
Had the perfect murder for Stella's insurance been a long time hatching with me? Had McCabe, a perfect stranger, reached deeper into my mind than I dared and But Stella and Carl had crossed wires only 1 week ago. My motive to kill, my reason for revenge, was only 1 week old. I was in Carl's apartment at 6 p.m. sharp waiting for him. We shared rooms once before my marriage to Stella. I knew Carl had it home at 6 to shave before dinner out and his evening consultation. Welcome home, Carl.
Steve.
You'll notice that I'm not using a rifle.
You're here to murder me?
No, I'm going to murder Stella. Through you.
Steve, get hold of yourself.
No consultation, Doctor. I owe you too much already. Do just as I say.
As you say, Steve.
These trinkets. A lipstick, initial cigarette case, lace handkerchief, mementos left by Stella in her rendezvous here with you. Scatter them about the room, Carl. Oh, one in a dressing table drawer, one carelessly here, one there.
Steve, you're mistaken. Believe me.
Scatter them, Carl. Good. Now there on the table. The pencil and paper. Your personal stationery. Now write as I dictate, and write in a scrawl, Carl, no penmanship. Ready now?
Ready.
Stella Barrett shot me. We quarreled. I wanted to end our affair. That's all, Carl. Drop your pencil. Stella shot you and left. But you weren't dead, or not at once. A breath of life was left, just enough to name your murderer.
Steve, I swear it. There was nothing between your wife and me. Only concern for you.
Concern enough to plot to murder me?
Steve, it's only in your mind. Some morbid idea that...
But I overheard.
You overheard?
Your telephone talk with Stella a week ago. You got your wires crossed, Carl. I was on that line calling home. I dialed home and heard myself sentenced to death.
Steve, there never was such a telephone call.
The night you met Stella at the Cafe Creole. You've forgotten, Carl.
I've never been in a Cafe Creole, not once in my life. It's just something you invented. You just busted out of the ether.
It won't work, Carl. You can't mix me up with
Steve. No reason. Try.
I'm trying to hang on to what I know. It's a minute after 6, Carl. I'm here murdering you, but at the moment I'm in a plane 10,000 feet in the air flying to Glasgow. That's what I know. All I want to know. You have Stella all to yourself. When she's hanged, your murder.
No, Steve, no more. No more.
Carl's arm against the floor where he'd fallen to break his wristwatch, fixed the time of his death at 2 minutes past 6. I was on a plane to Glasgow as alias Sam Talbot of Guildford, Surrey, at 8 p.m. sharp. Sam Talbot was a man with a moustache and a patchy face, no resemblance to me. My crime had the finesse that makes murder an art, bungling. 2 deaths, Carl and Stella, and a perfect alibi to the engineer. A perfect alibi so that I could live. Tender grave.
my name on a Glasgow hotel register, then a routine application for the newspaper job to cover my trip, and I was back in London late afternoon the next day. The city was full of the sensational arrest of Stella Bass. Stella was caught in the toils, murder and the supreme penalty. Her death was only a question of time now, only time. Later, I saw Stella, by permission of the authorities. We sat in a stone room. This time it was I was her executioner now. But her eyes on me were eyes of pity.
You've been clever, Steve. They'll convict me and put me to death, I know. But I don't care. I want it to be like that.
You want it to be like that, you say?
I'll die and be dead to pain. You'll live and live to pain. I wouldn't have it any other way.
You're getting what you deserve to get.
You must think that because you're insane, Steve.
Huh?
I never realized how insane.
I must think what I know to be so.
You know only what your insanity invents. I'm sorry for you.
Huh? You're sorry for me. You're sorry for me. Words and tricks with words. Stella was trying to unnerve me, steal my victory by making me suspect my own motives, suspect my sanity, as Carl had tried to do. An act, and I wasn't fooled. Stella was an actress, the same actress she was when I married her. The public prosecutor was the final ordeal. Another attempt to steal my victory.
Now, this perfect alibi, Barrett. You really think you're going to put it across?
I was in Glasgow when Carl Stanley was murdered. I cabled my wife.
Oh, we know all that. We also know that you murdered Carl Stanley in a scheme to implicate your wife.
I was in Glasgow. I left at 7 p.m. before the murder of Carl Stanley. I was 10,000 feet in the air when Carl Stanley was murdered. I arrived in Glasgow at 10 p.m. I immediately wired my wife.
A very good memory, Barrett, but it won't save you.
Do what you like to me. Question me. Use every trick you can, but my alibi stands. I was in Glasgow. I left at 7 p.m. before the murder of Carl Stanley. I was 10,000 feet in the air.
All right, all right. Supposing I was to tell you something even odder than that.
Tell me what?
Now, you're right here now, reciting your perfect alibi. You're not here. You're dead. You died yesterday.
I died yesterday?
Yesterday's 7 p.m. flight to Glasgow on United Airlines, Flight 11, was never completed. The plane crashed, Steve. Lines were not merely crossed. They were double-crossed. Poor Steve. Hell has only one perfect method for an alibi. When policemen ask you to account for every minute of your time, just read them the date from your tombstone.
Get 3 5s. Get the taste. 3 5s by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3 5. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3 5s. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3 5s the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3 5s. Get the taste.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going?
The manufacturers of State Express 3-5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door. Moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3-5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door.
Good evening, friends of the Creaking Door. The Creaking Door is open, so do come in. Feeling the chill of these winter's evenings? Wait until you've been with us a little while. You'll freeze with fear.
Get 3-5s. Get the taste. 3-5s by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3-5s. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3-5s. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3-5s the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3-5s. Get the taste.
Cemetery caretaker and the ashen-faced, trembling young man make an odd pair as they stand by an open grave under the pale moon. In the grave itself is a coffin. The lid has been prized open, and inside the corpse of a middle-aged man. The caretaker warns,
"Oh, I've heard about blokes like you. Read about grave floppers. But never thought I'd come across one. Yeah, I've sent for the cops, young man. Don't you try no rough stuff. I'm a match for you any day."
But you don't understand.
Hey?
I tried to save his life, and now it's too late.
Yeah, don't you give me that. This fellow was given a decent Christian burial. You've desecrated...
Desecrated, you say? Isn't it desecration to bury a man while he's still alive?
Yeah, what you talking about? You don't think people go around being buried alive these days, do you? I don't know what to make of you. I watched you this afternoon. I thought you looked a bit peculiar. I knew what you was doing at a pauper's burial.
You shouldn't have had a pauper's burial. You shouldn't have been buried at all. I could have saved you.
You better think up a good story. Something told me that you was up to no good. No, don't you try no rough stuff. I've already warned you. I watched you. The police are on their way. Breaking open a coffin like that. I knew you was up to something, but I never thought...
It's because I let him get buried alive, and I was ashamed. let him get buried alive for a measly £50. No, he's dead.
Hey, you come out of a loony bin or something. Now that I've had a better look at you, you don't look like no grave robber.
I'm not. Listen.
What's he to you, this fellow we buried today, eh?
Nothing. Except I'm responsible for his death. I touched him. He's cold. Cold as...
Yes. He's only been in the ground a few hours. They don't stay cold like that. Sometimes we get an exhumation order. We have to dig him up, see? You'll be surprised how warm they get.
He is dead, isn't he? I mean, I brought this piece of mirror with me. There's no breath. Look.
I don't have to look. He's been in the municipal ward for 2 days. He's given a pauper's burial. Now then, what's it all about, young man? I want to go home. He was dead all right when they buried him.
But not when the ambulance took him to the morgue. You see, I know.
You know? Oh, is he a relative of yours?
I never knew he existed until 2 days ago. I've been tramping the streets looking for work. I didn't want to go home. If you could call that one-room bedsitter let an eye occupy a home. It was still ringing in my ears, the things she shouted at me as I left them.
I've come to the end of my tether. I've pawned everything. Look, even the wedding ring you slipped on my finger in the church. What did he say? And all thy worldly goods. Huh. That's a laugh. You were going to share all your worldly goods, were you? Well, if you don't get some money or a job, I'm walking out on you, do you hear? I'm walking out on you, and I'll go and live with my sister. At least I'll get some warmth and 3 square meals a day.
Oh, don't say that, Lil. Was it my fault that I fell sick? That I'm not allowed to work in the factory anymore? I've tried, Lil. I really have. Everywhere I go, they look at me and say, no vacancies.
Not my fault either. I warn you, Joe Harris. I can't take much more of this.
I know, honey, I know. I'll get something today. Really, I will. I promise. It was a promise I couldn't keep. Pounding the pavement. Watching the dislike and fear in the eyes of the well-fed as they said, no, thank you. Fear that one day they might become like me. And then I saw him. I was cutting through Duke's Lane. Nothing on either side except a huge brick wall. He was a short, fat little man. Our steps were loud in the quiet thoroughfare. I wonder what he's stopping for. Does he think I'm a cushion? That I'm a gangster or something? I suppose I look like something that crawled out of a piece of cheese. Well, I'll feed it. Governor, you all right? It can't be. He's gone pale. Don't seem to be any breathing. I wonder who he is. Let's see. He must have something in his pocket. Holy. Blimey. Lost all his money, but must be 50 quid here at least. Poor swine. What good is his money now? I better call a cop.
If you don't get some money or a job, I'm walking out on you, do you hear? I'm walking out.
There's nothing anybody can do for this poor swine. I'll find him soon enough. What does the guard do in a case like this? Beat it, you fool. Beat it with the first decent money you've had in months. Somebody will find him. Run. Lil.
Joe, you've got some money.
That's right, Lil. 2 £5 notes, 31 £1 notes, and the rest in 10 bob notes.
Oh.
It all adds up very nicely. 50 quid in all.
Oh, Joe, honey. Hi. How did you get this money? You didn't go and do anything silly, did you?
Such as what? Rob a bank? I wouldn't know how to start.
But how did you get it?
You'll never believe it. Remember I told you that when I was in the sanatorium, there was a fellow there with the same lung trouble named Ted Brown?
Yes.
Well, I lent him a quid.
You lent him a quid?
Well, I was still drawing my wages, wasn't I? We didn't know that the doctor wouldn't let me go back to the factory. Wasn't so bad then.
All right. But what about this Ted Brown?
Well, I'll meet him in the street, see? Says he'd been looking for me everywhere. Wanted to repay me the quid.
Go on.
Well, we goes into a pub to have a drink. There was a bookie there, and Ted said he had a hot tip for the double. It won, Neil. 50 smackers.
Oh, Joe. 50 smackers. Oh, I love you.
Lil went to get some groceries and a couple of bottles of beer. I sat on the bed and had a further look at the wallet. Having taken the money out, I thought it would be empty. There were 2 pockets, both with plastic windows. The first held a card which said, Harold Maxted, 26 Fairley Street, Hornsey. And then I looked at the second plastic window. There were strange words printed on a white card. It said, I'm not dead. I'm subject to a form of cataleptic illness which may appear to cause death. If I'm found, notify Dr. Alfred Miller, Hornsey, 6641.
No, it can't be. Not dead. Cataleptic. What have I done? What have I done? They'll think he's... Oh, no. Telephone. I must telephone. But Lil, she'll wonder where I've gone. I've given her all my money.
Yeah, Wally. Take a look at this. Here, take these bottles from me, will you? Joe? What is it?
What time is it, darling?
I don't know. The pub was just opening, just after 6, I should say. Why?
Give me 10 bob. Do you get any change? I need some silver. I have to telephone. I won't be long, love.
What is it?
Well, I've just got to telephone someone.
You're not going gambling, are you? You haven't got the bug. You're not betting on tomorrow's races or anything like that, are you, Joe? There are all those bills to be paid.
I know, love, I know. No, I'm not gambling, but I need it, please. I'll be back in a little while. It's just that... Please, Lil.
All right. Here you are. Joe?
It's all right, love. Would I be too late with a phone call? Would they bury this poor guy Maxted, not knowing he was a cataleptic, thinking he was dead? This be the number of the doctor's consulting room or his private house. Can I speak to Dr. Miller, please?
Dr. Miller's gone abroad. He's been away for the last 6 weeks.
Abroad? Oh, no. Have you taken over his practice, sir?
No, I'm not a medical man. But if you're in need of a doctor, there must be plenty.
Oh, no, isn't that... You don't know which hospital Dr. Miller was at?
I'm afraid I can't help you. I must go. My wife's shouting. The dinner's on the table.
I'm sorry. Thank you. And then another thought seared my brain. A hole in the ground. A long wooden box and the man being buried. Being buried alive. And a shovel. Heaping earth on the wooden boards. There must be a Maxted in the telephone directory. There was 14 Maxteds. Everyone alive and bad-tempered.
No, I have no relatives who suffer from a cataleptic illness. There are plenty of other Maxteds in the book. Try them.
I have. You're Mr. Zachariah Maxted. You're the last on the list.
Well, I can't help you.
What now? Do I go along to the police and say, look, I stole a man's wallet. Somebody might be shoving him in 6 foot of earth. What do I do? I decided to sleep on it. Sleep. That's a laugh. Oh, that's buried alive. Love you, Lil. Love you. Please. Pinching wife. They're putting me in a wooden box. And it's your fault, Joe Addis. I'm struggling for breath. They're going to bury me deep, but not deep enough, Joe. Get me out of this or I'll make you suffer here on earth and in the beyond.
Get 3 fives. Get the taste. 3 fives by State Express. get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3-5s. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3-5s. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3-5s the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3-5s. Get the taste.
Better do something about it pretty soon. Otherwise, the poor, unfortunate cataleptic gentleman will be stiff with the cold. But let us see what he does do.
Do? I didn't know what to do. It was less than 6 hours since I saw that chap fall. Maybe he's still there. Maybe if I go back to Duke's Lane, he'll still be lying there.
Joe?
Oh, sorry, I didn't want to wake you up.
It's the middle of the night. Where are you going?
I won't be long.
No, Joe, you're not going anywhere. I thought you'd been acting strange. Oh, Joe, I know I've nagged you and threatened you, but it was only because you were getting so down, so beaten. I love you, Joe. I don't want you to be doing anything that will put you in prison.
It isn't that at all.
Well, what is it?
All right, Lou, I'll tell you. And then you'll see why I have to go. And so I told her. Told her the whole story of how I robbed a man I thought was dead. A corpse that had no use for the 50 quid in his wallet. So you see, I've got to find him. Or find out where they've taken him. Don't think he's dead, Lou.
Joe, somebody will have found him by now. He's probably lying in bed fast asleep. People who have these sort of fits soon recover.
No, they don't. After I'd phoned all the Maxters I could, I went into the Hornsby Library and I looked it up. Unless they get assistance, they can stay that way for days. By then, they'll bury him. And you know what that makes me? A murderer. I'm letting a man die for 50 quid.
Oh, no, Joe. Why don't you phone the police station? Why don't you phone the Hornsby police station? Tell them that... Oh, no, Joe, no, you can't do that. They'll call you a thief and put you away. Look, I'm getting dressed. I'm coming with you. Where did you say it was? Duke's Lane. Joe, let's pray he's still there.
Well, that might be worse. He might have died for lack of attention. Let's pray someone saw him and took him to hospital and they realized he wasn't dead.
He's a copper.
It's a bit nippy this time of the morning, isn't it? Going off night work, are you? What?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, there was a little commotion in Duke's Lane a few hours ago, so my friend Phyllis told me. Something happened in Duke's Lane.
Oh, yes. Just before I came on duty. Postman saw a bloke lying in the lane here, dropped dead.
Dead?
They sure he's dead?
So the police surgeon said. Why? Know anything about it?
No, we don't know anything about it. It was just that... Well, we wondered if it was anybody we knew, that's all.
Oh. Well, I believe they've identified him all right. If you nip round to the station, they may be able to tell you.
Oh, I don't think it's anybody we know. Oh, come on, lad. It's too cold to stand here chatting. Let's go off to bed.
You two married?
Yes.
You should have been in bed ages ago. Or rather, good morning.
Let's go to the police station then.
No, Joe, no. You'll have to explain about the wallet. Besides, this policeman doesn't really know. Please come home.
But, Lil...
It's no good, Joe. We're going home. Come on. Some more coffee, Joe?
No, thanks. Look, it's no good. We've got to go to the police. We're committing murder. It's 2 days now. I didn't sleep a wink all night last night. Kept having nightmares. Hearing Maxted's voice pounding in my brain. Pounding my brain. Telling me to save him before it's too late.
You're the only one that can save me, Alice. They're burying me this afternoon. They're putting me in a coffin and they're going to cover me with earth. If you allow this to happen to me, you're a murderer, Joe Alice. A murderer, do you hear? You'll be punished. Punished.
Punish. He kept saying I'd be punished.
But you said yourself it's only a nightmare. All right, don't you go. I will. I'll say that I know... What was his name?
Maxted. Harold Maxted.
I'll say I know him and he's a cataleptic. That's it. I'll go there right away. Excuse me?
Hello. Aren't you the young lady I saw down Duke's Lane the other night?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I'm so glad you're here. You know we were talking about someone who dropped dead that afternoon. Well, were you able to identify him?
Yes, we were able to identify him all right. Why?
He's a cataleptic. He's not really dead, you know.
Oh, don't be funny. Got the card here. They're burying him this afternoon. He's in the Hornsey mortuary. Cardiac failure. This is the release for the body for him to be buried, signed by the police surgeon, Dr. Herbert Spencer. He may have been a cataleptic, I don't know about that, but he died of heart failure. Being buried in a pauper's grave at Hornsey Cemetery, 3 o'clock this afternoon. Died of heart failure, indeed. Not dead.
Oh, well, maybe I'm being a bit silly. Thank you, Constable. Good night. Sure he's dead. The death certificate was signed by the police surgeon.
Oh, what did that copper know about cataleptics? Had the doctor known he was a cataleptic? I'm going to stop the burial.
You can't, Joe. You can't. Won't you tell the police about that wallet? Where are you going, Joe?
I don't know. Get drunk. I don't know anything anymore. Even my glass of beer went sour in my mouth. I bought it with blood money. The blood of Harold Maxted. I left the pub and walked. So they were burying him in a pauper's grave, were they? I didn't ask my feet to move towards the cemetery. It seemed as though they didn't belong to me. They were burying him as I got there. A minister, a grave digger, and an old man. Obviously the caretaker, plus a police sergeant. I wanted to shout, Don't put him in that grave. He's not a corpse, he's alive. Couldn't. Those 3 stripes on a copper sleeve seemed to represent a number of years I might get for stealing and for withholding information. I ran from the cemetery as though I were running from the vengeance of Maxted himself. They buried him, Miller. I saw them do it. A cheap wooden coffin. Or maybe it's a good thing the coffin was a cheap one. Maybe the death watch beetle got it in. Maybe there are holes in it. Maybe the poor swine will be able to breathe. 50 measly nicker, 50 rotten pounds, and I've turned myself into a murderer. But you, Lila, they'll nab you too. They'll say you were part of the conspiracy. What have I done to you? What have I done to us?
Nothing, Joe. All right, so you pinched his wallet when we were both starving. No one can have you up for murder.
Well, it's beside the point now, isn't it, Lil? He's down there struggling for breath, isn't he? He won't be struggling for long. I don't know anything about cataleptics, but you can't be nailed inside a coffin underneath 6 foot of earth for long. Look out the window, Lil. It's got dark already.
It's winter, Joe.
I know the grave, Lil. I'm going back.
But Joe...
You're not going to stop me, Lil. I'm going back and I'm going to get him out of that grave. Please, Lil, I've got to.
I'll come with you.
Oh, no, I couldn't bear that. I've got to do this on my own.
Suppose he's too heavy for you. You're not strong, Joe.
It's a pauper's grave, Lil. They didn't take much trouble with him.
But why a pauper? There's all that money in his wallet.
That makes it worse, doesn't it? Maybe they couldn't raise his relatives. What with his doctor gone away and everything. Here, Lil, get me that hammer out of the drawer. It's got that thing at the end for taking nails out, and that piece of mirror.
All right. Here you are. I hope you're right. But you know what you're doing.
It's the only way, Lil. The only way. So here I am, and it's too late. He's dead, all right.
Blimey, young man, I wouldn't be in your shoes, not for nothing. Hey, just a minute. What did you say this bloke's name is?
Maxted. Harold Maxted.
Oh, no, it's not.
What?
This bloke's name is Sidney Fraser. Are you sure it's the same bloke?
Positive. No, it's the same bloke. His accusing face follows me around, sleeping and waking.
Oh, you young man, come and have a look with me. We don't give them much of a tombstone, these paupers. There you are. Sidney Fraser. Born February the 6th, 1920. Died December 4th, 1967.
Well, I've told you everything. They've given him the wrong name.
You better tell that to the police constable. Oh, I'm sorry about this, young man. I warned you. I thought I was too old to tackle you on my own. When you started opening that grave, I ran to the cemetery office and phoned the police.
Oh, well, it's almost a relief in a way.
Hello? What's going on here? Oh, it's you again. Your missus was in the police station this morning with some nonsense about... digging up a grave, are you? There's something fishy going on. When I told my sergeant that your wife came in and said we were burying someone who's a cataleptic and not dead, he nearly strangled me. So I should have taken full particulars. So I ought to charge you both with causing a public nuisance. This fella, Sidney Fraser, has had heart trouble for years. Huh? Sometimes an ordinary hospital had the pleasure of his company. More often than not, it was a prison hospital. Our police sergeant warned him that he hadn't got long to live. And your wife comes in with a cock-and-bull story about burying him alive. As if we didn't know him. Sidney Fraser. In his day, he was the finest pickpocket in Hornsey.
Pickpocket?
Why, only the other day we had a complaint from Mr. Maxted that someone had stolen his wallet. Bloke jostled him at a bus stop and then started running. From his description, we knew it was Sid.
He picked Maxted's pocket. He wasn't a cataleptic. He was a pickpocket.
Yeah. You better pull yourself together. What are you doing here, and why is this grave open?
Oh, Constable, our young friend here got a bit mixed up. I opened the grave to show him he was mistaken.
Then why did you ring the police saying there was a suspicious character lurking in the cemetery?
Well, seems I was mistaken, that's all, Constable. In fact, we were both mistaken. Weren't we, young man? Hey. Pickpocket. Cataleptic.
Should have told Joe Harris that lifting wallets from cataleptic gentlemen is a most grave offense. In fact, it is likely to incur a most stiff penalty.
Get 3 fives. Get the taste. 3 fives by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3 fives. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3 fives. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3 fives the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3 fives. Get the taste.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door, of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3 5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door. have flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The creaking door. The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door. Good evening, friends of the creaking door. The creaking door is opening, so do come in. Oh no, you won't need that. Once you're through the creaking door, you'll realize that everyone who enters here leaves their mind behind.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3/5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders, and the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3/5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3/5s today.
With his hands clasped in front of him, the cord from his dressing gown trailing across the highly polished surface of the floor, Oliver Carsons walks in his slippered feet, up and down, with soft, measured tread, his lips moving silently as though in supplication. A voice stabs at his consciousness like a sharp knife.
Not in bed yet, Mr. Carson.
What? Oh, it's you. Yes, I'm going.
Well, sleep well. Pleasant dreams.
Yes, thank you.
Good night, then. Sleep well.
Stay awake. That's the only answer. Think of those who love me, want to protect me. Think of
Auntie May, for instance.
Here?
I told you last night I'd be here.
Last night was a dream, a nightmare. You came into my mind.
And now?
Please, leave me alone. 3 nights you've been standing there grinning at me with ashen white face, those large eyes, hot coals of fire, as though you were going to burn right through to my very soul.
You must pay for your crime.
It wasn't a crime. It isn't true what you keep telling me.
No. Let me remind you.
Oliver, it's getting later. I must go back.
Sally,
Oliver, please, Oliver, behave yourself.
You know how I feel about you, Sally.
Stop it. Oliver!
Come back. Come back, Sally. I'm not going to hurt you. I love you.
Hurting me. Oh, let me go. Please let me go.
I worship you.
Oh.
You know that. Sally.
Please, Oliver. We were such good friends. Don't spoil everything.
You and I are the only 2 beings left in this world, made for each other.
No.
Yes.
No.
killed her.
What are you going to do?
Look at these hands.
What?
Give me your wrists.
They're as cold
as death?
No. No. Auntie May! Auntie May!
What is it?
He's...
Oh, you're not having one of your nightmares again, are you, Oliver?
He was going to kill me.
Oh, my poor boy. You're imagining these things.
He was here, I tell you. You must believe me.
Dear Oliver, my dear boy, what am I going to do with you? There's no one here. My room's next door. I rushed as soon as I heard you shout. No one left by your bedroom door. The window's bolted and barred. You must have been dreaming.
But Auntie May, you saw for yourself. I haven't been to sleep.
This man, you say, that visits you in the middle of the night. What does he look like?
He's tall, with a long, thin face. His skin's drawn tight. His face is almost like a skull. His eyes are like two pieces of black coal set against a yellow flame. When he points his finger at you, it's as though a piece of white steel.
Oh, really, Oliver? White steel indeed. Now you try and get some sleep.
Please don't leave me. Please, Auntie May.
I promise not to leave you until you're fast asleep.
But supposing he...
Now do what your Auntie May says.
Yes, you're the only one that can help me.
Now, that's right. Now just relax. Relax.
You're so good to me. I don't know what I'd do without you. You don't think it's true what he said? I didn't kill Sally.
Hush. You see. Of course you didn't. Very idea. She's gone away.
Hello, Oliver.
Sally, you're here.
Whatever's the matter?
Well, where have you been? They told me you'd gone away. I thought... Oh, Sally, why did you go away without saying goodbye?
I was only going for a week. Besides, you were very naughty that day on the cliff.
When you ran away from me, I didn't know where to find you. Oh, Sally, it's good to see you. He said that I... Wait, he thought you were dead.
Dead? Oliver, what on earth are you talking about?
This man, he came here. Oh, I've been so worried.
Oh, Oliver, darling, that's why you're looking so hollow-eyed and so pale and drawn.
Oh, yes, because I thought I'd lost you forever.
Somehow, I felt that you were calling to me, that you needed me.
I do, Sally. You'll never know what this visit means to me.
It won't be the last. I know I acted a little foolishly running away from you, but we'd only known each other just over a week.
Just one little kiss, that's all I want.
Here. Better?
Better? Oh, Sally, you worked a miracle. I don't know who he was or what he was. Whether it was in my imagination or... Well, who cares? You've banished him forever.
Sleep well, Oliver.
Everything? Huh? What? You lied to me. You said I killed her. Well, she loves me.
How can a corpse love? Where will it draw its warmth? You won't be able to love once you pay your debt.
You've got it all wrong. You're a liar. Sally's not dead. She's alive. I spoke to her today. She kissed me. She loves me.
Loves you?
Yes, loves me. I don't know why I listened to you in the first place. Who are you? Are you real? Are you flesh and blood? Why do you want to torment me? What have I ever done to you?
Do you want to know whether I'm flesh and blood? Who I am? What I am? You'll know soon enough. And when you do, it will be your last piece of knowledge on Earth. Here. Take my hand.
No.
Go on, clasp it. I thought you said you weren't afraid anymore.
No, I'm not afraid, but your hand looks so cold and damp. All right. I'll clasp your hand. Perhaps I'll find you're not real. There. Your hands are cold as death. Yes. Death. Are you dead? Have you come to claim me now? Just when I've learned that Sally loves me?
I'm not death. I'm Death's agent. And this is my last visit.
But why must I die?
Because of what you did to Sally.
She's alive. She's alive, I tell you. Look, I'll call someone. We'll get Sally over here.
Now, at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, she won't mind. She'll do anything for me. She loves me. She said so.
Where are you going?
I'll call Auntie May.
It's locked. You always lock your door at night, remember?
You came into my room through a locked door.
Through a locked door, through the thick walls, through the shuttered windows. Does it matter?
You'll see. I'll prove to you that Sally's still alive.
Come away from that door.
No, I'm going to prove to you. Let me alone.
This is my last visit. You must be prepared to...
You're strangling me. Auntie May. Auntie May.
It's no good calling for your Auntie May.
Oh, yes, it is. Take your hands away from his throat.
Auntie May. Thank heaven you're here.
There, Oliver. He won't touch you as long as I'm here. Now, you go back into bed. I'll deal with this thing, whatever it is.
You'd better take care.
So would you, frightening this poor man out of his wits. Get back into bed, Oliver. You'll catch your death of cold.
Death of cold.
You'll be laughing on the other side of your face by the time I've done with you. Coming here, disturbing people in the middle of the night. What's your game? What are you really after?
Him. He's forfeited the right to live.
He's my nephew. He's only 28 years of age, a decent, hard-working man. At least he was until you came and tried to destroy him. Why?
I've already told you why. The girl, Sally.
But she's alive. I keep telling you. You know she's alive, don't you, Auntie May?
Of course. I spoke to Sally after she visited you this morning.
You're lying. You're lying to save your nephew. She's dead, I tell you. Dead because of his brutal lust.
How dare you? Oliver, you stay here. I'm going to get the police.
The police? What are the forces of the police against us? Could they go through that locked door, that bolted and barred window?
We'll soon see about that.
No, don't, Auntie. Don't leave me. If you go, he'll...
Oh, well, perhaps you're right. Look out at the window. See that golden glow on the horizon. Soon it will be dawn. And if this thing is really from another world, he will have to go before the sun appears.
What's the good of that? He'll come back again. Had you not come in when you did, I'd have been...
You would have paid the penalty for your sins.
Then we'll all sit here until the dawn.
World class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5 today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5 today.
Lying there on his bed, with his Aunt May sitting at his side. And the ghost, is he still there? Or has he gone to find his aunt?
Wake up, Oliver. Wake up. He's gone. Oliver. Oliver, wake up.
What?
Look, the sun is high in the sky. Let's open the window.
No, please don't do that, Auntie May. He's...
Yes, he's gone. Oh, thank goodness you're all right. I'm ashamed to say I dozed off, and when I opened my eyes, he wasn't here anymore. Heavens, I have a lot to do. Why don't you get up and take a walk in the sun?
Yes, I think I will. Now that I know that Sally's all right.
That's a good boy.
But what about...
Don't you worry about him. Now, as soon as you've had your morning tea, go out and get some fresh air.
Yes, I will, Auntie May.
Good, and I'll see you later.
Auntie May, the door's locked. I'll unlock it. Auntie May! Auntie May, where are you? How did you get out? How did you get out of this door?
Carson, what's going on? Oh, good gracious me, now look at you. Oh, here, let me help you get into bed.
How did you get in here? The door was locked. I thought it was locked.
Oh, dear, into bed you go. That's it. Oh, now look at the state this pillow's in. There. Now, don't you move.
But I was going out in the sun.
Later. You look so pale. I'm going to get Dr. Ratcliffe to look at you. Now, please, Mr. Carson, just stay where you are.
All right.
You know where she's gone, don't you? She's gone to get Dr. Ratcliffe. That's what she said. But you and I know who's coming to see you. And you and I know why.
Oh, wait. Stop torturing me.
Torturing? Torturing you? Don't you deserve to be tortured?
No.
You haven't got your Auntie May with you now, have you?
But they said you wouldn't come here when it's light.
Who says I'm here, as you call it?
Huh?
Can you see me?
What?
Look around you. I'm not anywhere. I'm not anywhere, am I? And yet I am. You know where I am. In your mind. In your mind.
Help me!
The hypodermic.
Yes, Doctor. Is he very bad?
It's to be expected. Oh, when we start to resist the drug, you know.
Here we are, Doctor.
Thank you. Roll up his sleeve, will you? Yes. That should keep him under for a few hours. I think we've reached the crisis we've been waiting for.
Poor chappie. He looks so lost and helpless.
True. But I think that if our treatment is successful, he's going to have an interesting story to tell.
Auntie May? Auntie May?
So you're awake, Carson.
But you're...
Yes, Dr. Ratcliffe. You've been having rather a bad time the last few days. How are you feeling now?
Auntie May, she's...
Carson, for your own sake, we have to bring you down to reality. Huh? When you first came to the sanatorium, you were under heavy sedation. Then we reduced the amounts because we can never hope to cure any form of mental sickness unless we get at the cause.
And you know what the cause of yours is, don't you?
No. No, I'm not sick. I want my Auntie May.
Now, listen to me, Carson. We're either going to put you on the path of recovery in the next few days, or you'll go into a home for the incurably insane. Which is it to be?
She was here. She stopped him from torturing.
Your Auntie May died when you were 6 years old. From that time on, she's been the only image you've ever had of warmth and comfort and security. But all your life, you've been living in a dream world, running away from people, inventing fantasies when you were alone in your own little room. But this last business, it was then that your brain snapped. You've got to get rid of your sense of guilt.
It isn't true. She'll come back. Auntie May...
You were charged with criminally assaulting this girl's son.
No,
and throwing her unconscious body from the top of Beacon Hill.
I didn't. She's alive, I tell you. She's alive. She loved me. She loved me. She came to see me.
She couldn't have done, because she's dead now. Did you throw her deliberately, or was it an accident?
It was an accident. I just wanted to tell her I loved her. She slipped.
Well done. She slipped. But she's dead. You were charged with her murder, and you were found not guilty.
Yes, they said I didn't do it, but he tortured me. He put his hands on my wrist. They were ice cold like this.
Oh, handcuffs.
Yes.
My compliments to Detective Sergeant Hinchcliffe, nurse. Tell him I'd be grateful if he'd come to the sanatorium. I need his help.
Yes, Doctor.
Carsons, 4 nights ago we gave you EST treatment. You've been having a bad time, but I think we're going to put you right. Now, you were charged and you were found not guilty.
I told the truth in court. He doesn't believe me.
We're going over the evidence of that day, of how you laughed and made love, and she ran out and her foot slipped. And so it was an accident. And so you don't need any Auntie Mays to protect you. No one is punishing you except yourself.
Keep him away! Keep him away!
Come on in, Sergeant.
Sergeant?
Sergeant Hinchcliffe, you spent many hours interrogating Mr. Carson.
Yes, I did, sir.
You accused him of killing that girl.
Yes, but it's all over now. The court found him innocent.
You think that I'm innocent?
Of course I do, Mr. Carsons. Now that the court has found you innocent, well, I accept that.
Is he the apparition that's been visiting you?
Yes. But I don't understand.
Sergeant, do you solemnly promise to leave this young man alone from now on?
Of course, but I don't quite understand how...
Come with me, Sergeant. Just stay with Mr. Carsons, please, will you, nurse? Yes, it was good of you to come down.
Poor chap. Is he any better?
I think so. We managed to bring all his fears and fantasies into the open.
When he collapsed in the courtroom after being found not guilty, he kept calling for his Auntie May. I did try to get the address out of him.
That's one of the things that triggered him off. She died when he was a child. He's always been something of a neurotic.
Fancy his brain snapping just like that.
His guilt was too great to bear.
Do you think he really killed her? But the verdict was wrong?
It's not for me to pass judgment. I don't believe that he deliberately threw her from Beacon Head. On the other hand, I don't believe that she was a willing party to his advances. I believe that this miserable, loveless character frightened the girl with his overtures, that she ran away from him, slipped, and plunged to her death. And on the other hand, I believe he lied to the court when he said she was a willing party to their lovemaking. And that lie has festered in his mind ever since. And that's what has caused his brain to snap. But I think he'll be all right now.
Keep away from me! Doctor! No!
All I want is a little love. Well, Doctor, it seems as though you're wrong.
Judging by that girl's scream, they're going to find Oliver Carson's a much more difficult nut to crack than they thought. Still, when he starts calling for his Auntie May again, and they give him up as hopeless, we'll make room for him here, behind the creaking door.
World class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3/5 today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3/5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3/5 today.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door, of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door. I have flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door.
Good evening, friends of the creaking door. The creaking door is
do come in. We're going to take a little trip to the isle of Haiti, to the land of voodoo and zombies and walking dead. Don't look too closely at the faces of the zombies. It would be terrible if you saw yourself.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5 today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
Do you believe that one can travel in time? They do in Haiti. In fact, the local witch doctors, for a fee, can sometimes be persuaded to bring back from the past or future an article of your choosing.
Yes, white man.
I want to see you.
You wish me to travel for you.
Huh? How did you know?
Many doors which are closed to you, white man, are open for my people.
I've heard rumors, but they sound impossible. Are they true? I mean, can you really travel in time?
I can do many things which you would not believe. Even if I did them in front of your eyes, you would not believe them. There, Luca is offering you something to drink. He cannot ask you, for he cannot speak.
He gave me quite a start. I didn't see him standing there. It's very dark in here, isn't it?
Only for those who have eyes.
I beg your pardon?
I have been blind for many moons.
But you just told me that this man was offering me something to drink. Well, how could
I
you see?
have no eyes, but I see more than you, white man. Take the drink. Otherwise, Luca will stand there forever.
Thank you. Is he also blind? I mean, his eyes seem to have an odd blaze look.
Luca is dead. What is it you wish to speak to me about, white man?
Dead? What do you mean, dead? He was standing here. You
people do not believe, so therefore for you they do not exist. For us, the living dead are always with us.
Zombies?
What is it that you wish me to bring?
Can you travel in time?
Tell me what it is you want to be done, and I will tell you if I can do it and how much it will cost you.
I want you to go into the future. Let's say 70, 80 years from now.
Go on.
Can you do that?
What do you want me to bring?
I want you to bring me my wife's skeleton.
And if I do this thing, can you pay me my price?
I'll pay you anything at all.
You are a clever man, Mr. Hewan. If you possess your wife's skeleton now, then she, of course, cannot exist, but she will not be dead. You will not have murdered her, but you will be rid of her. This is your idea.
Yes. I can't think of any other way. I don't really believe it will work, but I can't think of any other way.
If you want to be rid of the woman, then there are many ways, surely. In your world, a man can get rid of a wife quite easily, I've been told.
Not this wife. She won't give me a divorce, but I can't go on living with her.
And you also covet her money, which she will not give to you if you leave her. But you haven't the courage to kill her, is that right?
It isn't a question of not having the courage. I just couldn't do it.
Very well, Mr. Hayward. For a fee which we will discuss later, I will do this thing for you. I will cause your wife to disappear from the face of the earth. I will bring back her skeleton from the future. Once it arrives here, in this time, she will cease to exist. Where will she go? I think it is better that you don't know that. When must I do this thing?
Not yet. I don't want to do anything yet. I was talking to this person, and I heard that these sorts of things happened. I didn't believe him. I just wanted to inquire.
Think about it and make up your mind.
I will. I'll let you know.
There will be no need to let me know. Once you have made up your mind, I will know it. And I will do the thing you ask.
Is that you, John? About time, too.
I'm sorry I'm late. I was kept at the office.
I don't believe that, and you know it. Where did you get to?
I told you. I had business to attend to.
You're lying.
For heaven's sake, Betty, don't you understand? I don't enjoy our life together. Why do you insist on us staying together?
Oh, I know I'm not attractive, John. I'm tall. I'm big. I'm fat. I know that. But I wanted to get married, and I knew that I'd have to settle for quite a bit less than love. Well, you're the one that I decided on. I love you, John. Oh, I know you don't love me. That doesn't matter. I love you. And you've had the use of my money. It's a fair bargain, isn't it?
Well, I've had enough, dear. I'm sick and tired of being married to you.
And that's a pity, because there's nothing you can do about it. Unless you murder me. And I don't think you have the courage for that, have you?
I'm warning you, Betty. You better give me the divorce I want, or else
Or else what?
Or else I'll get rid of you. I swear I'll get rid of you. All right. Maybe I haven't got the courage to do it myself, but I can always get someone to get rid of you. Don't forget that.
Hadn't you better be going? It's past 2 o'clock.
Well, no, don't worry. She won't wake up till dawn. I dosed the drink again.
Does she know about me?
No, she keeps talking about that woman, but she can't know anything.
Well, what are we going to do, John? I'm not prepared to carry on like this, snatching an hour here, an hour there. I want you for myself, all the time.
So do I, Carol. You know that, but what can I do? She won't give me a divorce.
Leave her.
It's all very well to say that, but what will we live on? You know how much I make. That wouldn't keep you in perfume.
Then get rid of her. Everything will go to you then.
I know, but
But what?
Well, it's not as easy as that. I couldn't just kill her. I couldn't murder her.
You're pretty spineless, really, aren't you, John, dear?
It's not a question of being spineless. You talk about it as if it were just a question of having a haircut. I couldn't just murder her.
On this island, there are plenty of men who do the job for you, if the money was right.
I couldn't do that either. I thought about it, but I can't do it.
Well, I'm not prepared to hang on much longer, my dear. You'd better make up your mind pretty quick which of us you want. Because it's either her or me. You can't have us both.
I'm working on something. There is a way.
What way?
I'd rather not say. I'll give her one last chance tomorrow. If she won't agree to a divorce, then I'll do it.
I'm sorry, John. That's final. I won't give you a divorce. You can do what you like.
All right. You've asked for it. I've tried to be reasonable, but you just won't try to understand. I hate you. Do you hear? I hate you. I can't even find it in my heart to feel sorry for what's going to happen.
I have done it.
But I mean, he was only 10 minutes
When
ago.
one moves back and forward in time, then time itself becomes unimportant.
Where is it?
Luca has the bones. They are in a small box. He will bring it to you.
No, I don't want to see it.
Do you wish the bones to be destroyed?
No, I can't do that. Then she really would be dead.
Then you must take them with you.
Yes, all right. I'll take them with me. Put them down over there. Then she no longer exists.
How can she exist? Her bones are at your feet. Her body could not exist without bones, could it?
I suppose not.
You must keep them with you always. You must not allow any part of them to be lost. Otherwise, your wife will be incomplete, you understand?
But I can't keep these with me. Well, good heavens, the police will immediately suspect me of murdering her. She has disappeared, and all of a sudden I have a complete collection of human bones.
You need not worry on that score. These bones are 100 years old. Your wife disappeared this morning.
It's impossible. It must be impossible.
It is impossible. But it has been done. Now we come to the question of payment. What is it worth to you, Mr. Hayward, to be rid of your wife?
Anything. I'll pay you anything. I'll give you any money you want.
I don't want money. What use would I make of money?
Well, what do you want?
At present, nothing.
Nothing?
At present.
You mean there's no payment? And you want no payment?
Oh, I want payment. And I will get it ultimately, but not yet.
Well, what do you want?
You, Mr. Hayward, that is my payment. I want your soul.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3/5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3/5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3/5s today.
That was a bit mean of the witch doctor, wasn't it? Now poor John has sold his soul. That is, if you believe in things like souls. Personally, I don't.
My soul? What are you talking about?
When you die, I want your soul. It is very simple.
You're talking rubbish. I didn't agree to anything like that.
I carried out my part of the bargain. You must carry out yours. And don't worry, Mr. Hayward. I'll collect. I know exactly when you're going to die. And I'll collect.
What are you doing?
What does it look as if I'm doing? I'm packing, getting out of here.
Well, a man of action. And what about wifey?
She's not here.
Where is she?
Never mind where she is. She isn't here. That's enough, isn't it?
Darling, I never thought you had it in you. Did you really get rid of her?
I didn't say that.
I didn't know murderers were so touchy about it.
I'm not a murderer, do you hear? I'm not a murderer.
All right. Well, what are we going to do? Why are you packing? Won't that make the police suspicious?
For the last time, can't you understand? I've got nothing to fear from the police.
Then why the rush to get away?
It's this island, this place. I can't take it any longer. Even the atmosphere is evil. I can feel it all around me. I'm getting away.
Well, you might have let me know.
I was going to collect you on the way to the harbor.
I'll go and pack.
There isn't much time. I'll pick you up in about 2 hours.
2 hours? You must be mad. I can never be ready in 2 hours.
Well, that's when I'm leaving. If you want to come with me, you better be ready then. If not, I'll go without you. One thing is for sure, I'm not staying in this place a minute longer than is necessary. here I am.
Cabin 13, huh? Unlucky for some. If you'll follow me, sir. Are you alone, sir?
Well, my wife will be joining me before we sail.
Not much time to go, sir.
I know she knows the time. She'll be here.
Here you are, sir. It's a nice cabin. Anything you need, sir. Can I bring you anything?
No, that's all. Thanks. I'll ring if I need anything.
Very good, sir. I hope you have a pleasant voyage.
But Carol didn't turn up. I don't know if she just missed the boat, but she didn't turn up. We sailed less than an hour later, and I breathed a sigh of relief. I'd done it. There was no doubt about that. But I refused to believe it. I forced myself to open the box which Luke had given to me. It contained a human skeleton, no doubt about that. But I couldn't bring myself to believe it was Betty's. Why, only that morning I'd woken up in bed with her beside me. It was impossible. These bones were old, but then, of course, they would be old, coming from 100 years in the future. It was impossible. I was frightened. I needed a drink. I went down to the bar.
Hey, little man. Fancy seeing you. I didn't know you would have bought this towel.
Neither did I, a couple of hours ago.
Made up her mind on the spur of the moment, eh? How's the wife?
Well, that's one of the reasons why I'm leaving. Well, she's disappeared. Left me.
Left you? But I thought I saw her up on deck a few minutes ago.
I tried to keep the shock and horror from my eyes as I looked at Bates in utter disbelief. What are you talking about?
That's right, old boy. I could have sworn it was your missus.
I had to get back to the cabin. If Betty was back, it meant only one thing. Someone had destroyed her bones. But she couldn't be back. The bones must be there. I looked at them just before I left, and I locked the cabin door. I raced down to the companionway. I fumbled for the key, and I opened the door. The box was gone. It's impossible. Who could have taken it? It's impossible.
I was looking for you, Mr. Hayward.
What you? What do you want?
I took the liberty, sir, of unpacking for you.
You did what?
I'm your cabin steward, sir. It's my job.
The box. What did you do with the box?
I beg your pardon.
Don't be a fool, man. The box that was standing there. What did you do with it? It had a big padlock on it.
Oh, that old wooden box. I thought you wouldn't be using that on the voyage. I took it down to the hold.
Well, get it back to here. Get it back at once.
Oh, I don't know that I can, sir. It's packed away with all the other stuff that isn't wanted on the voyage. It would be very difficult to get that. Anyway, your wife told me that you wouldn't be needed on the voyage.
My wife? What are you talking about? My wife isn't on board this ship.
Oh, yes, she is, sir. You told me yourself that she would be joining you before we sailed. Well, she did. She came down to the cabin while you went in the bar.
Where is she now?
I really couldn't say, sir. She didn't speak very much. In fact, come to think of it, she behaved rather strangely.
How strangely?
Well, if I believed all these legends that you hear on the island, I would say that she behaved like a zombie, one of the living dead.
The living dead? Of course. If she had come back from the dead, but she wasn't dead. No one had killed her. She had just ceased to exist. But if she had appeared again, she must be one of the living dead, and The fact that she was on board the ship meant that she wanted revenge. Revenge on me. I needed time to think. I went up on deck and strolled as casually as I could round the deck, smoking one cigarette after another. Nothing helped to calm my jangled nerves. I was forced to the conclusion that I was being haunted. Haunted by my wife, who was neither alive nor dead.
There you are.
That's you came and got a start.
I say, your nerves are in a pretty bad state, old boy.
There's nothing wrong with my nerves.
Your wife's looking for you, by the way.
My wife?
Yes, it was her after all. Remember I said I thought I saw her? Well, I wasn't mistaken. Spoke to her just now.
Where did you see her?
Oh, on the after deck, not 50 yards away. She was standing gazing off into space. I say, there's nothing wrong with your wife's eyes, is there?
Why do you ask?
Well, it might have just been the light, but they had a sort of dead look in them. A sort of dead look.
Bates walked out and met me, and I looked towards the stern of the ship. I thought I saw a shadowy figure standing there. But the night was pretty bad. Then the figure started to move towards me. It was a slight thing, and at times the figure seemed almost to disappear. Then it would reappear again. And all the time it was coming closer. At last, there was no doubt at all. I didn't know in what form, alive or dead, but it was my wife. There was no doubt at all that it was Betty.
Hello, John, dear. Don't look so surprised. Thought you got rid of me, didn't you? Well, you haven't, you dear. You'll never be rid of me. I'm going to haunt you forever.
Well, Mrs. Hayward, it's very peculiar.
What is the trouble, Doctor?
He's completely paralyzed and he's dumb. Can't speak a word. He can see, there's no doubt about that, and he can hear. But otherwise, he's completely helpless. I should have thought that he must have had some terrible shock, some unbelievable shock. Anyway, whatever the reason, and I can assure you that it's all in the mind, there's nothing organically wrong with him at all. Nothing physical, you understand. But whatever the reason, to all intents and purposes, your husband is completely paralyzed and dumb. I'm afraid that the only thing for him will be to keep him in a home.
Oh, no, Doctor. I couldn't do that. My darling husband. No, Doctor. I'll look after him myself. I'll keep him at home and look after him myself. It'll be a pleasure. So you see, John, dear, you weren't so clever after all. Now, here, drink of it. Oh, you think I might be poisoning you, do you? Well, don't worry. I'm not. Not yet, anyway. Maybe later. But not until you've suffered a bit more, my dear John. I want to tell you the whole story. I want you to know how stupid you've been. Believing a silly yarn like that. Travel in time and bring something back indeed. Don't you remember who first put the idea in your head about the witch doctor? It was me. I knew you'd go and find out. It was easy to bribe that so-called witch doctor. Just as it was easy to bribe the steward of the boat. I wanted to get my revenge on you for deceiving me with that woman. Carol, I wanted revenge. But I never dreamed it would be so complete. Now I can sit and watch you suffer. And you can't do a thing. And of course you never know when I will sit with a voice. Although I promise you, it won't be for a long time.
business of traveling off into the future and getting her skeleton from the grave. But what puzzles me is this. What is Carol doing down here, moaning about her bones, which she says are in a little box on board a ship somewhere? I don't understand that at all. Do you?
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door. Of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3.5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door. About this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. Manufacturers of State Express 3.5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door. Good evening, friends of the creaking door. The creaking door is open. So do come here. Why are you hesitating? Oh, I see. That apparition you met in your nightmare. Oh, yes. If he's here, all right. Ready to drive you out of your mind. Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get.
It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3-5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3-5 today.
A young, determined-looking man steps out of his car onto the muddy dirt road and faces the bleak stone house at the end of the driveway. Hesitating a moment, he turns up his collar against the wind, then walks the long path to the forbidding door.
Keeping me out. You've got no right to force. I'm telling him whether you like it or not. What are you doing here? What am I doing? You can ask that.
No point in arguing. Come on in. We'll talk in the library. How did you find this place?
It wasn't easy. You thought of that, didn't you?
In here.
Who was this, Carl?
Oh. All right, Martha. An unexpected visit. You, know my wife, Martha, don't you, Alan? Take one on a drink, Martha.
Yes.
Sit down. We'll talk.
I didn't come all the way out here to make conversation.
Huh? What have you come for, then?
What have you done with Julia?
Here are the drinks, Carl.
Alan?
I've asked you what you've done with her.
Martha, perhaps Alan would prefer brandy to this.
I prefer nothing.
You shouldn't have done that, Alan. Those glasses are family heirlooms, very difficult to replace.
What have you two done with Julia?
What have we done? Am I my sister's keeper?
I know she's here someplace in this house. Don't try to tell me she isn't.
I really wouldn't try to tell you anything in your present condition.
Where is she? Upstairs?
No, Alan.
Upstairs, Mrs. Manning?
Julia isn't here. What's got into you anyway?
What's got into me? You made a good try, but it won't work. Julie and I are getting married, no matter what you do or try.
That is your own personal business and Julia's. All I can do is to assure you that my sister isn't here.
And you have no idea where she is?
No.
And that's what you'll tell me next.
As a matter of fact, you're right. My wife and I needed a rest. We moved from town and rented this house.
Not according to the age.
That's ridiculous.
He told me Julia's name is on the lease.
I'm afraid, Alan, you've been misinformed.
I'm going upstairs to look.
Carl?
It's all right, Martha. Let him go.
And when I find her, Julia's leaving his house with me.
Carl, you'll find her now.
I know.
You'll see what she's become.
Yes, Martha. Alan's in for the shock of his life. But there's nothing we can do about it now.
Julia, are you in here? Julia.
Please leave, Alan. Please.
Julia. What's the matter?
Just do as I asked. Please leave.
No. Why is it so dark?
Don't turn that lamp on.
What?
Don't touch that lamp. Keep your hands away from it.
Julia.
You won't turn it on, Alan. Promise you won't.
All right. What has he done to you, Julia?
He?
Your brother, Carl. What has he and his wife done to you?
I've done nothing. Don't you dare say one word against them. Oh, Alan. Why did you try to find me? Why?
How can you ask such a thing? Just a month ago we were to be married, and then you disappeared.
You've got to leave here at once. Just make believe you didn't find me.
What?
You've got to.
No. I'm here to find out what this is all about.
For your own good, Alan, go away. Please. Go away and never come back again.
I'm not budging until you tell me why. Why do you sound so peculiar? Why do you want to remain in the dark?
Alan, please go.
Not until you can look me straight in the eye and tell me you want me to leave.
Alan, don't turn on that lamp.
Sorry, Julia, but...
Julia. Now get out of here. Get out or I'll kill you.
Feeling any better now, Alan? Yes, my face has stopped bleeding. The gashes where she clawed you are rather deep. Clawed? Now, can you understand why I said my sister wasn't here? Carl, what's wrong with her? What is it? Alan, I know you don't like me, but please, take my advice. Forget you ever knew Julia. Well, I know it sounds cruel, but it's the best advice I can offer you. I'm sorry, it's out of the question. All right. That leaves me no choice but to tell you. Perhaps after all, it is better than I do. Tell what? What's wrong with Julia? I'll have to ask for your complete confidence. You have it? Look in the mirror, Alan. Huh? Look at those scratches on your face. Well, what are you driving at? Don't they seem strange to you? A moment ago, you used to term Claude. You said I was Claude. Exactly. Are those marks the marks a human hand would make? Or are they not more like the marks of an animal's claw? You're not making sense. The sensible explanation is not to my liking either, Alan. It wasn't easy for me to face it when I first saw the reversion setting in. Reversion? I don't follow. It was semi-dark in the room upstairs, but still you noticed something very peculiar about Julia. Physically, that is. She was altogether peculiar. I mean something specific. Her eyes. What did you notice about her eyes? She kept her face pretty well away from me, but now you mention it. Yes. I noticed her eyes were... Oh, God. You noticed they were what, Alan? They were like the eyes of a cat. Yes. In the last 2 weeks, the reversion process has been stepped up, I'm afraid. Already her pupils have expanded to the full iris, and perhaps you've noticed her fear, or rather her pathological hatred of light. Yes, I did. Her fingers, they're virtual claws now. Stop it, please. But can't something be done? A doctor. You've tried everything. If a doctor were to see her now, his only recommendation would be to put her in an institution for the rest of her life. Her unnatural life. Julia. I know how you feel. It's quite right, Alan. If you'd like, you may spend the night with us. Thank you. I'll show you upstairs to your room. It's just not believable. I know. Too shocking to accept at first. Carl! Now can you believe, Alan? Now can you believe every word that I've told you is true? Julia.
Carl.
Julia, where'd you been?
Been? No.
You promised me you wouldn't leave this room. I've been looking all over the house and grounds for you. Now, where were you?
Carl, please don't be angry with me. Please.
I'm not angry, but for your own sake, you must do as I say. If you don't, I'll have to...
You'll send me away.
No, Julia. I'll just have to keep the door to this room locked.
Oh, you'll never send me away. You'll never do that.
I promised you, didn't I? Now, come on. Lie down.
Carl, Alan's here tonight.
I know.
You let him see me.
I couldn't help it. He insisted.
You're letting him stay in the house.
You'll go first thing in the morning.
And take me away.
You mustn't think about that now.
I scratched him. I hated him. I didn't think I could ever hate Alan.
I told you not to think about it. Everything's going to be all right.
Will it? Oh, will I ever get better?
Of course not. Just lie back, Julia, and I'll soothe your forehead. I didn't mean...
You were going to say... So
no,
You were, weren't you? First, as you would a cat.
No, Julia, I wasn't. You mustn't put words into my mouth. You'll only make things worse for yourself.
What is it?
Julia. Where were you tonight?
No.
Were you out of the house?
I don't remember. Why?
You were with someone. Try to remember.
I can't. Why, Carl?
Never mind, it's nothing.
You're keeping something from me.
No.
You're hiding something behind you. You've got something in your hand.
It's nothing, I tell you.
Let me see what.
Now, let go. Oh, Julia.
My slipper. My slipper's covered with blood.
News in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3/5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3/5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3/5s today.
Julia. I wonder how many she has left.
Oh, Carl, look.
Easy, Martha.
I came to this room to some breakfast was ready. I found him on the floor that way. His throat clawed open.
You better get out of here.
Carl, what happened?
Don't come in, Julia.
I heard Mother screaming out.
Julia, you mustn't look.
That's why there was blood on my slipper. That's why.
Martha, help me get her out of here.
I was with Alan last night and I killed him. She's insane. Julia really believes she's a cat now.
Wasn't that our plan, Martha, to drive her out of her mind?
It's gone too far.
Not at all. It hasn't gone quite far enough yet. You'll howl like a cat again tonight.
No, I won't. We've got to stop this right now. Oh, if she gets worse, she'll kill both of us.
So the ridiculous Julia couldn't kill anybody.
But Alan...
Julia didn't kill Alan.
What?
I killed Alan.
You?
Of course. It was quite necessary.
Oh, why didn't you kill me? Why did you
I wanted to get a legitimate performance out of you when you found his body. I wanted you to be horrified, and I wanted you to recoil from Julia just as you did.
You're a murderer.
That's a very unpleasant thing to say. I was merely protecting my investment of time and trouble.
You didn't have to commit murder.
Oh, but I did. You see, I hadn't really convinced Alan at all.
How do you know?
I kept my eye on his room after he went up to bed. I saw him steal out and come downstairs here. I listened on the upstairs extension. I heard him telephone Peterson.
And the doctor told him what was wrong with Julia?
He explained to Alan the symptoms of her metalopia, day blindness.
And you killed him for that?
Of course.
But why?
You've suddenly turned very sensitive, darling.
I never bargained for murder.
When you want money, as much money as my sister Julia has, you must be prepared to take any step, no matter how violent.
But
what did you expect me to do? Allow Alan to tell Julia that she was suffering from an eye affliction, after I built up in her mind that she was slowly turning into a cat? Or would you choose to allow him to walk out of here and go to the police?
I don't want that money now.
You're just excited. You'll feel differently about it later.
No, I'll never feel differently. After what's happened, I told you all along I had a feeling something would happen.
What could possibly happen now? Alan's out of the way. His body will never be found.
I'm not thinking of Alan. I'm thinking of your sister.
What about, Julia?
Oh, I'm thinking of the terrible thing we've done to her.
It's a little late to think about that, isn't it?
I don't know. There must be something we can do.
There's only one thing you're going to do, Martha, and that is as I say.
Carl,
we're
please.
going to keep working on Julia until she's put away for the rest of her life. We're going to keep at it until I have every cent of hers. It's all right now.
Oh, Carl.
It's all right.
It was me, Carl. I was out again, wasn't I?
No, Julia, it was only a dream you had.
It was saying that.
It's only a bad dream, that's all.
I killed again, just like I killed Alan.
No, you didn't.
Carl, I'd rather be dead than like this.
No, Julia, please.
I can't stop myself anymore. It gets worse and worse. Look at my hands. They're not really hands anymore. They're claws and...
What is it?
I was out.
No, it's just a dream, I told you.
It wasn't a bad dream. I did kill again. My dressing gown. Look. Covered with blood.
Julia.
They'll find me now. This time they'll find me and put me away.
I wouldn't let that happen. I promised to take care of you, didn't I?
Oh, yes, sir.
And I will take care of you always. The very best I can.
When are you going to leave her alone?
When she's beyond help completely, and only then, Mother.
I can't stand it anymore.
You stand as much as I say you can stand. Now get hold of yourself. Won't be much longer.
No, Carl. It won't be much longer.
What do you mean?
You'd better stop now. I'm warning you.
Warning me?
For your own good.
That'd be ridiculous.
You won't listen to me. You won't stop.
Of course not. The plan is perfect. Nothing could go wrong now.
I brought you some lunch, Julia.
Not hungry.
I want to talk to you.
Why did you close the door, Martha? Since Alan died, you've never closed it while you were in here. You were afraid to be alone with me.
I'm not afraid anymore. I'm here to help you.
Help me?
To get away from here.
What?
To get away from Carl. There isn't much time.
I don't want to leave Carl. He's the only one who can help me now.
No, Julia. I'm the only one who can really help you now. You must leave here tonight before it's too late.
You're trying to trick me.
No. Oh, believe me.
You're jealous because Carl is good to me. You're always being jealous.
Please listen. I'm only trying to help. If you stay here, you're lost. You'll end up in an institution. That's what Carl wants.
That's what you want. You want me out of this house so they can get me and put me away.
No, Julia. Oh, you must believe me. At first, I did want that. Carl talked me into it. But now, it's gone too far. Now I only want to save you from Carl. Julia, you're not a murderess.
What?
You didn't kill Alan.
But I did. And the other people I killed.
There were no other people, only Alan, and you didn't kill him. Carl did.
No, Carl wouldn't do that. He knew I loved Alan when I was... Before this happened to me.
Carl killed Alan. I swear it.
I can't believe.
You must. It's your only chance. Carl put the blood on your slipper and on your dressing gown. It is all a trick to drive you out of your mind. And if you don't let me help you tonight, it'll be too late for you.
They'll put me away?
For the rest of your life. Well, Julia?
You'll help me, Martha? Really?
Yes.
in every way I can.
What can you do now?
I've planned it all. Tonight at dinner, I put a sedative in Carl's coffee. By 9, he'll be fast asleep, and I'll be waiting in the car for you. Do you understand?
Yes, Martha, I understand. You'll be waiting for me downstairs in the car at 9 o'clock.
And by the time Carl wakes, he'll be hundreds of miles away from here, safe.
Hello, Martha.
Carl!
You seem surprised to see me, Martha. According to your calculations, I should be fast asleep at this point. Isn't that right?
I don't know what you mean.
Don't waste time fencing. I replaced the sedative with a quite innocuous powder.
You overheard Julia and me.
Not at all. I had no idea of your scheme until Julia told me.
What?
Julia told me everything.
She didn't believe me.
Not a word. She thought you were only trying to trick her. You see, Martha, it was only a waste of your time and your life. Your life.
Carl!
I can't trust you any longer. That's fairly obvious, isn't it?
Carl, you wouldn't.
I've no other course now.
Oh, you couldn't kill me.
I once told you when you want something badly enough, no step is too violent. You see this, Martha?
Oh!
This is the iron claw that was used on Alan.
Carl, no, please.
After I'm finished, I'll call the police. I'll tell them about my sister.
Carl!
My completely insane sister, and the horrible thing she's done to my wife.
No.
And then I'll have everything I've worked for. This is Carl Manning. I live on Windmill Road, the last house in from the highway. Please, come right away.
Manning, Windmill Road.
Yes.
Got it. What's wrong?
There's been a murder.
Murder?
Yes. My wife's been clawed to death. Julia. How did you get down here?
I wasn't in my room when you locked it.
Get upstairs immediately.
No, Carl, I'm not going back to that room again. Ever.
Julia, you'll do as I say, or I... Why did you turn off the lights?
I heard everything you said on the phone.
What?
And I saw what you did to Martha in the car.
You...
I wanted you to do that to her. That's why I told you everything.
And you did believe her?
It made no difference. It was too late for me.
Julia, I want those lights on.
No, Carl, I like the dark. Remember, I can only see clearly in the dark. But you can't see me, can you?
Julia, now, listen to me.
I can see in the dark because I'm a cat.
No, Julia.
And you can't hear my steps because I walk on cat's feet.
Julia, there's really nothing wrong with you. It's just an eye affliction, that's all.
It's more than that now. I'm more a cat than a human being now. You bumped into the table because you can't see in the dark. You don't have cat's eyes like I have.
You're not a cat, Julia. You're
My
not.
hands are claws now with sharp, long nails that can rip and tear and kill.
No, it's only in your mind. You can't kill.
I'm a cat, Carl. You made me one. You turned me into an animal.
Julia, please, turn on the light.
You'll never see light again, Carl.
Julia!
Tapped up against the window now. Behind you is the steep cliff. You're in a corner and you can't get out. You're a mouse trapped in a corner by a cat.
Julia, stand back, don't!
A mouse trapped by a cat.
That's what I call the cat's whisker. So the moral to tonight's fairy tale. Always be kind to animals. You can never tell when one of them will turn up to be a relative of yours.
World class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door, of course.
Flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The creaking door. The manufacturers of State Express 3.5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door.
evening, friends of the creaking door. The creaking door is open. So do come in. Why are you hesitating? Oh, I see. That apparition you met in your nightmare. Oh, yes. Yes, he's here, all right. Ready to drive you out of your mind.
World class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
Determined-looking man steps out of his car onto the muddy dirt road and faces the bleak stone house at the end of the driveway. Hesitating a moment, he turns up his collar against the wind, then walks the long path to the forbidding door.
Keeping me out. You've got no right to force. I'm coming in whether you like it or not. What are you doing here? What am I doing? You can ask that. No point in arguing. Come on in. We'll talk in the library.
How did you find this place? It wasn't easy. You sorted that, didn't you? In here.
Who was this, Carl?
Oh. All right, Martha. An unexpected visit. You know my wife, Martha, don't you, Alan? Fix someone a drink, Martha.
Yes.
Sit down. We'll talk. I didn't come all the way out here to make conversation. Huh? What have you come for, then? What have you done with Julia?
Clear the drinks, Carl.
Alan? I've asked you what you've done with... Martha, perhaps Alan would prefer brandy to this. I prefer nothing. You shouldn't have done that, Alan. Those glasses are family heirlooms, very difficult to replace. What have you two done with Julia? What have we done? Am I my sister's keeper? I know she's here, someplace in this house. Don't try to tell me she isn't. I really wouldn't try to tell you anything in your present condition. Where is she? Upstairs? No, Alan. Upstairs, Mrs. Manning? Julia isn't here. What's got into you anyway? It's got into me. You made a good try, but it won't work. Julia and I are getting married, no matter what you do or try. That is your own personal business, and Julia's. All I can do is to assure you that my sister isn't here. And you've no idea where she is? No. And that's what you'll tell me next. As a matter of fact, you're right. My wife and I needed a rest. We moved from town and rented this house. Not according to the age. That's ridiculous. He told me Julia's name is on the lease. I'm afraid, Alan, you've been misinformed. I'm going upstairs to look. Carl! It's all right, Martha. Let him go. And when I find her, Julia's leaving this house with me.
Carl, he'll find her now.
I know.
He'll see what she's become.
Yes, Martha. Alan's in for the shock of his life. But there's nothing we can do about it now. Julia? Julia, are you in here? Julia?
Please leave, Alan. Please.
Julia? What's the matter?
Just do as I ask. Please leave.
No. Why is it so dark?
Don't turn that lamp on.
What?
Don't touch that lamp. Keep your hands away from it.
Julia.
Oh, you won't turn it on, Alan. Promise you won't.
has he done to you, Julia?
He?
Your brother Carl. What have he and his wife done to you?
I've done nothing. Don't you dare say one word against them. Oh, Alan. Why did you try to find me? Why?
How can you ask such a thing? Just a month ago we were to be married, and then you disappeared.
You've got to leave here at once. Just make believe you didn't find me.
What?
You've got to.
No. I'm going to find out what this is all about.
For your own good, Alan, go away, please. Go away and never come back again.
I'm not budging until you tell me why. Why do you sound so peculiar? Why do you want to remain in the dark?
Alan, please go.
Not until you can look me straight in the eye and tell me you want me to leave.
Alan, don't turn on that lamp.
I'm sorry, Julia, but...
Don't stop it, Julia. Now get out of here. Get out or I'll kill you.
Feeling any better now, Alan?
Yes, my face has stopped bleeding.
The gash is where she clawed you, or rather deep.
Claude?
Now, can you understand why I said my sister wasn't here?
Carl, what's wrong with her? What is it?
Alan, I know you don't like me, but please, take my advice. Forget you ever knew Julia.
What?
I know it sounds cruel, but it's the best advice I can offer you.
I'm sorry, it's out of the question.
All right. That leaves me no choice but to tell you. Perhaps after all, it is better that I do.
Tell what?
What's wrong with Julia? I'll have to ask for your complete confidence.
You have it?
Look in the mirror, Alan.
Huh?
Look at those scratches on your face. Well?
What are you driving at?
Don't they seem strange to you?
A moment ago you used the term Claude. You said I was Claude.
Exactly. Are those marks the marks the human hand would make? Or are they not more like the marks of an animal's claw?
You're not making sense.
The sensible explanation is not to my liking either, Alan. It wasn't easy for me to face it when I first saw the reversion setting in.
Reversion? I don't follow you.
It was semi-dark in the room upstairs, but still you noticed something very peculiar about Julia. Physically, that is.
She was altogether peculiar.
I mean something specific. Her eyes. What did you notice about her eyes?
She kept her face pretty well away from me, but now you mention it.
Yes?
I noticed her eyes were... Oh, God. It's absurd.
You noticed they were what, Alan?
They were like
the eyes of a cat.
Yes.
In the last 2 weeks, the reversion process has been stepped up, I'm afraid. Already her pupils have expanded to the full iris, and perhaps you've noticed her fear, or rather her pathological hatred of light.
Yes, I did.
Her fingers, they're virtual claws now.
Stop it, please. Can't something be done? A doctor.
We've tried everything. If a doctor were to see her now, his only recommendation would be to put her in an institution for the rest of her life. Her unnatural life.
Julia.
I know how you feel. It's quite late, Alan. If you'd like, you may spend the night with us.
Thank you.
I'll show you upstairs to your room.
It's just not believable.
I know. Too shocking to accept at first.
Carl!
Now can you believe, Alan? Now can you believe every word that I've told you is true? Julia.
Carl.
Julia, where have you been?
Been? I don't know.
You promised me you wouldn't leave this room. I've been looking all over the house and grounds for you. Now, where were you?
Carl, please don't be angry with me. Please.
I'm not angry, but for your own sake, you must do as I say. If you don't, I'll have to...
Send me away.
No, Julia. I'll just have to keep the door to this room locked.
Oh, you'll never send me away. You'll never do that.
I promised you, didn't I? Now, come on. Lie down.
Carl, Alan's here tonight.
I know.
You let him see me.
I couldn't help it. He insisted.
You're letting him stay in the house.
You'll go first thing in the morning.
You can't take me away.
You mustn't think about that now.
I scratched him. I hated him. I didn't think I could ever hate Alan.
I told you not to think about it. Everything's going to be all
Will
right.
it? Oh, will I ever get better?
Of course. Now, look. Just lie back, Julia, and I'll soothe your forehead. I didn't mean
You were going to say stroke.
No, I...
You were, weren't you? Stroke, as you would a cat.
No, Julia, I wasn't. You mustn't put words into my mouth. You'll only make things worse for yourself.
What is it?
Julia, where were you tonight?
No.
Were you out of the house?
I don't remember. Why?
You were with someone. Try to remember.
I can't. Why, Carl?
Never mind, it's nothing.
You're keeping something from me.
No.
You're hiding something behind you. You've got something in your hand.
That's nothing, I tell you.
Now, let go.
Julia!
My slipper. My slipper's covered with blood.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3/5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3/5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3/5s today.
Well. They say a cat has 9 lives. Poor Julia. I wonder how many she has left.
Carl, look.
Easy, Martha.
I tell you, this room to breakfast is ready. I found him on the floor that way. His throat clawed open.
You better get out of here.
How what happened?
Don't come in, Julia.
I heard my
Julia.
scream.
Julia, you mustn't look.
That's why there was blood on my slipper. That's why.
Martha, help me get her out of here.
I was with Alan last night and I killed him. I killed him. She's insane. Julia really believes she's a cat now.
Wasn't that our plan, Martha, to drive her out of her mind?
It's gone too far.
Not at all. It hasn't gone quite far enough yet. You'll howl like a cat again tonight.
No, I won't. We've got to stop this right now. Oh, if she gets worse, she'll kill both of them.
That'd be ridiculous. Julia couldn't kill anybody.
But Alan...
Julia didn't kill Alan.
What?
I killed Alan.
You?
Of course. It was quite necessary.
Oh, why didn't you tell me? Why did you let
I
me...
wanted to get a legitimate performance out of you when you found his body. I wanted you to be horrified, and I wanted you to recoil from Julia, just as you did.
You're a murderer.
That's a very unpleasant thing to say. I was merely protecting my investment of time and trouble.
You didn't have to commit murder.
Oh, but I did. You see, I hadn't really convinced Alan at all.
How do you know?
I kept my eye on his room after he went up to bed. I saw him steal out and come downstairs here. I listened on the upstairs extension. I heard him telephone Peterson.
And the doctor told him what was wrong with Julia?
He explained to Alan the symptoms of her metalopia, day blindness.
And you killed him for that?
Of course.
But why?
You've suddenly turned very sensitive, darling.
I never bargained for murder.
When you want money, as much money as my sister Julia has, you must be prepared to take any step, no matter how violent.
But
what did you expect me to do? Allow Alan to tell Julia that she was suffering from an eye affliction, after I built up in her mind that she was slowly turning into a cat? Or would you choose to allow him to walk out of here and go to the police?
I don't want that money now.
You're just excited. You'll feel differently about it later.
No, I'll never feel differently after what's happened. I told you all along I had a feeling something would happen.
What could possibly happen now? Alan's out of the way. His body will never be found.
I'm not thinking of Alan. I'm thinking of your sister.
What about Julia?
Oh, I'm thinking of the terrible thing we've done to her.
It's a little late to think about that, isn't it?
I don't know. There must be something we can do.
There's only one thing you're going to do, Martha, and that is as I say.
Carl,
We're
please.
going to keep working on Julia until she's put away for the rest of her life. We're going to keep at it until I have every cent of hers. It's all right, Julia. It's all right now.
Oh, Carl.
It's all right.
It was me, Carl. I was out again, wasn't I?
No, Julia, it was only a dream you had.
You don't think that.
It's only a bad dream, that's all.
I killed again, just like I killed Alan.
No, you didn't.
Carl, I'd rather be dead than like
No,
this.
Julia, please.
I can't stop myself anymore. I get worse and worse. Look at my hands. They're not really hands anymore. They're claws.
What is it?
I was out.
No, it's just a dream, I told you.
It wasn't a bad dream. I did kill again. My dressing gown, look. Covered with blood.
Julia.
They'll find me now. This time they'll find me and put me away.
I won't let that happen. I promised to take care of you, didn't I?
Oh, yes, Carl.
And I will take care of you always. The very best I can.
Carl, when are you going to leave her alone?
When she's beyond help completely, and only then, Mother.
I can't stand it anymore.
You stand as much as I say you can stand. Now get hold of yourself. Won't be much longer.
No, Carl. It won't be much longer.
What do you mean?
You'd better stop now. I'm warning you.
Warning me?
For your own good.
Don't be ridiculous.
You won't listen to me. You won't stop.
Of course not. The plan is perfect. Nothing could go wrong now.
I brought you some lunch, Julia.
Not hungry.
I want to talk to you.
Why did you close the door, Martha? Since Alan died, you've never closed it while you were in here. You were afraid to be alone with me.
I'm not afraid anymore. I'm here to help you.
Help me?
To get away from here.
What?
To get away from Carl. There isn't much time.
I don't want to leave Carl. He's the only one who can help me now.
No, Julia. I'm the only one who can really help you now. You must leave here tonight before it's too late.
You're trying to trick me.
No. Oh, believe me.
You're jealous because Carl is good to me. You've always been jealous.
Please listen. I'm only trying to help. If you stay here, you're lost. You'll end up in an institution. That's what Carl wants.
That's what you want. You want me out of this house so they can get me and put me away.
No, Julia. Oh, you must believe me. At first, I did want that. Carl talked me into it. But now, it's gone too far. Now I only want to save you from Carl. Julia, you're not a murderess.
What?
You didn't kill Alan.
And I did. And the other people I killed.
There were no other people, only Alan, and you didn't kill him. Carl did.
No, Carl wouldn't do that. He knew I loved Alan when I was... Before this happened to me.
Carl killed Alan. I swear it.
I can't believe.
You must. It's your only chance. Carl put the blood on your slipper and on your dressing gown. It is all a trick to drive you out of your mind. And if you don't let me help you tonight, it'll be too late for you.
They'll put me away?
For the rest of your life. Well, Julia?
You'll help me, Martha? Really?
Yes, in every way I can.
But what can you do now?
I've planned it all. Tonight at dinner, I'll put a sedative in Carl's coffee. By 9, he'll be fast asleep, and I'll be waiting in the car for you. Do you understand?
Yes, Martha, I understand. You'll be waiting for me downstairs in the car at 9 o'clock.
And by the time Carl wakes, you'll be hundreds of miles away from here, safe.
seem surprised to see me, Martha. According to your calculations, I should be fast asleep at this point. Isn't that right?
I don't know what you mean.
Don't waste time fencing. I replaced the sedative with a quite innocuous powder.
You overheard Julia and me.
Not at all. I had no idea of your scheme until Julia told me.
What?
Julia told me everything.
She didn't believe me.
Not a word. She thought you were only trying to trick her. You see, Martha, it was only a waste of your time and your life.
What?
Your life.
Carl!
I can't trust you any longer. That's fairly obvious, isn't it?
Carl, you wouldn't...
I've no other course now.
Oh, you couldn't kill me.
I once told you when you want something badly enough, no step is too violent.
No.
You see this, Martha?
Oh!
This is the iron claw that was used on Alan.
Carl, no, please.
After I'm finished, I'll call the police. I'll tell them about my sister.
Carl!
My completely insane sister, and the horrible thing she's done to my wife.
No.
And then I'll have everything I've worked for.
Sergeant Jackson speaking.
This is Carl Manning. I live on Windmill Road, the last house in from the highway. Please, come right away.
Manning, Windmill Road.
Yes.
Got it. What's wrong?
There's been a murder.
Murder?
Yes. My wife's been clawed to death. Julia. How did you get down here?
I wasn't in my room when you locked it.
Get upstairs immediately.
No, Carl. I'm not going back to that room again. Ever.
Julia, you'll do as I say, or I... Oh. Why did you turn off the lights?
I heard everything you said on the phone.
What?
And I saw what you did to Martha in the car.
You...
I wanted you to do that to her. That's why I told you everything.
And you did believe her?
It made no difference. It was too late for me.
Julia, I want those lights on.
No, Carl. I like the dark. Remember, I can only see clearly in the dark. But you can't see me, can you?
Julia, now, listen to me.
I can see in the dark because I'm a cat.
No, Julia.
And you can't hear my steps because I walk on cat feet.
Julia, there's really nothing wrong with you. It's just an eye affliction, that's all.
It's more than that now. I'm more a cat than a human being now. You bumped into the table because you can't see in the dark. You don't have cat's eyes like I have.
You're not a cat, Julia. You're
My
not.
hands are claws now with sharp, long nails. Nails that can rip and tear and kill.
No, it's only in your mind. You can't kill.
I'm a cat, Carl. You made me one. You turned me into an animal.
Julia, please, turn on the lights.
You'll never see light again, Carl. Ever.
Julia.
The cat's up against the window now. Behind you is the steep cliff. You're in a corner and you can't get out. You're a mouse trapped in a corner by a cat.
Julia, stand back. Don't.
A mouse trapped by a cat.
That's what I call the cat's whisker. Oh, the moral to tonight's fairy tale. Always be kind to animals. You can never tell when one of them will turn up to be a relative of yours.
Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3 5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3-5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3-5s today.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door, of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3-5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door.
I have flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3-5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door.
Good evening, friends of the creaking door. The creaking door is open. So do come in. Have you ever considered the poor deep-sea diver? Now there's an interesting job for you. Walking along the silent seabed, thousands of feet under the surface. Not a sound. The pressure down there causing you to suck in deep breath, just to give you the energy to move. A pleasant little walk on the bottom of the sea. Surprising what you can bump into down there in the Stygian gloom.
Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3-5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3-5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3-5s today.
Edgar Trevelyan had a small fishing boat, a ketch, and a diving suit, and a partner. His partner was called Fred Martin,
and he came from London. Edgar trusted Fred, which was very silly of him.
Don't you see? We've got nothing to lose. But isn't there some business about getting permission from the Coast Guard or the Treasury or something? Yeah, we don't want to bother about nonsense like that. Now listen. The Birkenhead was sunk in 1942. She was on her way from Cape Town with a shipment of gold. Yes, I know all that. And I know she went down just off the point. I remember it well. But you don't think that she's been allowed to sit there for 25 years, do you? They've been down there. They must have died for her. Yeah, of course they have. They dived straight after it happened. They dived just after the war. And they've dived 3 times since then. Well, then, there won't be no gold left down there. Oh, yes, there will. Because they haven't recovered it. None of the divers ever came back to the surface. Old Edgar looked at me in disbelief, as well he might. It was an unlikely sounding story, but it was true. The Birkenhead's gold had never been recovered. So many lives had been lost trying to recover it that they put a stop to the attempts. The Coast Guards and the Treasury had forbidden it. There wasn't much at stake to make a determined, expensive effort really worthwhile. Not enough to interest the government or Lloyd, but enough for me. Why didn't the other dialists come back to the service? What happened to them? Yeah, they must have got their airlines caught between jagged rocks. Oh, I don't like the sound of that. Could be something down there. It was a fine night. The moon was high and full. The water was still, dark, and ominous. This is about it, isn't it? Otherwise, why did we leave the ketch in a row? We left the ketch because I don't want no one to see where we're diving. Small rowing boat, they won't spot so easily. Who do you expect is going to spot us anyway? We're miles on the coast, there's no ship underneath. No, but there is the Coast Guard. And that's our own life. We're not supposed to be doing this, remember? Now, this should do. Now, I'm going to get on with it, and I'll get the pump going. Well, put the helmet on. Try the intercom. Yeah, better get my phones on. Now, try yours. Hello? Hello, all right. Can you hear me? Yeah. Well, I can hear you fine. All right, then. I'll just bolt you in. Outside of that. The fish is swimming across the beam. They look quite startled. Yeah, never mind the blasted fish. Flash downwards. Any masts? Any superstructure? Wait a minute. No, nothing. So I see better when I get right down to the seabed. All right. I'll lower you down to 30 fathoms. I lowered him down to 30 fathoms. There's a lot of water to have over your head. But Edgar's voice came through loud and clear on the intercom. I wanted to know why those other divers didn't come back. Maybe Edgar wouldn't come back. That would be tough for him. But I could always find another diver. What I wanted to know was what it was. I wanted to know why the divers never came back, why the airline was broken. And I hoped that Edgar, over the intercom, would tell me. You see something? Yes, I can see her all right. She's right in front of me, sitting on the sand as peacefully as you please. Never mind the poetry. Get on board and find out where the gold is. Yes, all right, I'll do that. Johnny, She doesn't look real. Like the sort of ghost ship. She's sitting quite upright on the sand, as if she's sailing us towards me.
The goes in the forward hold. You'll need the blowtorch to get through. Let me know when you want it, and I'll lower it down. And look, the blowtorch is a marvelous thing. Within 10 minutes of locating the hold, Edgar had it open. It seemed as if no one had ever managed to get the gold out before. But Edgar was a good guy. I felt a bit sorry for him when I realized that the time had come to go through with the first part of my plan.
It's all here, Frank. All here. Shouldn't take more than a day to get it up. Better bring me up now, Frank.
But I didn't bring him up. I cut the airline.
All right, Fred. Bring me up. I'm starting to feel a bit funny. Maybe the pressure. Been down too long. You better bring me up, Fred. 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 Why don't you answer me? Fred. Can't you hear me? Can't you hear? Don't leave me down here, Fred. Fred. Bring me up. Fred. Please, Fred. Fred. Fred.
And that's how Edgar died. Or did he? His dying voice echoed in my ears long after his last choking scream. Even now at night when everything's still, and perhaps I'm fast asleep, that voice comes to me.
Fred. Fred, please. Don't leave me, Fred. Fred.
But that night, off the Cornish coast, with a few seabirds crying and the lazy slap of the waves against the rowing boat, there was no doubt that Edgar was dead. I fell back to the ketch and sailed back to the harbour. I collected Pamela and I reported the matter to the local authorities.
Now, let me get this straight, Mr. Martin. You and your partner, Edgar, were out about 15 miles, eh?
Oh, I feel terribly about it, Sergeant. I tried to talk him out of it, didn't I, Pamela?
You can't blame yourself, Fred. He was an obstinate old fellow, old Edgar. Well, you know that, Inspector.
Sergeant, ma'am. What's your name, please? Were you also aboard the rowing boat?
Oh, no, I didn't know they were going to attempt it. When they discussed it the previous night, I thought Fred had talked Edgar out of it.
Miss Hastings is a very good friend of mine, Sergeant. Well, my fiancée, actually.
Oh, I see. And you thought that Edgar Trevelyan had been dissuaded. Is that it, Miss Hastings?
Well, that's it entirely. That's what I thought.
You know, of course, Mr. Martin, that salvage operations on the Birkenhead have been forbidden because so many divers lost their lives.
Yes, of course I know, Sergeant. And that's why I tried to talk Fred out of it. But you know what you Cornishmen are like. He insisted.
Yeah, I see, sir. I'm surprised Edgar tried it. He must have known the stories.
What stories?
Well, folks around here know them. The last couple of fellas who dived for that wreck didn't die of suffocation. Their airlines were intact.
What? How do you mean?
Well, we couldn't let the real story get out, of course. I say we, but it wasn't nothing to do with me, of course. But this is what I...
look, man, get on with it.
Steady, darling. Go on, Sergeant.
The first few tries that were made, well, the airlines suddenly surfaced, whipping about a bit as the air blew out into nothing. They'd been cut. Jagged sort of cut.
Yeah?
Then after that, they sent a man down with a specially seized, heavily armored airline it was impossible to cut through or break. He was the first of the ones who didn't die. Poor devil.
Why, poor devil, he didn't die.
Been better off if he had done. He suddenly started to scream and shout down there. Going off his head he was. They dragged him back as quickly as they could. Too quickly, probably. When they got him to the surface and back in the boat, he was insane. Screaming and thrashing about. It took 5 men to hold him down. But
what has happened down there?
Who knows? But he and the other 2 after him who tried spent the rest of their lives in an asylum, screaming about the terrible thing that haunted the Birkenhead. That ship down there is haunted, Mr. Martin. The gold is being protected by a ghost.
Move in world class. Get Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5 today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5 today.
I've heard of a watery grave, but a watery ghost. That's something that Fred just couldn't fathom. But he wasn't put off. He could explain everything. Or at least, that's what he thought.
Don't be silly, Pam. They're as bad as those silly, superstitious people who live in Cornwall. People in this part of the world are known for their ghost stories, legends.
Well, what happened then? There's no denying that something happened. Those last couple of divers are still in institution. Still raving mad. Something must have caused that to happen.
The bends.
What?
The bends. That's what was the matter with them. The bends is a very painful sort of a cramp, only 1,000 times worse. Divers get it when they're brought to the surface too fast. Some sort of thing, nitrogen, I think, sort of bubbles into the bloodstream. Get into the brain. Injure it badly. Badly enough to drive a man mad. And that's what happened.
You can't be sure.
Of course I'm sure. Look, I'll tell you what happened. They thought they saw something down there. Even that fool Edgar said the ship looked like a ghost ship. They thought they saw something, and then they panicked. They screamed to be brought up. The men on the surface, also remembering what had happened in the past, anxious that nothing should happen to them, brought them up too quickly. When they hit the surface, the bends hit them. Nowadays, they would have been put into a decompression tank. But in those days, they probably just sat back and watched the fools go out of their minds. That's what happened, Pam. There's no ghost down there. There's no such thing as ghosts. But I was wrong. Or was I? I don't know anymore. Anyway, the next night, Pamela and I took out the catch. It was mine now. Just as the gold would be mine. All mine. And Pam's. No fool Edgar to share it with, to be scared that he might talk. All that gold. And just Pam and I to share it. Setting it up would be simple. Pam would stay on the surface. I'd trade her what to do. I would go down. Take a grab and hooks with me. Stick the gold in some sort of hoist and guide it to the surface as Pam worked the pattern up there. Simple. It wouldn't take us long. Edgar talked about a day, but Pam and I rode to the place just before midnight, and we'd be finished by dawn.
Fred, I'm scared. Please, forget about it. We don't need that money as badly as all that.
What are you talking about? You're talking rubbish.
I'm not. Let's call it off. We can be
Do
happy
you
with
think
that.
I've gone to all this trouble to set the thing up, bribe the guy at the Admiralty, get the charts, work out the position, murder Edgar, and all for nothing? You must be mad.
I'm not mad, Fred. Something evil about this spot. I can feel it. Can you?
No, I can't.
Ominous. Something evil. Something's trying to warn us.
Shut up and help me on with my helmet.
Oh, please, Fred, do as I say.
Look, are you going to help me or aren't you? Everybody's experimenting in this business, you know. If you don't want to do it, I'll get somebody else.
Get rid of me like you got rid of Edgar, I suppose.
Well, don't push your luck too far. Murder is the only thing in life where you really do get two for the price of one. One murder or two murders, they only run you once. Now, are you in, or do I get somebody else?
I love you, Fred. I'm in.
I dropped down through the inky gates. It was cold. Quiet, the grave, and cold. The only sound was the slight hissing as the life-giving oxygen was pumped into the airways. And the slight bubbling noises as the bad air escaped past my ear. The sand swirled past my booties as I landed on the floor of the ocean. Everything seemed to take such a long time.
Are you all right?
Yes, of course I'm all right. Now, drop down beside the wreck. Hitler was right. It does look like a ship sailing over the sand.
What else do you see, Fred? What else?
Here's the hole in it, Japan. And here's his lifeline, too.
Is his body there?
Yes, of course it's still here. Do you think he got up and walked away?
I'm scared, Fred. I have a feeling that anything could happen.
Well, keep it to yourself. I don't want to hear about what you're scared of.
All right, Fred. I won't say anything.
And just keep out of things until I shout for you to hoist the gold up.
All right. I'll wait. And he's coming
Oh,
away.
for heaven's sake, stop nagging. Look, switch your intercom off. I don't want your voice in my ears all the time I'm doing this, Bob.
Fred,
Do as I say. It's bad enough down here without your moaning in my ear like the voice of doom. Now switch it off. When I want you to haul in the gold, I'll give 3 tugs on the lifeline. Slow ones. If you get a lot of fast ones, then just pull me in. And switch on again if that happens. Otherwise, keep out of my hair.
All right, Fred.
Hello. Pamela? Pamela, hello. Well, at least she does what she's told.
Like me, eh, Fred?
What was that?
I did as I was told, didn't I? Didn't do me very much good. You killed me, Fred. You murdered me.
Are you sitting around with that income up there?
Yes. Your hearing seems all right. Your hearing me. The man you murdered.
Don't mind it. I mustn't stop talking to myself.
It's not yourself. It's me. Your partner. Your dead partner. It's not a nice death, Fred. Suffocation in the meister. Look at me poor body. Look how I must have stretched about. Hairline all entangled. Lifeline. I never thought it'd be that, Fred.
Must be something with the pressure. You get some ringing sounds in your ears when the pressure suddenly changes. Yes, it must be something like that. I'm not going back up. I'll finish the job.
You're halfway done. You're not going back up, Fred. Not with me. You're going to die down here. You're going to die like I died. Struggling to draw a breath. Trying to scratch your way out of this tin can if you're a tree. You're going to die, Fred.
Don't frighten me. I don't know what it is. There's no such thing as ghosts. Pam! Pam! It's switched off. Of course, switched off the intercom. I'll tug on the lifeline. Switch on there. I'll find out whether it's on regulation or not.
What's wrong?
There's nothing wrong. Yes, but keep your switch open. I want you to listen. Show me if you hear anything.
You won't hear anything, Freddy boy. You just between you and me.
Did you hear that, Pam?
Yes, I heard what you said. I'll keep listening.
Never mind what I said. Didn't you hear him?
Him? Fred, what are you talking about? What's wrong?
Nothing wrong. But didn't you hear anything but me?
You can't hear me, Freddy boy.
Yes. Didn't you hear that?
Yeah, what? Hey, something wrong, isn't there, down there? I'm going to pull you up.
No. No, you're not. I'm not scared of any voices. I'm not going to give up a fortune just because a fool voice in my ear stops.
Oh, you'll give it up, Fred. You'll never get back alive.
Now listen. Even if you are a ghost, I'm not scared of you.
Oh, it's not me you've got to be worried about. But take a good look in front of you. Take a good look.
No!
You see what I mean? I'm nothing. That's the thing that's going to finish you off, Fred.
No, just relax. Give him an injection. That'll calm him down. Not imitating, but really.
Suddenly said he heard voices down there. I was listening. I could hear nothing. Then he suddenly screamed. No. I pulled him up. I haven't been able to get any sense out of him.
Yes, I see. Now, Mr. Martin, what was it that you saw? What was it?
It wasn't real. It was all the evil, all time enclosed in one hideous, unbelievable form. It was intolerable, disgusting, impossible.
Now, just relax. Relax. Try to sleep.
It's the bends, you see, Miss Hastings. It can play funny tricks with a man's brain. It can cause damage, permanent damage.
It'll always be like...
I'm afraid so. But don't worry. We'll keep him here. He'll be safe.
Oh, no, that's worse than death.
Worse than death, eh, Fred?
Oh, that...
He's hearing voices again, you see. Very sad.
They think you're imagining me, Fred. They can't hear me, but you're not imagining things. I'm here with you, and I'll be with you. Always.
Dear. At least Fred won't be short of someone to talk to, will he? Edgar's always there. And I don't know why Fred makes such a fuss about this horrible monster on the ocean bed. It happens to be a personal friend of mine. Down here, behind the creaking door.
In world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door, of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3.5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock, when they will again present the